Introduction. We thought we knew him, but we didn't, and that was how he wished it. He wore high-heeled boots and a top hat to disguise his lack of size, and he talked and wrote volumes in an effort to construct a life that stood taller than his own. His biographers have taken as their framework the account he provided in his memoirs, but the autobiography of Andrew Carnegie, written and rewritten over decades, then rearranged and rewritten again by an editor chosen by his wife Louise, offers only a partial account of selected incidents. There are errors of omission, errors of chronology, and attempts by author or editor to mislead. My account of Carnegie's life leaves out several of the familiar stories told in the autobiography and retold by his biographers because I could not independently confirm their validity. Carnegie's first biographer, Burton J. Hendrick, was specially chosen by Louise Carnegie to write her husband's life. Hendrick was paid as a Carnegie employee. He received no royalties for his work, and agreed that should his biography not be to Mrs. Carnegie's liking, it would not be published. Carnegie's next major biographer, Joseph Wall, added an enormous amount to the story of Carnegie's success as a steelmaker, but he lacked the sources to veer off the path set by the autobiography and by Hendrick. In the half-century since Wall began his research, new archival sources have been opened and electronic finding aids have made it possible to locate previously unavailable ones. The raw material out of which this biography is fashioned was discovered in public and university archives, government documents, and privately held family papers in England, Scotland, Wales, and the United States. It includes material on the Carnegie family's arrival in Dunfermline, unpublished oral histories taken in Scotland by Burton Hendrick, the first drafts of Carnegie's memoirs, his Civil War tax returns, unpublished manuscripts and travel diaries, his multi-year correspondence with his future wife and their prenuptial agreement, and letters and telegrams not previously available to and from every American president from Benjamin Harrison to Woodrow Wilson, Kaiser Wilhelm II, William Ewart Gladstone, and several other British prime ministers, Herbert Spencer, Matthew Arnold, Samuel Clemens, 2 generations of Morgans and Rockefellers, and Henry Clay Frick. Andrew Carnegie was a critical agent in the triumph of industrial capitalism in the decades surrounding the turn of the 20th century. That much is undeniable. But the source materials I have uncovered do not support the telling of a heroic narrative of an industrialist who brought sanity and rationality to an immature capitalism plagued by runaway competition, ruthless speculation, and insider corruption. Nor do they support the recitation of another muckraking exposé of Gilded Age criminality. The history of industrial consolidation and incorporation is too complex to be encapsulated in Whiggish narratives of progress, or post-Edenic tales of declension, decline, and fall. Carnegie survived and triumphed in an environment rife with cronyism and corruption. Much of the capital invested in his iron and steel companies was derived from business activities that might be today, but were not at the time, regarded as immoral or illegal. He differed from his contemporary Gilded Age industrial barons, not in the means with which he accumulated his fortune, but in the success he achieved and the ends to which he put it. Long before his reputation as a friend of the working man was destroyed by events at Homestead, he had determined to give away his fortune. He did so not out of shame or guilt or religious motives, nor to atone for any sins he might have committed as an employer of men. He was simply, he explained, returning his fortune to the larger community where it rightfully belonged. He urged his fellow millionaires to do the same. Andrew Carnegie's decision to give away all he earned set him apart from his contemporaries. It also, paradoxically, encouraged him to be even more ruthless a businessman and capitalist. Recognizing that the more money he earned, the more he would have to give away, he pushed his partners and his employees relentlessly forward in the pursuit of larger and larger profits, crushed the working men's unions he had once praised, increased the steelworkers' workday from 8 to 12 hours, and drove down wages. Carnegie was born in Dunfermline, Scotland, in 1835, the eldest son of a failed linen weaver and an entrepreneurially minded mother who kept shop and took in work from local shoemakers to put food on the table. At age 13, after no more than a year or two of formal schooling, young Andrew set sail with mother, father, and younger brother for America. Poor though the Carnegies were, they were supported by his mother's extended family and by the Scottish emigrants who had preceded them to America and Allegheny City, across the Monongahela River from Pittsburgh. Andrew, as he was called, was put to work as a bobbin boy at a cotton mill, but after less than a year in the mill, found work as a telegraph messenger, taught himself Morse code, and was hired as private telegraph operator and secretary to Thomas A. Scott, the Pittsburgh division superintendent of the Pennsylvania Railroad. For the next 12 years or so he would work for the railroad. At age 30, Carnegie resigned his position to go into business for himself with his former bosses, Tom Scott and J. Edgar Thompson, the president of the Pennsylvania Railroad. Together, they organized a series of companies, with Scott and Thompson as secret partners, that were awarded insider contracts to supply the Pennsylvania Railroad with raw materials and build its iron bridges. By his early 30s, Carnegie had, with help and investment capital from his friends, accumulated his first fortune in Pennsylvanian oil wells, iron manufacturing, bridge building, and bond trading. His business career was, to this point, not unlike that of other ambitious English-speaking immigrants who made their fortunes by being in the right place at the right time. In the early 1870s, he moved away from the source of his income, Pittsburgh, to New York City. He would continue to oversee his iron and bridge companies from his hotel suite in New York, which he shared with his mother. Day-to-day decision-making was delegated to a succession of partners, including his brother Tom, Henry Clay Frick, and Charlie Schwab. He seldom attended board meetings and visited Pittsburgh only 3 or 4 times a year. For the next 30 years, his workday was confined to a few hours in the morning and an occasional luncheon or dinner, but he accomplished as much in these hours as most men do in a week, and was proud of it. Although he professed to have made the move to New York for business reasons, there were more important considerations behind his decision to live a day's journey by train from his manufactories. He was thrilled with his success as a businessman and capitalist, but far from satisfied. He wanted more from life, and would spend the rest of his days in pursuit of it. His ultimate goal was to establish himself as a man of letters, as well known and respected for his writing and intellect as for his ability to make money. He had as a child and young man read widely and memorized large portions of Robert Burns's poetry and Shakespeare's plays. In New York and London, he continued his self-education. He befriended some of the English-speaking world's most renowned men of letters, among them Herbert Spencer, Matthew Arnold, Richard Watson Gilder, editor of the Century magazine, and Sam Clemens. Published regularly in respected journals of opinion on both sides of the Atlantic, wrote 2 well-received travelogues and a best-selling book entitled Triumphant Democracy, and with his Gospel of Wealth essays, established himself as the moral philosopher of industrial capitalism. He spent half of each year in Britain, delegating to himself the role of cultural and political liaison between what he referred to as the 2 branches of the English-speaking race. He became the confidant of Republican presidents and secretaries of state, and liberal prime ministers and cabinet members, and inserted himself into the domestic and foreign affairs of the United States and Great Britain. Meanwhile, his fortune grew and grew. Every major business decision he made appeared, in retrospect, to have been the right one. He was the first Pittsburgh iron manufacturer to move into steel, then the first steel maker to diversify production from steel rails to structural shapes. To his partner's dismay, he plowed most of the company's profits back into the business, integrating horizontally and vertically, modernizing, expanding, and securing steady, cheap supplies of raw materials by buying a majority interest in the H.C. Frick Coke Works and leasing Rockefeller's iron ore mines in the Mesabi Range at a huge discount. By 1901, when he sold his interest in Carnegie Steel to J.P. Morgan, he was arguably the richest man in the world. On retirement, he accelerated his giving to communities for library buildings and church organs so that parishioners could be introduced to classical music. He also set up a number of charitable trusts, each charged with a specific task: free tuition for Scottish university students, pensions for American college professors, a scientific research institution in Washington, D.C., a library, music hall, art gallery, and natural history museum in Pittsburgh, a hero fund for civilians, a peace endowment. Only as he approached his later 70s did he realize that, with his payout from selling Carnegie Steel at 5% a year on more than $200 million, he was running out of time to give away his fortune. Disheartened that he would fail at the most important task he had taken on, to wisely give back to the community the millions he had accumulated, he established the Carnegie Corporation to receive and disperse whatever was left behind when he died. He had entered retirement intending to devote all his time and efforts to his philanthropy, but his last years were consumed with another cause, world peace. Arguing against his own self-interest, Carnegie Steel made millions manufacturing steel armor plates for the U.S. Navy. He campaigned for naval disarmament, then an international court, a league of peace, and treaties of arbitration between the nations of Europe and the United States. With considerable rhetorical power, he opposed American intervention in the Philippines and the British war with the Boer republics in South Africa. As the European nations, followed closely by the United States, entered into an escalating naval arms race, he inserted himself into the diplomatic mix as an insider with access to the White House and Westminster. He would spend the rest of his days as an outspoken apostle of peace, commuting back and forth between his homes in New York and Scotland and the world's capitals. Only at age 80, in the second year of the Great War, did he recognize that his efforts had been in vain. He spent his last years in silence, isolated from his friends, unable to return to his home in Scotland, his optimism shattered. A Scotsman in America, an American in Britain, businessman, capitalist, steelmaker, author, philanthropist, peace activist, pamphleteer, son, husband, and father, Carnegie wore many hats well. He was, in his long life, seldom at a loss for words, never fearful of taking on a new role or task, and never less than passionate about whatever he happened to be engaged in at the moment. The biographer is often asked at the conclusion of his project whether he has grown to like or dislike his subject. The answer, of course, is both. But the question is misplaced. This biographer's greatest fear was not that he might come to admire or disapprove of his subject, but that he might end up enervated by years of research into another man's life and times. That was, fortunately, never the case. The highest praise I can offer Andrew Carnegie is to profess that, after these many years of research and writing, I find him one of the most fascinating men I have ever encountered. A man who was many things in his long life, but never boring. Chapter 1. Dunfermline, 1835 to 1848. He was born in the upstairs room of a tiny grey stone weaver's cottage in Dunfermline, Scotland, to Margaret Carnegie, the daughter of Tom Morrison, the town's outspoken radical, and William Carnegie, a handloom weaver of fine damasks. He would be called Andrew, following the Scottish custom of naming the firstborn son after the father's father. Mag Carnegie, unable to afford a midwife, had called on her pregnant girlhood friend Ailey Fargie for assistance. A few months later, when Ailey's time came, Mag was there to minister to the birth of Ailey's son, Richard. The stone cottage in which Andra, as the child was known, was born, and which has been preserved as the Andrew Carnegie Birthplace Museum, was impossibly tiny, with 2 stories and 2 rooms. The bottom floor was occupied almost entirely by Will Carnegie's loom. The top story served as kitchen, dining room, and living quarters. It was all but dominated by the family's bed. Looking at the cottage today, one wonders how 2 adults and a child could have lived there. Carnegie's birthplace, Dunfermline, is situated about 14 miles north of Edinburgh and 40 miles east of Glasgow. It was already in 1835 an epicenter of the social upheaval that we refer to today as the Industrial Revolution. Beloved Dunfermline was also, as Carnegie recalled in his autobiography, a glorious place to grow up in, a town rich in history, the ancient capital of the Scottish nation. It was to Dunfermline that Malcolm Canmore had returned in the year 1057 after 17 years of exile to take back the throne from the usurper Macbeth. Malcolm built himself a castle on a mound of earth at the foot of a small river that provided the future town with a reminder of its past and a name that would stay with it forever. Dunfermline, a word of Celtic origin, is a composite term, meaning castle, dun, that commands or watches over, fair, a pond, lin, or stream, loin. In 1070, 4 years after William the Conqueror, Duke of Normandy, defeated the English army and made himself king, Malcolm married Margaret, one of the Saxon royal family who sought exile in Scotland. It was Queen, later Saint Margaret, who was instrumental in establishing an ecclesiastical centre, where once only a fort had stood, and bringing what was regarded as a modicum of English civilization to the rough northern land. Malcolm and Margaret ruled Scotland from Dunfermline and were buried there, as in later years were successors to the Scottish throne. By 1835, the only remnants of Dunfermline's past glories were the ruins of Malcolm's Tower and the Abbey, but they loomed large over the horizon. In 1818, while clearing away the earth in order to build a new church on the site of the old, workmen came upon an ancient vault, 7.5 feet in length, within which was a very large body, about 6 feet long, encased in lead. After laborious examinations of the site and the vault and body, it was determined beyond any reasonable doubt that the body was that of Robert the Bruce, the heroic king who had defeated the English army at Bannockburn in 1314 and restored Scottish sovereignty. "Fortunate in my ancestors," Carnegie would later lecture his readers in his autobiography, "I was supremely so in my birthplace. Where one is born is very important, for different surroundings and traditions appeal to and stimulate different latent tendencies in the child. Ruskin truly observes that every bright boy in Edinburgh is influenced by the site of the castle. So is the child of Dunfermline by its noble abbey. The ruins of the great monastery and of the palace where kings were born still stand. The tomb of the Bruce is in the centre of the abbey. St. Margaret's tomb is near, and many of the royal folk lie sleeping close around. All is still redolent of the mighty past when Dunfermline was both nationally and religiously the capital of Scotland. The child privileged to develop amid such surroundings absorbs poetry and romance with the air he breathes, assimilates history and tradition as he gazes around. These become to him his real world in childhood. The ideal is the ever-present real. The actual has yet to come when, later in life, he is launched into the workday world of stern reality. Carnegie's reflections are testimony to his realization that the portrait of Dunfermline he offered in his autobiography was a partial one, more ideal than real. Dunfermline was a glorious place to grow up, but only if one was able to close one's eyes to the misery and dislocation that the Industrial Revolution was going to visit upon it, to look past the poverty and the fear that enveloped the town's weavers as their livelihoods were taken from them. Dunfermline at Andrew's birth was a rather prosperous town, with a population that had more than doubled since the turn of the century. Dozens of well-built stone weavers' cottages, like the Carnegies, were situated on the streets and alleyways that sloped down from the High Street, where the town's shops and its 3 banks stood. The town council had begun in recent years to spruce up the place. Outside stairways that had obstructed street traffic were ordered removed. New street lamps installed, public wells more carefully attended to, and the streets paved with newly hewn stones and washed regularly, though not enough to clear away the pools of rotting fluid garbage that lingered after every rain. The major industry was, as it had been for generations, fine linen weaving. The weavers spent the daylight hours at their looms, which, too heavy to go anywhere else, took up the ground floors of their stone cottages. The Carnegies had been weavers for as long as anyone could remember. Weaving, of cottons, woolens, silks, and linens, was by far the largest employment in Scotland and Great Britain in the first decades of the 19th century. Having destroyed the East India textile industry by import restrictions and monopolized the Latin American trade during the Napoleonic Wars, the British were now selling their textiles in every major market in the world. During the 18th and early 19th centuries, landless migrants from the Scottish lowlands, from the Highlands, and from Ireland streamed into the towns, villages, and cities of southern Scotland, many of them to take up the weaving trade. The number of hand-loom weavers more than tripled between 1780 and 1820. The elites of the trade were the fine or fancy weavers of silk and linen. To weave cotton yarn into coarse cloth suitable for shirts and shawls required a minimum of skill. To weave delicate threads into ornately decorated tablecloths and napkins took experience, dexterity, and a not inconsiderable degree of hand and arm strength. The hand-loom weavers of Dunfermline, who worked only with the finest of damask linens, were, as might have been expected, both proud and protective of their craft. Every weaver in town could recite the recent history of the trade. How James Blake, feigning idiocy, had crawled under a damask loom in Edinburgh to learn the secrets of its construction, memorized what he saw there, and returned to Dunfermline to build his own. How John Wilson of Bridge Street had introduced the flying shuttle, which made it possible for one man to work a loom by himself without need of helpers to position the shuttle. How in 1825 Alexander Robertson and Messrs. R&J. Carr had imported the jacquard machine, invented by Monsieur Jacquard, a weaver of Lyon. Before the invention of the jacquard machine, the linen weavers had had to laboriously refit their looms for each new design. The machines now reduced the preparation time from 5 or 6 weeks to a day or less. The Carnegies arrived in the Dunfermline area in the mid-18th century. Andrew, the 11th Earl of Elgin, whose land the Carnegies leased on arriving in the south, believes that they had been forced to flee their home in the northeast, in the Dundee area, after the unsuccessful 1745 uprising led by the Stuart pretender, Prince Charles. The English confiscated the estates of rebel landowners, forcing many of their tenants, like the Carnegies, to seek refuge farther south. The name Carnegie appears for the first time in Dunfermline registers in 1759 with the baptism of Elizabeth, the daughter of James Carnegie. The Carnegies were at the time located in Pattismuir, a tiny village that was part of Lord Elgin's Broomhall estates, just outside the royal borough of Dunfermline. That the Carnegies were weavers we know from the Broomhall particular household expenses kept by Lady Elgin, who noted payments of £2 in May 1768 and 14 shillings in January 1769 to Carnegies for working the coarse web. A 1771 map of the Elgin lands shows that the Carnegies leased a tiny plot with a garden in the village and a small field just beyond. James's eldest son, Andrew, who all his life would be known as Daft Andrew, was born in 1769. Like his father, he set up his loom in Pattismuir, just outside Dunfermline, perhaps to avoid having to join the borough's Weavers' Guild, pay its dues, and abide by its regulations. Daft Andrew, from whom his grandson of the same name claimed to have inherited the sunny disposition that rose-colored his own past, was, according to a local historian writing in 1916, a brainy man who read and thought for himself, and gathered about him the radical-minded weavers of the town. They called the public house they met in their college, and Daft Andrew, who may have spent more time there than anyone else, the professor. Whether because he was fonder of drink than of his loom, or because he spent more time at the College of Pattismuir than at his college workshop, Daft Andrew fell heavily into debt to his landlords. An entry in the estate record book of Thomas, 7th Earl of Elgin, who was himself deeply in debt after his costly transplant of the Parthenon marbles from the Acropolis to London, notes that Andrew Carnegie's arrears of house rent of £34 10 shillings had been written off as doubtful and desperate debts, because Carnegie was very poor and unable to pay anything. Andrew's son William, the third generation of lowland weavers, was born in Pattismuir in 1804, but on coming of age left the family holdings and relocated to Dunfermline proper, where in the 1820s there was plenty of work even for those who did not belong to the guild. By 1834 William was doing so well at his loom that he was able to marry Margaret Morrison of Dunfermline. Mag was taller than her husband, with a fine dignified carriage, dark in complexion, with black eyes and wee hands and feet, one Dunfermline neighbor remembered. William was a little fair-haired man, handsome in his way but not terribly imposing. Their first child, Andra, who was born a year after their marriage, would take after the Carnegies in looks. He too was small and fair-haired, but had the Morrisons' fiery temperament. The standard rise and fall narrative of the Dunfermline weavers attributes their downfall to the coming of power looms and manufactories. But because of the delicacy of their fabric and designs, the linen weavers were protected from industrialization far longer than those who worked with wool or cotton. Through the 1820s and 1830s, they profited from an American export market that remained strong because tariffs on linen were lower — America had no linen weavers to protect — than those on other textiles. In 1833, the Dunfermline weavers reaped the whirlwind when the Americans removed all tariffs on bleached and unbleached linens, table linen, linen napkins, and linen cambrics, precisely those products that were exported from Dunfermline. With the tariff removed, the price of fancy linens declined and demand soared. Fine damask table covers, cloths, and napkins, imported from Germany, Ireland, and Scotland, became a mark of distinction and refinement in urban American middle-class homes from Charleston to Providence. The total value of linen goods imported into the United States rose from $2.5 million in 1830 to $6.1 million in 1835, the year of Andrew's birth. By 1836, when Andrew was a year old, more than half of the fine linens produced in Dunfermline were being shipped to America. Two grand estuaries, the Clyde and the Forth, connected by canals and newly improved roads, linked Dunfermline to the port of Glasgow, which was closer to the New World than competing European ports. Will Carnegie was able to expand his workshop, add a few new looms, and move his wife, young Andra, his workshop, and his associates into more spacious quarters in a larger cottage on Edgar Street in Reed's Park. The Morrisons, Andra's relatives on his mother's side, were like the Carnegies, artisans and political radicals, but that was as far as the similarities went. In 1927, after Carnegie's death, the authorized biographer selected by Mrs. Louise Carnegie, Burton Hendrick, interviewed townsfolk and relatives who had either known or were the children of parents who had known the Carnegies and Morrisons. Much of what he discovered was kept out of his biography so as not to embarrass the family. The marriage of the Morrison and Carnegie clans was not, it appeared, one made in heaven. The Morrisons looked down upon the Carnegies as too poor, uneducated, and ill-mannered a family for their daughter to marry into. The Carnegies, for their part, according to Andrew's cousin Anne Alexander, thought the Morrisons a queer lot, who never went to church and did not believe in God. Worse yet, Mag's brother Tom not only bragged of his disbelief, but mocked the solemnity of the Sabbath by tending his garden on Sundays. Thomas Morrison, the elder, the head of the family and Andra's maternal grandfather, a cobbler by trade and an agitator by calling, was not only the leading political orator, writer, organizer, and activist in Dunfermline, but a trusted associate of William Cobbett, the widely known English radical journalist, who published Morrison's articles in his Political Register. Morrison was an uncompromising advocate of universal suffrage, an outspoken foe of aristocratic privilege, a supporter of a 10-hour law for factory workers, an enemy of the established church, and a proponent of land nationalization and the division of the large aristocratic estates among those who worked them. Morrison rode through the environs of Dunfermline, preaching his gospel in open-air meetings to all who would listen. He also scribbled columns in the local newspapers, particularly the Glasgow Free Press, and in 1833 he started up his own Dunfermline radical newspaper, The Precursor, devoted to the interests of the tradesmen and mechanics in particular, which regrettably lasted but 3 months and 3 issues. The residents of Dunfermline, as well as those of the adjoining shires, were represented in the 1830s in the House of Commons by a Whig aristocrat, Lord Dalmeny, whose only qualification for his position, Thomas Morrison believed, was his aristocratic birth. The Reform Bill of 1832 had expanded the franchise to include the urban middle classes, but not the working men of Dunfermline. Throughout Britain, the size of the electorate rose from about 6% to 12%. Scotland, which had been miserably underrepresented in the Commons, got 8 additional seats, a step in the right direction. The reforms did not, of course, go nearly far enough. The tiny size of the electorate and the fact that members of Parliament were unpaid made it difficult to turn out men like Dalmeny and replace them with representatives in tune with the needs of the urban working classes. The reforms of 1832 energized radicals like Tom Morrison, who believed them insufficient but a beginning toward a representative government. In December 1834, either during or just after Lord Dalmany's election, Morrison advised him in a widely circulated open letter to remain at home. Dalmany, Morrison insisted, had no business attempting to represent the people of Dunfermline. First, because he was a lord, and the interests of the people and the aristocracy were different, nay, opposite. Second, because he was too young and inexperienced. And third, perhaps most important of all, because nature had not bestowed on him the talents to be a legislator. Now, my lord, if hereditary legislation is to be continued, and if you want to learn the art, I will tell you how to acquire it. That is, if you have the capacity. First you must read and study, reason and reflect. Then you must mix in society with the people of all grades and in every condition of life. Make yourself acquainted with the producing part of the community, with those who till the land, build the houses, make the clothes, who in short support you in luxury and themselves in life. Learn their wishes, their wants, and various conditions. Should your lordship think, as you probably will, that I have not written in a style sufficiently respectful, I assure you I do not wish to give unnecessary pain, but I have a duty to perform to my townsmen and countrymen, which must not be compromised. You may hear from me again. Dalmany did hear from him again. In fact, Thomas Morrison continued to send him unsolicited advice until the day Morrison died. His son Tom, Andrew's uncle, known as Bailey, i.e. alderman, after his election to the Dunfermline Municipal Council, was every bit the political agitator his father had been, and more so. With his gnarled black walking stick, a bushy black beard, and long frock coat, Bailey Morrison commanded attention at every public gathering, even before he opened his mouth to hurl his snarling, piercing, "Hear, hear," at the speaker on the podium. The result of his heckling was inevitably that all eyes turned to him, and he was escorted to the platform, walking stick in hand, to awaken the crowd with his radical preachings against the established church, the intellectually and morally stunted aristocracy, and the corruption of a political system that allowed a tiny minority to elect Lord Dalmany to represent the working people of Dunfermline. Young Andrew knew and admired his grandfather and Uncle Bailey Morrison from a distance. They were far too busy to spend much time with the boy, with his father at work at the loom and his mother assisting him, keeping house and, in hard times, earning extra money by binding shoes and running her own sweetie shop. Andrew was left to his own devices from the moment he was old enough to open the door of the family cottage. Much of his free time was spent with his uncle George Lauder, who had married Mag Morrison's older sister, Seaton, and his son George Jr., known to the family as Dodd. Lauder, who owned a small grocery, had Sundays and evenings free. He took his son and nephew on long walks around the Abbey, told them stories from Scottish history, recited lines from Robert Burns, and scared poor Andrew half to death with his ghost tales. Will Carnegie, at age 31, when Andrew was born, was doing rather well for himself, as were the other linen weavers of Dunfermline. The American export market was absorbing all the fine tablecloths and napkins they could produce, and the manufacturer merchants who controlled the transatlantic trade had no option but to rely on them, as the linen they wove was too delicate and their jacquard designs too elaborate to put onto power looms. With the prosperity of the mid-1830s had come an influx of new weavers to Dunfermline, including a large number of men from the cotton trade, but as long as the American market remained strong, there was enough work to go around. And then, with no warning, calamity struck. The panic of 1837 in the United States drained American coffers of gold, the medium of international exchange. Credit evaporated, banks failed, wages fell, and unemployment soared. As in any economic downturn, it was the luxuries, like linen tablecloths and napkins imported from Scotland, that were sacrificed first. To sustain their rates of profit in the wake of a diminishing export market, the manufacturer merchants who put out the work to the handloom weavers and sold their finished products reduced piece rates. The weavers throughout the district went on strike, but only in Dunfermline was there open violence. The objects of the strikers' wrath were the journeyman weavers, who continued to take in work at reduced rates. By September 1837, the local papers were reporting that over 1,000 Dunfermline handloom weavers were out of work, or out on strike, an unemployment rate of close to 40%. To make matters worse, the town was plagued by a series of epidemics, typhus, measles, and influenza, which were no doubt exacerbated by malnutrition. Ebenezer Henderson, a chronicler of life in Dunfermline, noted that in 1837 alone there had been 439 interments in the Abbey churchyard, an increase of 182 over the previous year. Because Scotland was exempt from the provisions of the British Poor Laws, there were no funds available to provide assistance to the destitute. In Glasgow and Paisley, the Spinners and Weavers Associations petitioned Parliament for relief. Parliament declined to take any action, but appointed a royal commission to investigate the conditions of the weavers. The cotton spinners struck their mills, swearing not to return until paid a living wage. The government's response was to arrest the strike leaders. They were found guilty of illegal conspiracy to keep up wages and instigating disturbances, and were sentenced to 7 years' banishment to an overseas penal colony. Was it any wonder that a year later the spinners and weavers of Glasgow and Paisley, along with those in Dunfermline, enthusiastically joined the campaign for a People's Charter? The political reforms called for by the People's Charter, universal male suffrage, secret ballots, annual parliaments, equal electoral districts, no property qualifications for candidates, and the payment of members of Parliament, would not automatically resolve the crises faced by Scotland's weavers and spinners, but they were a necessary first step. The plan devised by the Birmingham radicals who initiated the Chartist campaign was to send delegates through the British Isles to solicit support for the Charter and signatures on a massive petition to be submitted to Parliament. In southern Scotland, the delegates were greeted by mass demonstrations everywhere they travelled, and thousands of signatures were gathered. A committee was established in Dunfermline, with Will Carnegie and Thomas Morrison among its founding members. On July 7, 1838, Will Carnegie published a letter in the Edinburgh Monthly Democrat and Total Abstinence Advocate, proudly announcing that the Working Men's Association of Dunfermline, the local Chartist organization, had collected 6,106 signatures on the petition they were dispatching to Birmingham. The work goes on gloriously here. Some of our friends have gone to the surrounding towns and villages, and I am happy to state they were most enthusiastically received, and their labors crowned with the most cheering success. Indeed, we flatter ourselves, were all the country as the Western District of Fife, the advocates of misrule and corruption would soon have to give place to a better order of things. Will Carnegie signed the letter on behalf of the Working Men's Association, prefixing his signature with a line from Robert Burns. "It's comin' yet for a' that," etc. In late 1838, a modest upturn in trade and a compromise between the manufacturers and weavers on peace rates brought a degree of normalcy back to Dunfermline. The promise of future profits prompted renewed interest and new investment in power looms. According to Ebenezer Henderson, the major event of 1838 was the arrival of a Mr. R. Robertson, manufacturer, and the construction of the Baldridge Works for the weaving of table linen, etc., by steam power. Though Robertson's manufactory did not succeed, there was no guarantee that the hand-loom linen weavers would be as fortunate the next time. The forward march of the power looms appeared almost inexorable. In 1813 there had been no more than 1,500 of them in all of Scotland. By 1829 there were 10,000. By 1845 nearly 22,300. The heady optimism of 1838, when thousands gathered in Glasgow and elsewhere to cheer on the coming of the People's Charter, gave way to a gritty, determined realism. The Charter would not be easily won or soon won, but the fight was too important to give up. By the spring of 1839 there were close to 130 Chartist associations in Scotland, all of them gathering signatures for the petition. In June 1839, the national petition for a People's Charter was submitted to Parliament and promptly rejected by an overwhelming vote. Chartist leaders in England and Scotland, including those in Dunfermline, regrouped and dispatched agitator orators to tour again, eliciting support for what they hoped would be an even larger petition drive in the near future. New Chartist newspapers, friendly societies, and churches were established. New conventions planned. The supporters of the charter recognized full well that the political reforms they demanded were not going to usher in the workers' millennium. But they had enough faith in representative government to believe that, once given the vote, the working males of Great Britain would set in motion a process of change that would eliminate the corruption, the privileges, and the downright stupidity that characterized the unreformed parliamentary government. The charter was not only, as Friedrich Engels put it in 1844, a means to further ends. Political power our means, social happiness our end, is now the clearly formulated war cry of the Chartists. It was also the vehicle with which the working class would secure the vote for itself. And the vote, as Edward Thompson reminds us, was for the Chartists a symbol whose importance it is difficult for us, who have grown disillusioned with our two-party systems, to understand. It implied, first, égalité, equality of citizenship, personal dignity, worth. The claim for the vote implied also further claims, a new way of reaching out by the working people for social control over their conditions of life and labor. Young Andra, at 5 and 6 years of age, was a precocious witness to the events transpiring in the adult world. One imagines a small, blonde-haired child with a huge forehead, always underfoot, always questioning. These were times of intense political excitement, he recalled of his childhood in his autobiography, and they were frequently seen throughout the entire town, for a short time after the midday meal, small groups of men with their aprons girt about them discussing affairs of state. I was often attracted, small as I was, to these circles, and was an earnest listener to the conversation, which was wholly one-sided. The generally accepted conclusion was that there must be a change. Clubs were formed among the townsfolk, and the London newspapers were subscribed for. The leading editorials were read every evening to the people, strangely enough, from one of the pulpits of the town. Because the Scottish Chartists were moral force men, opposed to violent protest or protest that might grow violent, there was no reason to bar Andra or any other children from the open-air meetings that were the major form of Chartist education and agitation. These political meetings were of frequent occurrence, and, as might be expected, I was as deeply interested as any of the family, and attended many. One of my uncles or my father was generally to be heard. Though there is considerable evidence of his uncle's involvement in the upheavals of the 1840s, there is little to support Carnegie's contention that his father was also a Chartist leader. Will Carnegie, unlike the Morrisons, was a quiet, reserved, soft-spoken man, more a trailer than a leader, or so Carnegie would much later in life confide to his friend Hugh Morrison, not a relation. In early 1840, in the midst of the campaign for the People's Charter, Anne Carnegie was born. Unlike her robust, bubbly brother, Anne was a sickly child who required a great deal of care. She would not live to see her second birthday. There is curiously no mention of his sister in the autobiography or in any of Carnegie's writings. She is also missing from the biographies written during Carnegie's lifetime and from Burton J. Hendrick's 2-volume authorized biography, published in 1932. In telling the story of his childhood, Andra could find no room for Anne. As to write of her death would have obligated him to write of the heartache that death must have caused him and his mother, Margaret. His mother was his heroine, a larger-than-life figure he hoped his readers would come to admire as much as he did. It was Mag who held the family together during the hard times, Mag who put food on the table, Mag who made up for her husband's incapacity as breadwinner and head of household, Mag who in the end made the decision to relocate to the New World. Carnegie dared not imagine a situation, like the death of a child, that might have been too much for his mother, and so he banished it from consciousness. And Carnegie's descent into oblivion is, in the end, rather brutal testimony to her brother's capacity to brush aside the tragic aspects of his early life in Dunfermline. The fancy linen weaver's greatest fears were for the future and for their children. Dunfermline was and had always been a one-industry town. The power looms had already conquered cotton production. Linen was surely next. What would happen when there was no more work to give out to the handloom weavers? How would the next generation of townsfolk support themselves? There were coal mines on the outskirts, but these were no place for the children of weavers to make a living. The other trades were open only to the sons of artisans already practicing them. The Scots had always been a highly mobile people, and now, from 1830 onward, they stepped up the pace. The migration from Scotland exceeded that from England and Wales. More than 2 million Scots would depart the British Isles between 1830 and 1914. Most traveled from Glasgow, by steamship, across the Atlantic to Canada and the United States. The majority were landless, with nothing but their labor to sell, but because Scotland had in the early 19th century become the home of myriad small manufacturing concerns, textiles and metalworking in particular, they had acquired artisanal skills that were transferable elsewhere. One of Andra's uncles and his twin aunts had, with their families, joined the stream of Scottish emigrants to America in the early 1840s. Mag Carnegie hoped to follow them to America, but was dissuaded from doing so by her sister Anne, who wrote in October 1840, soon after arriving in Allegheny City, Pennsylvania, that, things being in such an unsettled condition in this country at present, it would be the height of folly to advise you to venture out, this season at any rate, as it is very difficult for one to get employment of any kind, and more particularly weaving, which is scarcely carried on here. The thought, therefore, that William may be idle, etc., renders us all very uneasy. But if affairs were once settled again, I would not hesitate to recommend you to come. Unlike Dunfermline, where one grew up in a trade and continued to work at it come what may, Allegheny City was wide open. When times were good, as Sister Annie hoped they would soon be again, there was plenty of work for newcomers, whether or not they had undergone apprenticeships or had any skills at all. It is easy to get into situations here of different sorts. Although you may know nothing at all of the work to be done, the people here stick at nothing. Just set to, and drive on the best way you can. Many of them will be at 2 or 3 different occupations in a very short time. Thomas, her husband, for instance, knew as little of his present trade as you do now, when he went to the factory, and he gets along wonderfully. Still, Anne felt obligated, in a letter that carefully alternated good news with bad, to inform her sister that the worst thing about Thomas's new position is that it is very dirty work and he gets no cash. Just orders on stores for all his wages, which is a very unpleasant way of going to work indeed, but it is carried on to an amazing extent in this place. But this state of affairs cannot continue long, as in fact change seems to be a striking characteristic of everything here. Though Mag agreed with her sister that, with the United States still in the snares of the 1837 panic, it was no time to emigrate, she was becoming increasingly desperate about the future. While her husband had been able to put food on the table during good times, he was buffeted more than most by the cyclical downturns that ripped through town with increasing frequency. The hidden truth uncovered by Burton Hendrick during his 1927 research trip to Scotland, but artfully disguised in his biography, was that Will Carnegie was, as 91-year-old William McGregor put it, a decent chap, but no hard worker. He was regular in his habits, a good churchman, and as moral a gentleman as one could wish, but he didna love to work. Would idle away his time even when he had a web. Was reading and such, much given to foolishness. Everyone Hendrick interviewed on that trip had much the same thing to say about Will Carnegie. Mrs. Clanahan, whose parents lived in the same house as the Carnegies, reported that Mag Carnegie had had to take up binding shoes for her brother Tom because Willie Carnegie was not contributing greatly to the family support. He simply did not like to work, much rather read the newspaper. He was nae bad a mon, but not very diligent a weaver. The members of the Morrison family were even more scathing in their commentaries on Mag's husband, whom they identified as shiftless, aimless, no earth-shaker, a weakling, a man who lacked industry, thrift, and go-aheadness, also intelligence. By the 1840s, Mag had taken over the role as chief family breadwinner. She put bread on the table, first, by taking in work from her brother Tom, the cobbler, then by setting up her own sweetie shop in the front room of the family's cottage. The specialty of Mag's shop was something called potted meat, which a neighbor later described as a confection largely composed of the miscellaneous contents of a pig's head, made into little balls. Mag also sold cabbages, leeks, and carrots she procured from local farmers. Andra, now 10, made himself as useful as he could, both to his mother and to his uncle George Lauder. He ran errands, kept accounts, at times may have stood behind the counter. What is most interesting about his childhood work is that it was done for his mother and his uncle, not his father. Andra was, it was clear, the first in a long line of Carnegies who was not going to be raised to the loom. Margaret Carnegie thought again about leaving Scotland in 1842, but was dissuaded as she had been 2 years before by a letter from her sister. America was, Aunt Aitken wrote from Allegheny City, still in the throes of the banking crisis that had led to a dearth of hard currency. You can scarcely form any idea of the state of money matters in this country for some time past. Indeed, I may say, ever since we came, things have been getting worse and worse, inasmuch that at present that you cannot get a dollar changed unless by taking more than half in merchandise. It seems as if the country was entirely drained of gold, silver, and copper. I would not advise any person to come out at present who can get a livelihood at home, as trade is very dull here. Indeed, many who are both able and willing to work find it impossible to get employment. Now might not be the time to emigrate, she warned, but that did not mean that the Carnegies would be better off staying indefinitely in Dunfermline. Still, with all this, America is not to be compared with the old country, as there are very few but can get enough to eat and to spare. As a day's work can procure nearly as much as serve a family for a week, especially if they would be content to live as they do at home, which is far from being the case, for people here go for good living. At the age of 8, Andra had begun attending school. Although he implies in his autobiography that it had been his decision to put off school until then, 8, in fact, was the age at which most Scottish boys entered the classroom. There were numerous schools in Dunfermline in the early 1840s, 33 of them to be exact, almost half endowed or supported by the kirk, church, or the municipality. Andra was sent to one of the adventure schools, so called because they were started up and supported entirely on the teacher's own adventure. Every school in the town charged tuition. Only paupers were admitted gratis, but the stigma attached to charity was such that few parents or children accepted it. The best schools, those with the most qualified rectors and masters, relatively commodious accommodations for the scholars, and the largest teaching staffs, were the borough or grammar school and the commercial school, but they charged higher tuition than the Carnegies could afford. Andra was enrolled instead in the Roland School on Priory Lane, where the fee was 2 shillings a quarter, paid in weekly installments, less than half that charged at the better schools. In his autobiography, Carnegie lavishes only superlatives on the Roland School and its principal and teacher, Mr. Martin. The more we know about this school, and its doer headmaster, Robert Martin, the more striking such a glowing tribute becomes. According to the Reverend Peter Chalmers, author of Historical and Statistical Account of Dunfermline, published in 1844, the year Andra entered the Roland School, there were between 180 and 190 children taught, almost all of the working and poorer classes. The school had been established by a local philanthropist for the education of the poor of the parish, but because the money was not invested wisely, or perhaps at all, the endowment was quickly depleted. With no funding from the bequest, the municipality, or the kirk, Martin could not afford an assistant and taught all the students by himself in one classroom, employing the Lancastrian or factory school method of rote learning. The Lancastrian system, invented and advertised by Mr. Joseph Lancaster, an English Quaker, had been designed to bring the blessings of civilization to the children of the poor by importing into the classroom the efficiency of the factory. Poor children, he believed, required, above all else, training in discipline, decorum, and decency. They also needed to learn their letters, their sums, and their catechism. Any attempt to awaken other faculties would be gratuitous, or worse, a needless distraction. The Lancastrian school young Andra attended was, like all the others, designed for maximum efficiency. It was housed in a one-room schoolhouse with a tiny fireplace near the front door that barely removed the chill. Martin's desk was on an elevated podium. On it sat his lum, or satin high hat, and his taws, a leather strap he employed regularly on those he found sleeping or slovenly or just stupid. The classroom was arrayed in forms, rows of stiff-backed benches on which the scholars sat, ranged in order of age and accomplishment. Each form was ruled by an older student who acted as form monitor or dictator. Martin, whom his daughter later described as tall though stoop-shouldered, provided the monitors with words or sums which they dictated to their forms, each member of which was expected to copy the dictation on his or her slate and or recite it in unison to the dictator. While the instruction proceeded on the floor below, Martin watched from his perch, on the ready to hurl his taws at a recalcitrant scholar, who was bidden to retrieve it, return it to the podium, and receive a lash across his hands. The sole activities in class were memorization and recitation. Fortunately, young Andra excelled in both and never had to be punished. Andra stood out from his classmates not only for his prodigious memory skills, but for his exemption from catechism lessons. While every other student had to recite daily from the 107 questions and answers in the shorter catechism, his father and his Uncle George Lauder, neither of whom were members of the established or the protesting Presbyterian Church, arranged for their boys to be excused. Every morning before leaving for school, Andra was delegated to fetch water for the household from the town reservoir on Moody Street. This was no simple task in Dunfermline, where the old wives of the town had instituted their own queuing system for filling their cans and pails in the morning. Every evening they would reserve their places in line by putting their cans in a row in front of the well. Young Andra refused to abide by the system. Instead of waiting in line behind the ladies, he pushed his way to the front so as not to be late for school. I would not be put down even by these venerable old dames. I earned the reputation of being an awful laddie. In this way I probably developed the strain of argumentativeness, or perhaps combativeness, which has always remained with me. Carnegie's admission to having been an awful laddie was confirmed by a distant relative who recalled in her 1927 interview with Burton Hendrick that young Andra had indeed been somewhat impudent as a boy. He would follow older people and mimicked them, and even made ungentlemanly remarks. Andra might not have gotten along with the old dames at the well or with the boys who teased him for being Martin's pet at school, but he was, for the most part, as William McGregor remembered, a very nice boy, white-haired, and liked by the other boys, but he was very keen. Even then we knew there were something in him. The Scotland that Andra Carnegie grew up in was, as he himself tells us in his autobiography, in a state of violent disturbance in matters theological as well as political. Organized religion played a much larger role in everyday life in 19th-century Scotland and the United States than it does today. The Morrisons and the Carnegies were among the distinct minority in Dunfermline that avoided attending or supporting any church whatsoever. Mag Carnegie inherited her opposition to the established Presbyterian Church from her father, who had criticized it and its teachings in print only a few years before Andra was born. In an article ostensibly about education, written as a letter to William Cobbett and published in his Political Register, Thomas Morrison Sr. bitterly registered his objections to flogging out of very young children answers to the 107 questions in the shorter catechism that each Scottish Presbyterian child was supposed to learn. Tidings of damnation, the wrath and curse of God, all the miseries of this life, death itself, and the pains of hell forever. Such are the subjects upon which infantile imagination is exercised. Oh, I remember as I do the events of yesterday, the sleepless nights, the horrific dreams of an awful devil and tremendous hell awakened by the task of memorizing catechism answers. What was unique about the Morrisons was not that they were opponents of the established Presbyterian Church, but that they stayed equally distant from its rival, the Scottish Free Church. They were as close to practicing atheists as anyone in mid-19th century Scotland. Though by disposition Will Carnegie was more inclined to submit to the discipline of an organized church, He, too, after marrying into the Morrison family, became an opponent of the Calvinist rigidities to which the Scottish Church was returning in the 1840s. He left the Presbyterians while Andrew was a boy. Mag and her brother Tom, like their father, had nothing to do with any church, established or free. Her sisters, however, gravitated from the Presbyterians into Dunfermline's and later Allegheny City's tiny Swedenborgian community, and brought Will Carnegie along with them into the Church of the New Jerusalem. The Swedenborgians were everything the Scottish Presbyterians were not: tolerant, Unitarian, and committed to establishing communication with worlds hereafter. "Dear William," wrote Mag's sister Anne Aitken from Allegheny City in October 1844 to her brother-in-law in Dunfermline, after he had converted to the Swedenborgians, "How are you getting on now? What church do you attend? I hope you still continue to read and receive the heavenly doctrines revealed by our illuminated scribe, Emanuel Swedenborg. Does Margaret take any interest in religion? And how does the new church society get along in Dunfermline? Are you a member? Our small society is still moving along with her face eastward, but as yet our advancement is slow, owing to the density of resisting mediums, which retards her progress, but her course is still onward." Will Carnegie found little solace for his real-world problems in the Swedenborgian church. In 1842, another nail had been hammered into the linen weaver's coffin when the U.S. Congress, reacting belatedly to the economic downturn that had begun 5 years earlier, raised the rates on tariffs and removed linen and many other products from the free list. Inevitably, as prices on imported linens rose, demand fell, and with it both piece rates and the amount of work available. The younger weavers migrated to Paisley and to Glasgow, where there was work available in the factories. The older ones economized as best they could and waited for better times to return. By 1843, when Andrew was 7 and his new brother Tom 1 year old, Parliament responded to the weavers' and spinners' requests for assistance by establishing a royal commission to investigate the conditions of the poor in Scotland. Assistant commissioners were dispatched to every corner of the nation, questionnaires in hand. They arrived in Dunfermline in February 1844 and interviewed a leading manufacturer, the Reverend Peter Chalmers, the surgeon to the poor, the convener of the Poorhouse Committee, and a few others. Conditions in Dunfermline, they were told, had deteriorated so rapidly that the local authorities had raised a voluntary subscription to erect a poorhouse on the town green to shelter paupers, orphans, and lunatics. The consensus of those interviewed by the commissioners was that the poorhouse had vastly improved conditions in town. No one, of course, asked the poor what they thought, but the surgeon to the poor reported that he was quite satisfied with the mode in which the paupers were cared for at the poorhouse. He has found no inconvenience from having some insane persons in the house. The orphans in the house are sufficiently accommodated with beds in an apartment by themselves, separate from the adults. There were, he admitted, a great many paupers in town who had chosen not to enter the poorhouse or had been prohibited from doing so because there were limited beds available. But the surgeon was satisfied that those paupers who remained on the outside were sufficiently sheltered from the effects of the weather and did not suffer from wind or rain coming into their homes. Regrettably, their cottages were often deficient in point of furniture and of fuel, their bedding was wretched, and there is a want of clothing amongst them. But such poverty was almost always due to their intemperate habits. As for the vagrants who pockmarked the streets of other towns, Dunfermline had none. "It is the custom," reported Erskine Beveridge, one of the town leaders, "to give vagrants a night's lodging and a ticket for a certain allowance of bread, and to pass them on next day." Thus were the streets cleared of human refuse not otherwise confined to the poorhouse. The weavers were not eligible even for the meager relief, a bed and a few meals, offered those sheltered by the poorhouse. Relief for the able-bodied unemployed, town and church authorities agreed, was a deterrent to their ever finding work. The problem with the weavers who remained in town, unemployed rather than looking elsewhere for work, was that they were unwilling to accept the rates the manufacturers were constrained to pay them. Both the Reverend Chalmers and James Hunt, Esquire, of Pittencrieff, reported that one of the town's leading manufacturers had pledged himself to employ every weaver in the place at present out of work till the end of April or May next, at a reduction of 25% on the rate of wages at present paid. But the weavers had turned down the offer, fearing that it was a stalking horse for the manufacturers, who planned to reduce wages 25% across the board with or without the workmen's agreement. The handloom weavers of Scotland, once the elite of artisans, had fallen so far in status and compensation that they were now, for purposes of the Commissioner's survey of weekly wages, included with the lowest class of laborer instead of with other artisans. In West Fife, which included Dunfermline and the towns and villages surrounding it, the average weekly wage for the weavers had fallen to 6 shillings, compared to 13.5 for masons and 12.6 for wrights. And this was before the 25% wage reduction that the manufacturers were calling for in early 1844. It was the beginning of the end for the Carnegies. Over and over again, the same ghastly events were played out. The market for fine damask linen goods would tighten, the manufacturers would reduce rates, the weavers would go on strike, the leading manufacturers would meet with the weavers and establish rates, only to have the agreements fall apart when renegade manufacturers refused to abide by those rates and put out work to journeymen who agreed to work for less than their peers. There was little work at any wage for linen weavers during 1844. 1845 was worse yet. "We cannot detail the shame and disasters of this year," wrote Daniel Thompson in his 1903 History of the Weavers' Incorporation of Dunfermline. 1845 was a hideous nightmare. In the summer of 1846, flooding submerged hundreds of shops and looms. Then came the disastrous winter of 1847-48, the worst in living memory. In later years, Carnegie would claim that it was the arrival of the power loom that had brought disaster to the family, but the bitter truth is that Will Carnegie and the handloom weavers of Dunfermline were ruined long before. By the mid-1840s, they were entirely beholden to the manufacturer merchants who supplied them with orders and raw materials, and when they were finished at their looms, took their cloth away, had it dyed, finished, transported to Glasgow, and sold in America. As trade declined and orders fell, the value of the looms upon which the weavers worked and the skills with which they wove were worth less and less. By 1846 there were only about 60,000 hand-loom weavers remaining in the British Isles, compared to 200,000 to 225,000 10 years earlier. In Scotland, the numbers fell from almost 85,000 in 1840 to less than 25,000 10 years later. "I began to learn what poverty meant," Carnegie later recalled of these years. "Dreadful days came when my father took the last of his finished woven webs to the great manufacturer, and I saw my mother anxiously awaiting his return to know whether a new web was to be obtained, or that a period of idleness was upon us. It was burnt into my heart then that my father, though neither abject, mean, nor vile, as Burns has it, had nevertheless to beg a brother of the earth to give him leave to toil." In an autobiography that is resolutely upbeat, almost perversely so, the 2 paragraphs in which young Andra describes his father's defeat stand out. As if he were constitutionally unable to continue in this vein, he pauses in mid-paragraph, and then deftly changes the subject from his tragic father to his heroic mother. "We were not, however, reduced to anything like poverty compared with many of our neighbors. I do not know to what lengths of privation my mother would not have gone, that she might see her 2 boys wearing large white collars and trimly dressed." If the present was dark, the future looked even worse. In his entry for the year 1847, Ebenezer Henderson reported that a Mr. Scott had established the Dunfermline Steam Power Weaving Factory in an abandoned building on Pitmuir Street. Though Scott's venture would ultimately prove unsuccessful, the opening of the steam factory caused such a stir in town that Henderson saw fit to highlight it as the event of the year. This was the turning point in Will Carnegie's career as a weaver, his son recalled in an article he wrote in 1899. "One evening I heard my father tell my mother that steam looms were coming into the trade and bothering him. This steam machinery, he said, was best handled in big factories, which made it bad for the independent master weavers. Not very long afterwards, it was in 1847, he came in one day from delivering some finished damask, looked at me quizzically, and said, 'Andy, I have no more work.'" Even Mag found it difficult to put bread on the table through the Depression of 1847 to 48. In starving times, with the linen weavers out of work, there was little pocket money to spare for sweets and Puri, a kind of treacle beer of non-alcoholic character, her best-selling items. Her husband was a broken man, too old to take up a new trade, unable to earn anything at the old one. All Will Carnegie had ever known was weaving, and he had been moderately successful at it. But what would he do now to support his family? Always a quiet, almost withdrawn and retiring little man, he retreated into a stunned silence. Mag's fear was not so much for Will, who had given up, but for her two boys, whose lives and livelihood stood before them. What would they do in a one-industry town that had lost its industry? The only solution was for her to follow the route of her brother and twin sisters and pack the whole crowd off to America. She expressed her determination in a well-known Scotch saying, "Either make a spoon or spoil a horn." That is, she would risk the whole family fortunes on a single throw. She would break the Carnegies or make them. The problem was finding the funds to finance their trip to America. Will had sold his looms, which had fetched little. The Carnegies owned nothing else of value. No furniture, no family keepsakes, no property. Mag's brother, Bailey Morrison, the cobbler and radical, might have been able to pay for the trip, but he was against their leaving. Uncle George Lauder, whom his relatives would later claim helped out, had nothing to spare. The only one with money to lend, and enough faith in Mag to do so, was her childhood friend Ailey Fargie, Ella Ferguson, with whom she had grown up, courted, and as young marrieds shared a two-family cottage. The women were so close they had even presided at one another's deliveries. Like Mag, Ailey was married to a weaver, but one who, even in the most dire times, was able to find work. Also like Mag, Ailey earned money on her own by selling bread, but with her husband gainfully employed, she had been able to put aside her earnings. She now offered to loan Mag £20, which made it possible for her to plan her escape. Chapter 2. To America, 1848 to 1855. At age 12, there is nothing quite as exciting as a long journey, especially when one doesn't know how long it will be. Aside from a brief trip to Edinburgh to see the Queen, Andra had never ventured outside the town limits. This only lent more drama to the journey, though travel was, in the mid-19th century, a decidedly uncomfortable and for the most part unpleasant activity, especially for those who had to book the cheapest accommodations available. For Andra Carnegie it was great adventure. He was a remarkably good traveler, immune to travel sickness. This quality would stand him well later in life, when he became a regular transatlantic passenger, for business and pleasure. The Carnegies' trip from Dunfermline to Allegheny City had been well plotted and followed the path taken by other lowland emigrants, Mag's brother and twin sisters among them. Unlike the hundreds of thousands of Irish men, women, and children who crossed the ocean to escape the famine, or the German Republicans and radicals who were forced into exile after the political defeats of 1848, the Carnegies did not have to travel far to their port city or wait long for their ship. They set off from Dunfermline in July 1848, traveling south along the railway tracks built by the 5th Lord Elgin to move coal and linens to Charlestown Harbor on the Firth of Forth. Though the first leg of the trip was by rail, the passenger omnibus the Carnegies traveled on was pulled by horses, not a locomotive. Andra would no doubt have chosen to sit on top, holding on to the railing, but he was not given that choice. He was bundled inside the coach with the rest of the family. From Charlestown Harbor, the family was shuttled into a small boat and rowed across the Firth of Forth to the steamer that would take them to the port of Glasgow. The steamer trip down the Clyde to Broomielaw, Glasgow's port, took all day. The next morning the family set sail on the Wiscasset, which Carnegie describes in his autobiography as an 800-ton sailing ship. He exaggerates. The Wiscasset was, in fact, a 380-ton, 18-year-old Maine whaler, which only the year before had been transporting whale oil and whalebone for a Sag Harbor whaling firm. The traffic in human cargo, much of it from Ireland via Liverpool, had by the late 1840s expanded to the point where sailing ships of every variety, even retired whalers like the Wiscasset, were being refitted to serve the emigrant trade. Few of these ships had been built to carry passengers. The Wiscasset had been leased or bought by Taylor and Merrill of 77 South Street in Lower Manhattan who had started their own transatlantic line in 1842 and evidently added the Wiscasset in 1848. Although most of the Taylor and Merrill ships sailed from Liverpool, the Wiscasset set sail from Glasgow in early July, not May 17th, as Carnegie wrote in his autobiography and his biographers have repeated, and was 42 days at sea, not 50 as Carnegie recounted. 144 passengers, including the Carnegies, traveled in steerage, 9 in the cabin, and unidentified merchandise in the hold. Fortunately for historians, Congress in 1818 had demanded that all ships landing in the United States deliver a manifest of all passengers taken on board with names, ages, occupations, and the ports they sailed from. Most of the adult men who traveled on the Wiscasset were listed as skilled artisans: weavers, clerks, dressmakers, masons, shoemakers, printers, and engineers. The majority were accompanied by their wives and children. Because Scottish immigrants traveled without any official documents, they were free to change their age in any direction they chose. Will, who was 44, gave his age as 40. Younger men were more likely to get jobs. Mag, who was 38, claimed to be 34. Andra, who was 4 months shy of his 13th birthday but no taller than a 10-year-old, was nonetheless listed as 15. Only Tom's correct age was given. He was 4. Andra tells us in his autobiography that he had a fine time at sea, and it is likely that he did. All his life people would remark on his remarkably sunny disposition, his broad smile, and non-stop good-natured chatter. Life was an open-ended adventure for the boy, as it would be for the man. After getting over the initial shock of leaving his hometown, he quickly acclimated himself to his new role as world traveler. Andra may have enjoyed the passage to America, but it is difficult to believe that anyone else in the family did. Surely not his mother, who had to devote most of her waking hours to feeding, clothing, and keeping her family free from disease. Beginning in 1842, British ships had been required to carry provisions for their passengers. Earlier passengers had provided their own food. But the ship's stores carried only bread and biscuit, which quickly got stale or waterlogged, rotted potatoes, some sugar and molasses, perhaps a bit of beef or pork. Fresh water was stored in wooden casks that seldom kept it very fresh, and doled out in drips and drops. During daylight hours, when the weather was good, passengers were allowed to wander the decks. Most of the time they were confined below in cramped quarters with negligible ventilation and no privacy. Though reformers tried to segregate men and women, they failed. The emigrants, most of whom traveled in families, preferred to stay together and sleep alongside one another on wooden shelves built into the hold. The worst part of the trip, aside perhaps from the foul air, dreadful food, and fetid water, must have been the tedium. For those who remained healthy, there was nothing to do and little to see except the endless expanse of ocean below and sky above. The Carnegie's passage was relatively uneventful and mercifully short. There seems to have been no ship fever, cholera, or typhus, no fires on board, no squalls to send the ship off course and delay their arrival. But 42 days and nights on board a converted whaler, with one garrulous 12-year-old and one toddler, could not have been a very pleasant experience for anyone save that 12-year-old. Young Andra had already developed a talent for befriending and attaching himself to adults in positions of power. It stood him in great stead on this journey. He made himself useful to the sailors, became their mascot and helper, and, in consequence, was invited by the sailors to participate on Sundays in the one delicacy of the sailors' mess, plum duff, a sort of pudding. The 4 Carnegies arrived in New York Harbor in the midst of one of the largest immigrations this or any other country has ever seen. The Irish potato famine had become progressively more serious through the late 1840s. In 1848, upwards of 200,000 men, women, and children crossed the Irish Sea to Liverpool, a port made prosperous by the slave trade, where they boarded ships for America and Canada. The largest number of them were bound for New York City. On Monday, August 14th, the same day that the Wiscasset with its passengers from Glasgow entered the port of New York, so did 3 ships from Liverpool, the Boston with 216 passengers, the Ocean Queen with 316, the Mersey with 18, and the William Carson from Dublin with 139 on board. The Wiscasset, like every other ship entering the port, picked up a pilot boat at Sandy Hook, and then as it entered the Narrows was boarded by New York health officials, who speedily inspected the passengers, sending those obviously and seriously ill to the Marine Hospital at Tompkinsville on Staten Island. In 1848 there was still no central point of disembarkation for the immigrants, no Castle Garden or Ellis Island. Some ships discharged their passengers instead at East River piers, others along the Hudson River, a few in New Jersey. Wherever they landed, they were greeted by an army of fast-talking ne'er-do-wells poised to rob them of any currency that might remain on their persons. Peddlers, hucksters, newsies, and hawkers offered them food and information in whatever native language they happened to speak, while nattily-dressed runners, festooned with smiles, grabbed at their luggage and directed them to boarding-houses or tried to sell them passage, at a bargain, to their final destinations. The Carnegies were, at this point in their travels, more fortunate than most. Like the majority of Scottish emigrants, Will and Mag Carnegie were literate, had marketable skills, spoke, read, and wrote English, and had contacts with landsmen and family who were already established in America. Mag had arranged for the family to camp overnight with a childhood friend, Euphemia Douglas, who had, like her, married a weaver, John Sloan. The Sloan boys, John and Willie, would later follow their father into the carpet trade, but on the retail end, as the proprietors of W&J Sloan Company. The Carnegies were not, as most of the new immigrants were, ignorant peasants adrift in a strange new world. They knew where they were going, if not quite how to get there. Their destination was Allegheny City, where Mag's sisters and their families lived, and where the Carnegies would be supported until Will found work. Allegheny City lay west of New York City. The most direct route would have been south, by coastal steamer or sailing packet, to Philadelphia, and then about 400 miles west to Pittsburgh, across the Allegheny River from Allegheny City. But that would have involved crossing the Allegheny Mountains by horse-drawn wagon. The Carnegies were advised to take a more roundabout but cheaper water route, north on the Hudson to Albany, west along the Erie Canal to Buffalo, southwest across Lake Erie to Cleveland, then south and east by canal boat and railroad to Allegheny City. The first leg of their trip, up the Hudson to Albany, was the shortest, less than 12 hours. The Hudson River, as Domingo Faustino Sarmiento, an Argentine who traveled to and through America in 1847, had written the year before, had already become the center of life in the United States poetically, historically, and commercially. Its waters are always so literally covered by boats that there are traffic jams as in the streets of the great cities. The steamboats cross each other's paths like shooting stars, and tugboats tow a veritable carnival of barges whose keels sent out a tide before them. The passenger steamboats on American rivers are like two-story floating houses with flat roofs and covered porches. During his trip north, Sarmiento had been captivated by the landscapes, the perpendicular wall of rock cliffs at the Palisades, then the villages, cities, orchards, hills, and forests as the steamer proceeded up the river, past occasional ruins and the living monument at West Point. The Hudson, he declared, and he was not the only one to do so, competes with the Rhine in its beauty and has no rival, except in China, for the volume of its traffic. Arriving in Albany, the Carnegies had several choices. They could travel by railroad the entire 360 miles to Buffalo for about 3 cents a mile. When the roadway was clear, the weather good, and the engines running well, the trip took from 15 to 24 hours. The alternative that the Carnegies chose was the canal boat, which cost much less but took far longer, a full 4 or 5 days. Dragged along the Erie Canal by horses for much of the route, the canal boats drifted through forests and swamps, farmlands and wilderness, up and down locks, all at the very leisurely, sometimes maddeningly monotonous pace of 3 to 4 miles an hour. There were stops along the way so that passengers could buy staples and fresh produce to take on board for their meals. Below decks, where the passengers spent all of their nights and a good part of every day, lay 3 cramped connected compartments, the middle one stowed with freight, the rear fitted with kitchens to prepare food and tables to eat it on, the front serving as sitting room by day and dormitory at night. The most distressing aspect of travel on the canal for many European travelers was the promiscuous mixing of passengers below decks. James Lumsden, a Scotsman from Glasgow who had travelled this route in 1843, had been quite distressed to discover that he would have to share quarters with an assemblage of rough-and-ready, unwashed, and unkempt Americans. "Such a motley crew has seldom been seen. In taking notice of this mode of conveyance, it is merely to guard my countrymen from travelling much by canal in the States." At Buffalo, the Carnegies disembarked from the canal boat to board yet another steamer, their third, this one bound for Cleveland along the shores of Lake Erie. From Cleveland it was back into a succession of canal and river boats which carried them south to Akron, then southeast to Beaver, Pennsylvania, 20 miles from Allegheny City, where they discovered that the steamboat they had expected to board for the last leg of their trip, on the Ohio River to Allegheny City, was nowhere to be seen. They had no choice but to wait out the night on the wharf boat that ferried passengers to the steamer. It was mid-September now. They had left Dunfermline in July, and the four Carnegies were temporarily marooned on the swampy edge of the Ohio River. This was our first introduction to the mosquito in all its ferocity. My mother suffered so severely that in the morning she could hardly see. We were all frightful sights, but I do not remember that even the stinging misery of that night kept me from sleeping soundly. I could always sleep. The next morning, Will, Margaret, Andy, and Tom boarded the Ohio River steamer for the final leg of their marathon journey. Allegheny City was at the time a separate city from Pittsburgh. Anthony Trollope, who visited it in 1861–62, considered this to be yet another sign of American obtuseness. Pittsburgh and Allegheny regard themselves as places apart, but they are in effect one and the same city. They live under the same blanket of soot, which is woven by the joint efforts of the two places. Like Charles Dickens, and it appears every other foreign visitor, Trollope could not resist comparing Pittsburgh to a city back home. These comparisons were never flattering to either city. Pittsburgh is the Merthyr Tydfil, a nightmare of an industrial town near Cardiff in South Wales, of Pennsylvania, Trollope reported. Or perhaps I should better describe it as an amalgamation of Swansea, Merthyr Tydfil, and South Shields. It is without exception the blackest place which I ever saw. The three English towns which I have named are very dirty, but all their combined soot and grease and dinginess do not equal that of Pittsburgh. Alexander Mackey, who had visited in 1846–47, just before the arrival of the Carnegies, noted that Pittsburgh's residents referred to their city as the Sheffield of the West, to call attention to the quality and variety of its manufactures. Mackey thought the comparison apt, but for a different reason. In one thing, Pittsburgh certainly resembles Sheffield, in the dingy and sickly character of the vegetation in its immediate vicinity, the fresh green leaf and the delicate flower being begrimed ere they have fully unfolded themselves by the smoke and soot with which the whole atmosphere is impregnated. Like its sister cities across the Atlantic, Pittsburgh was first and foremost a manufacturing town. By the 1840s, Pittsburgh's glass factories and iron foundries were supplying settlers on the western frontier with bottles, pots and pans, kettles, stoves, grates, tools, and utensils. Its nail factories were turning out hundreds of tons of cut and wrought iron nails. Its rolling mills were converting pig iron into iron bars, which were then rolled and molded into a variety of shapes. All of this manufacturing left its mark, in the air and on the ground. The machine shops, foundries, mills, boiler yards, and factories spewed tons of ash, soot, and smoke into the air, almost all of which fell to earth on the cities below, leaving a film of dust in the lungs of the inhabitants, on the roofs of their homes, in the streets, on the rivers and canals. After a joyous family reunion, probably at the wharves where their steamer docked, the four Carnegies followed their relatives to what would become their new home at 366 Rebecca Street. Carnegie's birthplace in Dunfermline has been preserved, but his first home in America was torn down in the 1960s to make room for Three Rivers Stadium. Mag's twin sisters Annie, Aunt Aitken, and Kitty and their husbands had prospered in the decade they had lived in the New World. Annie's husband, who had died a few years before the Carnegies arrived, had left her with a share of the Rebecca Street property, which she owned with Kitty and Kitty's husband, Thomas Hogan. Thomas was, by 1848, employed as a clerk in a crockery shop, and by the time of the 1850 census would be worth at least $1,000. The Hogans lived with their 4 children, aged 1 to 14, in the house at the front of the lot at 336 Rebecca. In the rear, off an alley, was a smaller cottage, the ground floor of which was occupied by Thomas Hogan's older brother Andrew, a weaver. There were 2 small rooms upstairs. The Carnegies, Morrisons, Hogans, Aitkins were one big extended family, with branches in Allegheny City and Dunfermline. The 4 Carnegies, the latest addition to the chain migration, were invited to move into the rooms on the second floor of the cottage in the back of the lot, rent-free, until they were able to pay their way. Allegheny City was not in 1848 the most pleasant place on earth to pitch one's tent. In addition to the soot and grime on the ground and the black smoke in the sky, the city suffered from almost annual flooding. "We have had a flood this year," Andrew reported almost matter-of-factly to his Dunfermline cousins in the spring of 1852. "Every season when the snow melts on the mountains, the rivers raise very high, but they have not been so high for 20 years before. It rained for 3 weeks almost constantly, and both rivers rose at once. It was up to the ceiling in our house, and for 2 days we had to live upstairs and sail about in rafts and skiffs. It was a great time. The lower part of Allegheny was all flooded. It caused great destruction of property." Had the streets been paved, such floods would not have caused as much distress as they did. But Allegheny City was growing too fast for its infrastructure to keep pace. During the 1840s alone, its population doubled, from 10,000 to 21,262. Pittsburgh's grew at roughly the same pace. There was no municipal water system in Allegheny City until 1848, no gas lines and consequently no street lighting until 1853, no underground sewers, no sanitation system. Dogs, rats, and hogs roamed the streets, even after the early 1850s when, according to a local historian, Leland Baldwin, the attacks of savage porkers upon children finally stirred the authorities to take some measures to enforce the long-standing law against hogs running free. A pound was set up, and a reward of $1 was paid for each hog brought in, much to the delight of the street urchins, who found it an entrancing mode of earning pocket money. A good part of the year, especially in the spring flood season, the streets overflowed with storm water, wastes, and sewage, which seeped into the yards and front rooms. Disease coursed through the city, striking down the youngest and the oldest. There were cholera epidemics in 1849, 1850, 1854, and 1855. The Carnegies had not expected to find paradise in Allegheny City. For all its old-world charms, Dunfermline, too, had had its epidemics, its scavenging rodents, muddy streets, and clean water shortages. The reason why the Hogans and the Aitkins and the Carnegies, and thousands like them, had come to the United States in general, and the Pittsburgh area in particular, had less to do with health, hygiene, or the physical environment than with the abundance of well-paid jobs. In this respect, Pittsburgh and Allegheny City were everything that Dunfermline was not. Their markets for manufactured goods were expanding rapidly, their economies were diversified, and there were no craft restrictions on the employment of skilled artisans. Divided from the eastern seaboard by the Allegheny Mountains, and linked to the west by the Ohio River, Pittsburgh and Allegheny City prospered as the nation's population moved west. The bottoms, which had been formed along the banks of the rivers by centuries of flooding and erosion, were perfect locations for large manufactories. Better yet, goods manufactured on either bank of the Allegheny and Monongahela rivers could be transported cheaply and quickly via canal and river to Cincinnati, Louisville, St. Louis, New Orleans, and to hundreds of small towns and settlements in the West, at much less than it cost Eastern manufacturers to ship their products around or across the Allegheny Mountains. As a local real estate firm proclaimed in 1845, the geographic advantages of Pittsburgh made it a perfect place for manufacturing. These were not the only comparative advantages bestowed by geography on Greater Pittsburgh's manufacturers. Western Pennsylvania and the Ohio River Valley were rich with grain, livestock, and produce. More important for its burgeoning manufacturers, there was abundant and easily accessible timber in the hills, one of the world's largest soft coal seams in the ground below, and iron ore close by. By the 1840s, Allegheny City had begun to exploit its natural advantages. The city's largest employers were its 5 cotton mills, which enjoyed their best year ever in 1847. Although cotton was one of the few raw materials not found in the region, steamboats could transport it north, upstream, as cheaply as finished goods could be moved south and west with the current. By 1850, Allegheny City's cotton mills were consuming 15,000 bales of cotton a year, which they converted into yarns, sheeting, and batting worth almost $1.5 million. The Carnegies relocated to Allegheny City because Will Carnegie could not support his family in Dunfermline. His wife, Mag, hoped he would have better luck in the New World. He did not, either because he was shiftless, aimless, and a weakling, or more likely because at age 44 he was not prepared to start over again. He delayed looking for wage work as long as he could. Beguiled perhaps by his good luck at finding living quarters on the second floor of a weaver's cottage, he bided his time until the weaver who lived there moved out. He then rented his loom and began making tablecloths, much as he had in Dunfermline. He met with the same lack of success. Unable to find any dealer willing to sell his products, he had to resort to peddling his wares door to door, still without much success. Mag Carnegie had no choice now but to continue in the role of chief family breadwinner. Thousands of miles across the Atlantic, in a fairy tale coincidence, she discovered that one of her neighbors, Harry Phipps, was a master shoemaker from Shropshire, with binding to give out. For her labors, which she could do at home while watching over her 2 sons, she received $4 a week. Mag's $4 a week was all that the family earned. Will continued to weave tablecloths he could not sell. The family survived only through the kindness of Aunt Aitken, who allowed them to continue to live rent-free in the cottage off the alleyway. Andrew turned 13 in November, and though small for his age, as he would be at every age, Mag reluctantly conceded that he had to be sent out to work. She delayed as long as possible, no doubt because the prospects for an undersized, unskilled 13-year-old who spoke with a heavy Scottish accent were not promising. Still, the family was desperate. A temporary solution was found when Andrew and his father were offered positions at the Anchor cotton mills, owned by Mr. Blackstock, a Scotsman. Blackstock and his fellow cotton mill owners were, at the time, in dire need of new hands. The previous July, a new state law had taken effect, mandating a 10-hour day, 60-hour week, and prohibiting the employment of children under 12. Though the mill owners agreed not to hire any mill girls under age 12, they refused to abide by the 10-hour provision and demanded that all factory hands who wished to keep their jobs sign special contracts allowed under the new law, agreeing to a 12-hour day. When the vast majority of the workers refused, the owners shut down operation. On July 31st, the first of the cotton mills was reopened, but only to those who signed the special contracts giving up their rights to a 10-hour day. At 5 a.m., when the gates swung open, a crowd of mostly young girls assembled outside the mill to hoot, howl, and pelt the returning scabs with stones, eggs, potatoes, and mud. The scene got uglier when the owner ordered a foreman to shoot a stream of hot steam into the yard where the protesters were gathered. A few of the girls were scalded, and the crowd, enraged, stormed the mill, breaking windows and vandalizing machinery. The response of the Allegheny City Select and Common Councils was to allocate $1,000 for the arrest and conviction of the rioters. 10 days later, the owners of 3 mills, including Blackstock's, opened their gates, but again only to those who agreed to work a 12-hour day. Through the fall and into the winter, while 16 protesters, 5 of whom were girls, were brought to trial for violating anti-riot statutes, the mill owners hired scabs to replace those who refused to sign 12-hour contracts. Short of laborers, Mr. Blackstock offered Will and Andrew jobs at his Anchor cotton mills. Needless to say, they had to sign special contracts agreeing to work a 12-hour day. To get to the mills by 5, father and son rose in the middle of the night and had breakfast by candlelight. The Anchor mills were more than a mile away, a long walk in the bitterly cold Pittsburgh winter. As a bobbin boy, Andrew spent his 12-hour workday with a short break for breakfast and 40 minutes for dinner, running up and down the aisles exchanging fresh bobbins for used ones. The hours hung heavily upon me, and in the work itself I took no pleasure. A short time after they began work at the mills, Will quit to return to his loom on the ground floor of the Carnegie cottage on Rebecca Street. There is a listing for a Carnegie William Weaver, Rebecca Street, in Woodward and Rowland's Allegheny Directory for the year 1852. With her husband having failed again as a breadwinner, Mag had to find additional work. On Saturdays, she took off time from binding shoes and running the household to help out her widowed sister, who had opened a small grocery store. The only ray of hope for the Carnegies was their oldest son, whose earning potential as a teenager was already superior to his mother's and his father's. There was something about the lad that inspired older Scottish men to entrust him with responsibilities he was not quite ready for. The Carnegies had relocated to an American manufacturing city filled with enterprising, upward-rising Scotsmen, ready and able to help out young landsmen. Andra's stint as a bobbin boy for Mr. Blackstock had barely begun when another Scottish expatriate manufacturer, John Hay, offered him a position for $2 a week, almost double his wages. Hay owned a workshop at the corner of Laycock Street and Race Alley in which he and his 4 hands turned out the bobbins that, with the recent boom in cotton manufacturing, were in greater demand than ever. Andra's new job was to fire the boiler in the basement with wooden chips and tend the engine that turned the 9 lathes in the workshop. When Hay, however, discovered that Andra had a fine hand and was good with figures, he moved him out of the basement and entrusted him with the bill-keeping. Regrettably, Hay's workshop was too small to employ a full-time bookkeeper, so Andra had to fill in most of his workday with work less frightening but every bit as distasteful as tending the boiler, bathing every newly turned bobbin in vats of crude Pennsylvania petroleum. Not all the resolution I could muster, or all the indignation I felt at my own weakness, prevented my stomach from behaving in a most perverse way. I never succeeded in overcoming the nausea produced by the smell of the oil. Andra's experience as a bobbin boy, boiler attendant, and soaker of bobbins in vats of oil was sufficient to convince him that to prosper at business he would have to move off the factory floor into the backroom offices. He set his sights on becoming a full-time bookkeeper. Those plans were put on hold when, after less than a year with John Hay, he was presented with another opportunity by yet another Scotsman. His Uncle Hogan regularly played draughts, or checkers as it was known in the United States, with David Brooks, the manager of the Pittsburgh office of the Atlantic and Ohio Telegraph Company, also known as the O'Reilly Telegraph Company, after its founder, Henry O'Reilly. When, one evening over the drafts board, Brooks asked if he knew where a good boy could be found to act as messenger, his uncle mentioned Andra's name and volunteered to inquire whether his parents would let him take the job. It paid $2.50 a week, 25% more than he was getting from Mr. Hay. Andra was wild with delight at the thought of getting away from his vats of oil, and his mother agreed that he should take the job. Only Will Carnegie was opposed. The new position as messenger boy would prove too much for me, he said. I was too young and too small. For the $2.50 per week offered, it was evident that a much larger boy was expected. Late at night I might be required to run out into the country with a telegram, and there would be dangers to encounter. Upon the whole, my father said it was best that I should remain where I was. In the end, mother and son prevailed. Will agreed to let Andy interview for the position, but, still worried about the undersized 13-year-old, accompanied him across the St. Clair Street Bridge, a wooden structure that would soon be replaced by John Roebling's 6th Street Bridge, into Pittsburgh. The O'Reilly Telegraph office was at 100 4th Avenue, where PPG Place, Pittsburgh Plate Glass, stands today. A century and a half ago, this location, adjacent to Market Square, was at the geographic and business center of Pittsburgh, the perfect location to establish a telegraph office. Like all 13-year-olds, especially newly arrived immigrants, Andy, as he would now be known, was mortified by the presence of his father, who could be identified from a block away as a man of the old world. On arriving in America, the boy's accent had, like his father's, been broad enough to mark him immediately as a Scotchie. But he worked hard to make it go away. After less than 4 years in America, he recalled in a letter to his Uncle Lauder how John Sloan had, on his visit to Allegheny City, laughed aloud because Andy could not say "saucré" as broad as he says it. I tried it over and over, but could not do it. Andy hastened to reassure his uncle that while his accent was disappearing, he was no less a Scotsman. "Although I cannot say sacre as broad as I once could, I can read about Wallace, Bruce, and Burns with as much enthusiasm as ever, and feel proud of being a son of old Caledonia, and I like to tell people when they ask, 'Are you native-born?' They would not have asked had his accent remained. 'No, sir, I am a Scotchman.' And I feel as proud, I am sure, as ever Romans did when it was their boast to say, 'I am a Roman citizen.'" For his interview for the telegraph messenger position, Andy wanted to appear as American as possible. David Brooks, who managed the Pittsburgh office, was a Scotsman, and his immediate superior, James Reed, the company's general superintendent, was not only Scots but from Dunfermline. But Andy was convinced that he could make a smarter showing if alone with Mr. Brooks than if my good old Scotch father were present, perhaps to smile at my airs. He not only left his father out on the street to wait for him, but he must have intimated to Reed that his father had died. Reed would later refer, in his 1879 history of the telegraph industry, to having hired the little lad named Andrew Carnegie, who with his widowed mother had lately arrived from Scotland, his native land. Dressed in his one white linen shirt and his blue roundabout, a short tightly fitted blue jacket, Andy Carnegie made enough of an impression to counter his lack of size and experience with the Pittsburgh streets. He was offered the position and volunteered to begin at once. He had, with the help of his landsmen, landed in the right place at the right time. Pittsburgh, the gateway to the West, was destined to be a central hub in the network of telegraph poles that were beginning to connect the nation. The first telegraph line had been completed 5 years earlier, in 1844, when Samuel F. B. Morse, with $30,000 in federal funding, connected Washington to Baltimore. Morse and his partners had expected to get funding to build additional lines from the federal government, but their experience securing their first $30,000 had been so debilitating that they gave up entirely on the public sector and turned to private capital to fund their new telegraph lines. Henry O'Reilly secured the franchise and agreed to raise the capital to string telegraph poles from east to west. His plan was to extend one line from Buffalo to Chicago, the other across the Alleghenies from Philadelphia through Pittsburgh to St. Louis, and then north to Chicago and south to New Orleans. Although customers were scarce and the first telegraph lines were continually breaking, or being broken by bands of boys who took great joy in throwing stones at the glass insulators that glistened in the sunlight, O'Reilly and the handful of entrepreneurs who believed in the future of telegraphy raised sufficient capital to extend their lines mile by mile. By late 1846, they had also connected Boston to Washington via New York City and Philadelphia, New York City to Buffalo through Albany, and in late December, Philadelphia to Pittsburgh via Lancaster and Harrisburg. By August 1847, O'Reilly had linked Pittsburgh and Cleveland through Canton and Akron, and Pittsburgh and Cincinnati via Columbus and Dayton. By the end of the year, his oak posts and insulated copper wires reached all the way to St. Louis. As Colonel John P. Glass, one of the managers of the Pittsburgh office, wrote in triumph, the St. Louis connection resulted in an immediate increase of 15 to 20% in the number of messages sent and received in Pittsburgh. The Western offices have to communicate with the East through us. This will be the great distributing post office of the Western lines. Andy Carnegie was assigned to deliver telegrams with news from the Eastern line. Shipping reports from Europe transported across the Atlantic by steamer, stock prices from New York City, commercial news from Philadelphia and Baltimore, political news from Washington and the state capital in Harrisburg. Here was the perfect position for an ambitious, affable young man. Every day brought him face to face with Pittsburgh's top businessmen and politicians. With no telephones and intercity transportation rudimentary, the boys on foot provided the only link between Pittsburgh and the eastern seaboard and between local businessmen and their families and offices. The boy who delivered his messages without delay and offered to deliver return messages on his way back to the office was noticed and remembered. It was not easy being a messenger boy in Pittsburgh or in any city whose streets did not cross at right angles in a New York City-style grid. Andy's greatest fear was that he would not be able to find the offices he was supposed to deliver messages to. So I started in and learned all the addresses by heart, up one side of Wood Street and down the other. Then I learned the other business streets in the same way. After memorizing the street map, he learned the names and faces of the city's businessmen so that, should he manage to meet one in the street, he could say hello, and in those rare but magical moments when he had a telegram, deliver it on the spot. Andy Carnegie wasted no time making his mark. On November 2nd, 1849, 3 weeks shy of his 14th birthday, his name appeared in the newspaper for the first time, on page 3 of the Pittsburgh Daily Gazette. A prize. A messenger boy of the name of Andrew Carnegie, employed by the O'Reilly Telegraph Company, yesterday found a draft for the amount of $500. Like an honest little fellow, he promptly made known the fact and deposited the paper in good hands where it waits identification. The honest little fellow, in truth, had not had much of a chance to be dishonest. A draft for $500 was worth nothing until converted into currency, and it would have been difficult for Andy, or anyone in his family, to get this done. While Andy Carnegie might not have deserved praise for his honesty, he should certainly be saluted for his skills as a self-promoter. Sheer luck might have put the draft into his hand in the first place, but it took pluck and the right contacts to get the story into the paper. For the next few weeks at least, Andy would be known everywhere, at home and on the streets of the Pittsburgh business district, as that honest little fellow who had returned the $500 draft. The boy had a talent for publicity, one that would stand him in good stead all his life. The turnover in the telegraph office was considerable, and Andy quickly became one of the senior boys. His partner delivering telegrams from the Eastern line was David McCargo, also the son of a Scottish immigrant, and would become and remain one of his dear friends. Soon after Davy's arrival, Robert Pitcairn, who, like Andy, was not only Scotch but Scotch-born, got a job at O'Reilly's. The boys were among the fortunate few. Instead of being sequestered from dawn to dusk in airless factories and dust-filled mills, messengers spent their days out of doors. While their peers lived under the harsh supervision of often brutal foremen, messengers were left on their own to deliver their messages. A messenger boy in those days, Carnegie recalled in his autobiography, had many pleasures. There were wholesale fruit stores where a pocketful of apples was sometimes to be had for the prompt delivery of a message, bakers' and confectioners' shops where sweet cakes were sometimes given to him. And there was the Pittsburgh Theater, which in return for free telegraphic service admitted the operators, and sometimes the messengers, for free. Andy quickly learned the tricks of the trade, such as withholding messages from the theater until curtain time, in the hope that the theater manager would invite the messenger to slip upstairs to the second tier to see that evening's performance, perhaps Fanny Kemble performing Shakespeare, or the singer Jenny Lind, who Carnegie thought the strangest woman I ever heard. The O'Reilly office occupied 2 floors. The operators worked on the second floor. The public did its business on the first. Because Andy was eager to please and got along well with adults, he was occasionally asked by Colonel Glass, the downstairs manager, to watch the office. Again, as in Mr. Martin's school in Dunfermline, Andy was singled out for special treatment, and in doing so incurred the dislike of his companions. At that time I was not popular with the other boys, who resented my exemption from part of my legitimate work. At 14, Andy Carnegie, it appeared, was also something of a prig, which set him apart from his comrades. He did not enjoy roughhousing or sexually charged banter or dirty stories of any kind. One of the boys he worked alongside, Tom David, declared years later that he had always thought Andy was religiously inclined. Why else, David reasoned, would he recoil so from salacious stories? Though already the family breadwinner, Andy remained very much a mama's boy, afraid of misbehaving lest his mother think less of him. His Sunday school classmate, William McGregor, had noticed this years before in Dunfermline when he observed that Andra never kicked up rumpuses like the other boys, perhaps because he was too much under the control of his mother. Andy Carnegie, David also recalled, was already hell-bent on improving himself. Every Monday morning he would stop by Tom's table to tell him about the debate by mail he was carrying on with his Scottish cousin about slavery. The whole trend of your mind, Tom remembered in a later letter to Carnegie, seemed to be towards big things. Indeed, I recall that your efforts to do the pranks of the average boy struck me at the time as being almost grotesque. You would not follow the fashions in dress because, I suppose, you believed it to be evidence of a little mind." Andy had given up his plans to become a bookkeeper. His new business goal was to graduate from telegraph messenger to operator. "The click of the telegraph instruments fascinated me," he wrote in an 1899 article. "I tried to understand it, by listening, by going to the office early and playing with the key. Mr. Reed finally agreed to help me learn." One morning, before the office had officially opened for business, while Andy was sweeping up, he heard the Pittsburgh call given with vigor. Instead of ignoring it and waiting for the regular operators to take the message, he answered the call and let the slip run. In those days, the messages were imprinted, in Morse code, with dots and dashes on slips of paper. As each message was received, the operator called it out to a copyist who translated it into English, then summoned a boy to deliver it. Andy, informed that the call was a death message from Philadelphia, took it down himself, translated it, and delivered it. He then returned to the office where he waited anxiously for Mr. Brooks to come in. Rather than scolding him for meddling, as Carnegie had feared, Brooks complimented him, with the warning to be careful in the future not to make any mistakes in transcribing messages. Andy began filling in when the operator on duty was absent. Possessed of what he later referred to as a sensitive ear for sound, he taught himself to take messages by ear instead of waiting to transcribe the printed slips as was the common practice. This, he recalled in an 1896 article for Youth's Companion, brought me into notice. In June 1851, no more than about 18 months after he had taken the messenger job, he was sent to Greensburg, Pennsylvania, halfway between Pittsburgh and Johnstown, to replace the regular operator who had to be absent for 2 weeks. Aside from nearly getting himself electrocuted by venturing too near the key during a lightning storm, Andy performed admirably at Greensburg and returned to Pittsburgh surrounded with something like a halo so far as the other boys were concerned. As he proudly wrote his cousin Dodd, George Lauder Jr.'s nickname, in Dunfermline, "I've got past delivering messages now and have got to operating. I'm to have $4 a week and a good prospect of soon getting more." He was still about 5 months shy of his 16th birthday. In 1851, in celebration of perhaps his newfound status in the world, or perhaps on the occasion of his birthday, Andy and his little brother Tom posed for formal portraits in the studio of R.M. Cargo on Federal Street. Andy's arm is loosely extended around the shoulder of his brother, who, as befits a 7 or 8-year-old, looks at the camera with a quizzical smirk in one photo, a frown in the other. Andy is dressed formally in a long double-breasted black frock coat, which he had probably borrowed for the photograph, a white shirt, collar, and bow tie, all a few sizes too large for him. In an attempt to look worldly wise, he stares straight at the camera with a gaze that appears almost mournful. His head is abnormally large and heart-shaped, with small narrow eyes, a puggish nose, tightly closed mouth, and a high broad forehead, topped by neatly brushed blonde hair, parted on the left, with a slight pompadour effect. Although he displays little joy or warmth in the photograph, Andy was mighty pleased with himself and his new position. "I still continue to like my business and intend to continue at it," he wrote his uncle in May 1852. "I have very easy times, and I may say I have no master, for the operators in the office are very nice men and never say a cross word, at least very seldom." While he confessed that he sometimes thought he would like to be back in Dunfermline, he was sure that it was far better for me that I came here. If I had been in Dunfermline working at the loom, it is very likely I would have been a poor weaver all my days. But here I can surely do something better than that. If I don't, it will be my own fault, for anyone can get along in this country. I intend going to night school this fall to learn something more, and after that I will try and teach myself some other branches. To be a man of the world, he had to read more. This much he knew. But where was he going to come by reading material? The wants of the family, he recalled in his autobiography, left him with no money to spend on books. And as his Uncle Aitken had complained in one of his first letters after arriving in Allegheny City in 1840, while almost everything a man could hope to buy was cheaper in the States, reading matter was not. Would you believe that I was charged a sixpence, and on one occasion £1, a week for the reading of a pretty large volume, and that to be a regular subscriber of an ordinary library I would require to pay 75 cents, halfpence, per month, $6 per year. There is no possibility of getting papers or periodicals to read here for a small sum, most of the people being in the habit of purchasing them for their own use. This has been to me a great deprivation. I really find that books here are as dear as in the old country, everything considered. Uncle Aitken hoped to remedy this flaw in American cultural life, and make a profit at it, by starting his own lending library. I am now convinced that for anyone to keep a library and to give works out at a cheaper rate would pay very well, and I think I will be engaged in this business in a short time, after I make a little money by lecturing, etc. Regrettably, for Uncle Aitken and for Allegheny City's starved readers, he never got around to setting up his business. A decade later, Colonel James Anderson, a successful Allegheny City manufacturer, established the city's first quasi-public library. Unlike Uncle Aitken, his purposes were philanthropic, not commercial. Every Saturday afternoon he invited the city's apprentices and working boys to visit his private library, and, if they chose, borrow a book for the week. The response was so overwhelming that Anderson felt obliged both to expand his holdings and to offer his library to the city, stipulating only that the Allegheny City Select and Common Councils find rooms to house the collection and hire a part-time librarian to maintain it. The councils agreed in principle, but not in practice, and the new institution languished and was finally closed, only to be rescued temporarily by the Young Men's Christian Association, YMCA. It was then incorporated by a group of local businessmen who tried to make it self-sufficient by charging users an annual $2 fee. In the spirit of Anderson's original bequest, working boys needed to present only their guardians' or parents' surety to be allowed to borrow books for free. For a few short years, the library was housed on Federal and Diamond Streets in Allegheny City and opened Tuesday through Saturday evenings. But when it again ran short of funds, sometime in 1853, neither the city councils nor the YMCA nor the businessmen who had incorporated it were willing to bail it out. In an attempt to keep the institution alive, it was moved to the home of librarian Robert Donaldson at 611 Diamond Street. To increase revenues, the $2 annual fee was reinstated for working boys like Andy Carnegie who were not formally bound by letters of apprenticeship. Out of self-interest, combined with a sense of moral outrage, Andy protested the fee in a May 9, 1853 letter to the editor of the Pittsburgh Dispatch, which he pointedly signed, "A working boy though not bound." Firmly, but without any hint of youthful aggression, he prefaced his protest by praising the Dispatch's editor, and by implication its readers. "Believing that you take a deep interest in whatever tends to elevate, instruct, and improve the youth of this country, I am induced to call your attention to the following." He then proceeded, with a literary flourish, to ridicule the library's intention to charge a fee. The library had, he informed the Dispatch's readers, been in successful operation for over a year, scattering precious seeds among us. But its means of doing good have recently been greatly circumscribed by new directors who refuse to allow any boy who is not learning a trade and bound, for a stated time, to become a member. I rather think that the new directors have misunderstood the generous donor's intentions. It can hardly be thought he meant to exclude boys employed in stores merely because they are not bound. The letter prompted an immediate response by the librarian who, signing his letter XYZ, corrected working boy by noting rather contemptuously that had he applied to the right place, which is the library, he would have obtained correct information, namely that the library had been founded in 1849, not 1848, as Andy had claimed in his letter, and that the founder, Colonel Anderson, did not bequeath any money, but had instead made a present of about 2,000 volumes to the city of Allegheny. The directors, XYZ claimed, had in the past admitted working boys who were not apprentices, but could no longer afford to do so. Andy was not deterred by minor corrections. In a second letter to the editor, working boy acknowledged his mistakes, but reiterated his claim that the managers of the Anderson Library, in restricting Boys Not Bound, had certainly misunderstood the generous donors' intentions. Unwilling to continue a never-ending literary duel, the librarians had no choice but to capitulate. 3 days after Andy's second letter, a notice appeared on the editorial page of the Dispatch. "A working boy will confer a favor by calling at our office." Andy was invited back to the library and permitted to borrow 1 book a week, as he had been doing, without having to pay a fee. The story of Andy Carnegie defeating the villainous adults played well in his autobiography and the biographies that drew from it. But there is another side to the tale which we should not neglect. The Anderson Library was not a free public library funded by the city, but a subscription library which relied in great part on the support of its patrons. There were, indeed, no public libraries in Pittsburgh or Allegheny City, as the Pittsburgh Post complained bitterly in an 1853 editorial. Although working boys should, as he had argued, have been allowed to borrow books without paying the $2 subscription fee, Andy Carnegie, 6 months from his 18th birthday, was hardly a working boy. He held a man's job and received a man's pay of $25 a month. Was it unreasonable for the librarians to ask him to contribute a $2 annual subscription fee to keep the library from having to close its doors for the 3rd time in its young history? Andy thought so. With a talent for cloaking self-interest in larger humanitarian concerns, he made a premature case for free public libraries. As a descendant of generations of self-taught Carnegie and Morrison males, Andy took his own self-education seriously. He wanted to read widely because that was what a man and citizen did, whether artisan or mechanic, clerk or merchant, Scottish or American. Book learning was a means toward and a sign of moral distinction. His early tastes had been shaped by his Uncle Lauder, who raised him on the Scottish poets, Robert Burns, Robert Tannahill, James Hogg, Robert Ferguson, and Allan Ramsay, and on the novels and histories of Sir Walter Scott. In Allegheny City he became a devotee of well-written national histories, the longer the better. William H. Prescott's A History of the Conquest of Mexico, Thomas Macaulay's 4-volume History of England, and his special favorite, George Bancroft's 10-volume A History of the United States. He devoured the artfully crafted, though somewhat pedantic, literary essays of Charles Lamb and Thomas Macaulay, and buried himself in scientific studies like Mary Somerville's on the connection of the physical sciences. Much of his reading in Allegheny City was devoted to learning about his new country. From the moment the Wiscasset docked in New York Harbor, Andy had become an American patriot. To buttress his arguments for American supremacy, he scoured the Pittsburgh papers, the New York Daily Tribune, which he read in the telegraph office, and history books borrowed from the Anderson Library. Scottish radicals like the Morrisons made use of the American example to criticize Her Majesty's government, but, as Andy discovered via the mail he received from his Uncle Lauder and his cousin Dodd in Dunfermline, it was one thing to criticize the lack of democracy in Britain from within Scotland, quite another to do it from foreign shores. Naig, as his cousin had called him from boyhood and as he signed his letters to Dunfermline, harped constantly in his letters on American superiority in politics, technology, marine navigation, railroad building, even in temperance legislation, which began to grate on his Scottish relatives. After reading one too many paragraphs celebrating democracy in the New World, Dodd retaliated with his own brand of rhetorical fury. Regrettably, Dodd's letter to Carnegie has been lost. We know of its contents only from Andrew's response. How could Andy possibly speak with such passion and eloquence of American institutions and American liberties in the face of the monster iniquity, slavery? Rather than God's gift to freedom-loving people, the United States, because of slavery, should be despised, not celebrated, as the most tyrannical country in the world. Dodd challenged his cousin to a transoceanic written debate comparing the British and American forms of government. Dodd's letter put me in an awful way, Andy wrote his Uncle Lauder, perhaps because there was little he could say in reply. I could hardly forbear from writing him the same hour his came to hand, but I concluded, after I had filled 3 or 4 sheets in reply, to read some authorities upon the subject before proceeding to business. I have the characteristics of our folks rather strongly developed, and am, of course, therefore a great, or rather small, dabbler in politics, and the proposition pleases me first-rate. It will no doubt be beneficial to both of us to examine into the systems of government by which we are ruled, and it will prompt us to read and reflect on what perhaps we would never have done without that stimulant. I have therefore accepted Dodd's challenge. The letters that followed, written when Andy was the age of today's high school seniors, read like the work of an accomplished scholar, albeit with a dash of boyish enthusiasm. Though he had left school at 12, he had grown up in a family of radical political pamphleteers and speech-makers, and learned, perhaps from their example, how to construct complex arguments and marshal evidence to support them. His analyses were powerful, his documentation thorough, his prose style distinctive and persuasive. Andy made his case for the superiority of American institutions in an almost breathless, celebratory prose that borrowed a great deal, in style and content, from George Bancroft's Ode to Jacksonian Democracy. Because, in the United States, government is founded upon justice, and our creed is that the will of the people is the source, their happiness the end of all legitimate government, there was no need to employ the wretched props and contrivances Her Majesty's government required. Our army consists of a few thousand men employed in protecting our frontiers from Indian depredations. Our police force is insignificant. Allegheny City, for instance, with a population of 22,000, has but 4. Following the formula he would later employ in triumphant democracy, he assembled a wealth of statistical evidence to prove that democracy worked. We have now in the national treasury nearly $22 million. Annual government receipts exceeded expenditures. Populations were increasing everywhere. American commerce was already second in the world and is rapidly taking the first position. From Pittsburgh alone, 52 steamers a year were being launched, some over 1,000 tons. We publish 2,800 newspapers and magazines, 350 of which are dailies, number of copies printed annually estimated at 422,600,000. Our railroads extend 13,000 miles. Our telegraphs embrace 21,000 miles. We have about $550 million invested in manufactures. Every business yields a fair remuneration. Pauperism is almost unknown. In reply to the argument that government by itself had little to do with this state of affairs, Andy called his cousin's attention to Canada. Where are her railroads, telegraphs, and canals? We have given to the world a Washington, a Franklin, a Fulton, a Morse. What has Canada ever produced? In September 1854, Andy returned to battle, this time to compare the manner in which Great Britain and America selected their sovereigns. Sounding much like his great-uncle in attacking Lord Dalmeny, he skewered the British system in which we see a person called sovereign exalted to the head of government, not for any great service done to the state, not for any extraordinary virtue possessed, not because of any superhuman endowment, nor for any towering ability, or, sir, not because the mighty voice of a free people calls him, but all for the mere accident of birth, an idea utterly at war with freedom's sentiment that all men are created equal. While his relatives in Scotland had fought and failed to get their charter or their reform bills written into law, we, in America, Andy reminded them, have the charter which you have been fighting for years as the panacea for all Britain's woes, the bulwark of the people. In America, political reform, once achieved, had been translated directly into economic opportunity, as the Chartists back home had hoped it would. That is why so many English, Scots, Irish, and Welsh working men, tax-ridden and oppressed in their own country, had chosen to seek a home in the new. Here they found no royal family, increasing with fearful rapidity, to squander their hard-made earnings, no aristocracy to support, no established church with its enormous sinecures, no primogeniture and entail to curse the land and stop improvements in the soil, no back-breaking taxes, no merciless hereditary landlords. The cousins' debate ranged wide and far over several years. In February 1854, Naig was called upon to explain why America had not come forward as France and England have to defend Turkey and the sacred rights of nations against the Russian usurper in the Crimean War. Carnegie's response bristled with sarcasm. "Oh, Dodd, that's capital. Great Britain come forward? Why, she has brought upon herself the contempt of honest men throughout the world for her course on this very question." Castigating the British for intervening in the Russian-Turkish conflict, Andy proclaimed that America's position in world affairs was guided by George Washington's admonition, "Friendship with all, entangling alliances with none." Because America's great mission was to serve forever as a pioneer of liberty, it dared not compromise its purity of purpose or its security by military adventurism, no matter how enlightened the cause might appear. "Our path, Dodd, is plain. We will let Europe manage its own affairs while we take care of the American continent. Let those ruling by divine right fight and quarrel about successions and protectorates while we clear the forests and build schoolhouses, preparing homes for the hard-working bees forced to leave the old hive." If on questions of politics Andy was dead certain in his beliefs, in theology, a matter as critically debated among his circle of friends and relatives, he was still finding his way. His father, soon after arriving in Allegheny City, followed his sister-in-law into the tiny Swedenborgian church, known formerly as the New Jerusalem Society of the city of Pittsburgh and its vicinity. Bobby Pitcairn, Andy's friend and fellow telegraph messenger, was a member of the congregation, as was Bobby's father. By May 1852, Andy was as well. His mother and brother would remain apostate on matters Swedenborgian. "Our meeting house," he wrote his Uncle Lauder, "is the story above our office. I've just come down into the office from Sunday school. We have a nice school. I take great interest in it and am a young Swedenborgian. Do you still read the works?" Andy may have ended up a young Swedenborgian because, once landed in Allegheny City, he had to be something, and it was easier to follow his father and aunt into the society than to look elsewhere. It is difficult to understand the place of religion and church-going in mid-19th century America. Every foreign visitor, no matter where he or she had come from, felt obligated to remark on the American propensity for establishing churches and visiting them on Sundays. "There is no country in the world," Alexis de Tocqueville observed during his travels in the 1830s, "where the Christian religion retains a greater influence over the souls of men than in America." 30 years later, Anthony Trollope described the same phenomenon, albeit with a touch of irony. "A man here is expected to belong to some church, and is not, I think, well looked on if he profess that he belongs to none. He may be a Swedenborgian, a Quaker, a Muggletonian. Anything will do. But it is expected of him that he shall place himself under some flag, and do his share in supporting the flag to which he belongs." Swedenborgianism, an older European-based variant of spiritualism, had been embraced not only by Andy's father and aunts, but by New England intellectuals like Henry James Sr. and the Transcendentalists. It remained nonetheless a marginal sect in the United States and in Scotland. The texts on which it was founded had been written a century before by Emanuel Swedenborg, a Swedish nobleman, scientist, and inventor who, in many published volumes, recorded visions revealed to him in which heaven was opened, and he was visited by Jesus Christ during Easter weekend in 1745 while Swedenborg was having dinner in a London inn. After telling Swedenborg that he was eating too much, Jesus returned later that night to reveal the spiritual meaning of the Scriptures. The Lord Jesus was not the only source of revelation for Swedenborg. He also talked, rather often it appeared, to a variety of spirits and to the heavenly angels, in their own language, which he reported was unlike any earthly language, as it relied predominantly on the vowels U and O, lacked hard consonants, and was spoken like a gentle stream, soft and virtually unbroken. Andy paid little heed to the more bizarre elements of the Swedenborgian creed. He may have temporarily embraced the sect because it was, in many ways, the antithesis of the Scottish Presbyterianism that his relatives, and he, found so abhorrent. It was a gentle religion, with no infant damnation, no authoritarian ministers, and lots of wonderful music. Andy found in the society a tolerance, gentleness, and openness to discussion which he cherished. He came into contact there with men like David Nasaw, a fellow Scotsman, successful merchant, and, years later, one of his business partners in the steel business. The Swedenborgians nourished Andy's intellectual appetites and literary aspirations. Among his papers in the Library of Congress is a handwritten essay in pencil entitled Home, dated July 2, 1854, and another also in pencil marked Dewdrops, the name of the Society's magazine. In the latter, Andy argued, quite persuasively, that in the campaign against war, one of the most important points to be gained is to render war and its instruments abhorrent to the young. Apparently, a Swedenborgian publication had paid tribute to a military hero or battle, and Andy took exception to this, as he would for the rest of his life. If each one was educated to look upon those machines made expressly for the destruction of their fellow men with the same horror that they beheld the scaffold and the guillotine, if they could be seen only in the museums as relics of a barbarous age instead of their likeness being paraded in our religious newspapers, how long would such scenes as that recently enacted take place to shake our belief in man's possessing anything in common with his God? The sentences go on too long, the constructions are a bit unwieldy, but the energy and power of the prose is impressive, especially for an unschooled 18-year-old. Never one content to remain merely a member of the congregation, Andy was elected librarian of the Society in November 1855, and re-elected in 1856 and 1857. He was also an enthusiastic member of the choir, though he had difficulty holding a tune and a less-than-stellar singing voice. The leader, Mr. Cothan, I have reason to believe, often pardoned the discords I produced in the choir because of my enthusiasm in the cause. Andy remained a member of the Society for several years, leaving it only when he moved to Altoona in 1858. It served as a safe social haven, from which he could venture forth to explore theological questions with his friends from Allegheny City. The mysteries of life and death, the here and the hereafter, he tells us, were matters of pressing interest among the young men of his inner circle. Though he and the friends of this inner circle, a group of like-minded immigrant boys about his age and, like him, smart, ambitious, and inexhaustible, all worked 5 days a week and a half-day on Saturday, they had organized themselves into a quasi-formal debating society that met in Henry Phipps's cobbler's shop. Phipps's older son, John, was a charter member of the group. His younger boy, Harry, hung around at the edges. The senior member, Thomas Miller, got to sit on the leather seat of old man Phipps's cobbling bench. The boys organized debates on religion and politics, teased one another about their best girls, went skating on the Allegheny River, and visited Colonel Anderson's library. One of the chief topics for discussion was how to reconcile received religion with democracy. Charles G. Finney, a central figure in the Second Great Awakening that had blazed through western New York in the late 1820s and 1830s, had argued passionately and articulately against accepting doctrine solely on the ground of authority. If I tried to accept those doctrines as mere dogmas, I could not do it. I could not be honest in doing it. I could not respect myself in doing it. The young men of Andy's inner circle believed, with Finney, that reason, not authority, had to be their guide in matters of the spirit and the soul. This doing of a thing because our grandfathers did it, I can assure you, is not an American institution, Andy wrote Dodd in August 1853. We have little veneration for those rules and principles rendered sacred by the seal of the ancients, whether in church or state. As Andy left behind the family cottage at Allegheny City for Pittsburgh and the O'Reilly telegraph office every morning, Will Carnegie remained alone on Rebecca Street, working at his loom in the ground-floor workshop. In a letter to his cousin Dodd in Dunfermline in June 1851, Naig reported cheerfully on his father's work. "Father has been working a linen web for a lady these 2 weeks past, and has got along first-rate with it. He is also working some linen cloths for himself. He thinks he can make more on them than on cotton ones. He is the same as when he left, not a bit of difference in him." It was easier to weave the cloths than to find buyers for them. In the spring of 1852, when Andy was 16 and on temporary assignment to the telegraph office in Steubenville, Ohio, 70 miles downstream from Pittsburgh, he learned that his father would be stopping over on his way to Wheeling and Cincinnati to sell the tablecloths he had woven. "I waited for the boat, which did not arrive till late in the evening," he wrote in his autobiography, "and went down to meet him. I remember how deeply affected I was on finding that instead of taking a cabin passage, he had resolved not to pay the price, but to go down the river as a deck passenger. I was indignant that one of so fine a nature should be compelled to travel thus." Greeting his father, Andy joked that before long Will and Margaret Carnegie would be riding in their own carriage, paid for, he implied, by their successful son. At this his father, usually shy, reserved, and keenly sensitive, lost his self-control, a rare occurrence, and murmured slowly that he was proud of his son. The voice trembled, and he seemed ashamed of himself for saying so much. The tear had to be wiped from his eye, I fondly noticed, as he bade me good night and told me to run back to my office. My father was one of the most lovable of men, beloved of his companions, deeply religious, not much of a man of the world, but a man all over for heaven. Will Carnegie spent the last 3 years of his life working at his loom in an increasingly desultory fashion, reading the newspapers and, like his son, taking increasing pride in American democracy and know-how. "Father said this morning," Andy wrote Uncle Lauder in the spring of 1852, "to be sure and tell you that the greatest reform of the age has just taken place here." He was referring to the Homestead Act, which passed the House of Representatives that year, but would not become the law of the land for another 10 years. "He does not take very much interest in politics here, compared to British politics," Andy confessed to his uncle. "But that land reform has really excited him. He is in great glee about it." A year later, in another letter to Uncle Lauder, Andrew wrote that "Father is in good health and has about $70 of cloth which he intends to sell as soon as the good weather sets in." His letter is not yet commenced, but he promises fair yet to write soon. In the meantime he sends you all his very best respects. He is highly delighted with the caloric ship, the latest example of American know-how, just now, and looks forward to the time when steam will be among the things that were. You will see that it has stood the test nobly. It went to Norfolk by sea from New York and encountered a hard storm. The machinery worked regularly all the time. It will soon visit your shores, another monument of American genius. In October 1855, Will Carnegie died. We don't know the cause of death. He was 51 years of age. His eldest son was almost 20. In his autobiography, Carnegie reports Will Carnegie's death as having occurred 3.5 years earlier, just after their distressing encounter at Steubenville. Why, we are left to wonder, did the son prematurely kill off his father? Had he simply misremembered the date of his death? Or, as is more likely, had he already, at age 16, given up any hope that his father might play a meaningful role in his life? It was perhaps easier in the end to rhetorically kill his father than to try to come to terms with his life. Will Carnegie haunts the pages of the autobiography, but as a spectral, almost disembodied figure, not as a caring, active father. Carnegie rarely, if ever, referred to him in other writings or in conversation, not because he was ashamed of his father, but because he never quite figured out what to make of the man. Carnegie was close to his uncle, with whom he would carry on a lifelong conversation about history and literature and politics. He adored his mother and would share living quarters with her as long as she lived, but his father was never an important part of his life. Chapter 3. Upward Bound, 1853 to 1859. Time was money. The sooner American bankers, merchants, manufacturers, and government officials got information on crops, commodity prices, currencies, etc., the sooner they could act on it, and with fewer risks. Along the eastern seaboard, turnpikes, canals, steamers, and railroads had reduced the time it took to get the news from Washington to Boston from 18 days in 1790 to less than 3 in 1841. The telegraph had then made news transmission instantaneous. There was, unfortunately, no way to lay railroad tracks or string telegraph poles across the Atlantic. The Cunard steamships had reduced travel time from 6 weeks to 2. Enterprising news merchants met the vessels in Halifax, Nova Scotia, offloaded the European newspapers, and shipped them via express steamer and pony express to Boston. One ingenious businessman, who was later hired by the Associated Press, sped the process along by transcribing the news onto thin strips of tissue paper and flying it to Boston via African carrier pigeon. In November 1849, about 6 months after Andy began delivering messages at O'Reilly's, the carrier pigeons were retired as the final telegraph poles were strung, connecting Halifax to Boston via Calais, New Brunswick, and Portland, Maine. In Pittsburgh, the editors of the 6 daily papers formed a pool to receive and distribute transmissions from Halifax. The taking of successive steamer news for the pool quickly became one of the most notable duties entrusted to telegraph operators, and one of the most difficult. Each message had to traverse several different telegraph lines on the long route to Pittsburgh. An electrical storm anywhere along the line could, and usually did, result in partial transmissions. When stymied by a partial transmission, most operators asked their counterparts at the other end of the line to start again. Andy guessed at the missing letters or words, and, to his delight, discovered that he was almost always right. He became so adept at transcribing the messages from Halifax that the steamer news was soon assigned to him. There were several perks associated, including the $1-a-week bonus the reporters paid him to make copies of every dispatch from Halifax. I was working for myself now, on an independent contract, doing something beyond my task. That $1 a week I considered my own. It did not go to the family support. It was my first capital. The little white-haired boy with the faintest of Scottish accents had rather quickly become the most sought-after operator in the company. Among those who asked for him when he had a message to receive or deliver was Thomas A. Scott of the Pennsylvania Railroad. The railroad had been organized in 1846 by Philadelphia businessmen, concerned that unless they inserted their city into the East-West Railroad grid, it would be eclipsed by Baltimore to the south, as it had by New York City to the north. In the fall of 1850, the first stretch of track was completed along the 137-mile corridor from Harrisburg to the foothills of the Alleghenies. Because the Pennsylvania had not yet bridged the mountains with tracks, it connected at Hollidaysburg with the state-operated Allegheny Portage Railroad, which transported passengers across the mountains in land carriages, hauled up 5 ascending inclined planes by locomotives, horses, and stationary engines, and then let them down another 5 carefully tethered to those same stationary engines. J. Edgar Thompson, the Pennsylvania's chief engineer and soon to be its president, hired Tom Scott to manage the station in Hollidaysburg. Scott, a handsome, genial young man, born in Pennsylvania of Scots-Irish parents, had worked as a toll collector and chief clerk for the state's railroad canal system, and as a shipping agent for a freighting and commission firm. He knew the transportation business well and was, like the man who hired him, a hard worker, a native-born Pennsylvanian, and self-educated. Scott's ascent through the ranks of the Pennsylvania Railroad hierarchy was as rapid as Andy's had been at O'Reilly Telegraph. Within a year of his appointment as station manager at Hollidaysburg, he was dispatched to Pittsburgh in anticipation of the completion of the western division of the railroad. In December 1852, when the Pennsylvania tracks reached Pittsburgh, Scott was named the Western Division's first superintendent. He was 29 years old. As division superintendent, Scott was in charge of everything that moved between Altoona and Pittsburgh. Because Thompson had not yet raised enough capital to build a second track, Scott had to juggle eastbound and westbound trains along a single track. When the weather was good and the trains ran on time, there was little danger of accident or delay. But when snow covered the tracks, or rain flooded them, or engines broke down, or there were difficulties loading freight or passengers, delay was inevitable and collisions all too likely. The standard procedure on one-track railways, which Scott followed along his western division, was to designate one train as superior and give it the right of way. If, for one reason or another, the superior was delayed, every other train on the line was ordered to pull onto the nearest siding and wait until it passed. If, after an hour of sitting on the siding, the superior train did not show up, The waiting train was allowed to proceed slowly to the next siding, with a flagman walking in front. Although these procedures made accidents less likely, they led to pyramiding delays for every train in the system. In Great Britain, railroads relied on the telegraph to locate the whereabouts of delayed trains. In America, most railroad executives distrusted the technology and the operators. Scott and Thompson were different. In the spring of 1853, they began putting up telegraph poles along the tracks from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh. Until their own line was in operation, Scott arranged with the O'Reilly office to use its lines and hired Andy Carnegie as his personal operator for the grand sum of $35 a month. The telegraph company, Andy wrote Uncle Lauder after accepting his new job, would have increased my salary to $400 per year if I had remained there, but we all thought that the new situation held out better prospects for the future. As long as he stayed at O'Reilly's, he would be an employee, and the highest station I could reasonably expect to attain to was manager of an office with $700 or $800 a year. That was not enough. For an immigrant lad of 17, Andy Carnegie made an astute business decision by shifting his allegiance from O'Reilly's to the Pennsylvania Railroad. The telegraph business in western Pennsylvania was highly unstable, beset by technical problems, undercapitalization, and intense competition. The Pennsylvania Railroad, on the other hand, was entering a period of steady and unparalleled expansion. Gross receipts would increase from under $2 million in 1852, the year Andy began work for the railroad, to $5,285,300 in 1858. Profits from $617,025.87 to $2,163,445.64. I am liking my new position far better than the old one, Andy confided to his uncle a month after he had begun work at the railroad. Instead of having to stay every night till 10 or 11 o'clock, I am done every night at 6, which is a great advantage. Mr. Scott is having an office fixed up for his own use, and I am to be along with him in it and help him. I have met with very few men that I like so well in this country, and I am sure we will agree very well. Andy acted not only as Scott's telegraph operator, but as his secretary and chief assistant. Their office was located at the Outer Depot, a 20-acre complex north of the downtown commercial area. Andy and Tom Scott worked out of a small room nestled within the larger complex of offices and rooms set aside for conductors, brakemen, and firemen. Instead of isolating himself from his new companions, as his mother might have preferred, Andy, 17 and full-grown but as curious and garrulous as ever, may have joined them in some of their after-hours pursuits. As he confessed in coded language in his autobiography, I ate, necessarily, of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil for the first time. Andy's early career in the railroad replicated his first days as a telegraph operator. He ingratiated himself with supervisors, learned as much about the industry as possible, and did more than was expected of him. Executives of large railroads that spanned thousands of miles of track and operated hundreds of individual stations had no choice but to decentralize authority. Division superintendents like Tom Scott were princes of their realms, with general charge of all employees within their regions, and responsibility for assuring that they perform the duties assigned them. Train crews, station managers, and the skilled and unskilled laborers who worked on the tracks and in the yards could be reprimanded, disciplined, fined, suspended, or fired by Scott, with no recourse or appeal to higher authority. Written rules decreed how freight was to be loaded, passengers boarded, coaches scrubbed, brakes operated, engines fired, fares collected, and delays and accidents reported. Propriety and manners were also a subject of regulations, according to Walter Licht, author of Working for the Railroad. Conductors, ticket agents, and station managers had to dress appropriately, speak clearly, and refrain from the use of alcohol or tobacco. To make sure that discipline was maintained in the absence of supervisors, workers were encouraged to spy on one another, and warned that they would be disciplined if they did not report misconduct or negligence. This system of management worked only to the extent that all power remained lodged in the company, with no unions interceding on behalf of aggrieved workers. The Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers, the first effective trade union organization among railroad workers, would not come into being until the mid-1860s. As late as 1873, Herbert Gutman has written, most railroad workers were without unions of any kind. Any hint of agitation, attempted organization, or protest was met with swift disciplinary action. Carnegie, son of a weaver and nephew of activists, was quickly socialized into the authoritarian ways of railroad management. Although he made a great deal of his Chartist ancestors in his autobiography and in later writings and speeches, he had, in crossing the Atlantic, effectively severed his ties with them and their movement. Chartist agitators, political protest and activist union leaders had a different and more necessary role to play in undemocratic Britain than they did in Republican America. Andy Carnegie, as he approached the age of 20, though very much a Chartist and a radical in Scottish affairs, was every bit the company man in Pittsburgh. He tied himself to Tom Scott's coattails and never let go. Whatever Scott wanted, Andy took care of. The Pittsburgh business community had never entirely accepted the Pennsylvania Railroad or trusted the Philadelphia bankers and merchants who dominated its board of directors. One of Scott's chief tasks was serving as plenipotentiary to Pittsburgh and removing obstacles placed in the railroad's path in the attempt to enlarge its terminal facilities. To help out his boss, Andy wrote an anonymous article for the Pittsburgh Journal, praising the new railroad and criticizing the business community and the people of Pittsburgh for not being more supportive. The pen, he noted in his autobiography, was getting to be a weapon with me. Although he had no experience working on a train or in a station like the railroad's other managers, Andy's dedication to boss and company was formally rewarded when Scott requested and was given permission to leave his assistant in charge of the division while he traveled away from the office for a week or two. Andy's 2 weeks as Prince Regent were uneventful until a ballast train suffered a minor accident. Though ballast trains carried only stones, Andy was infuriated by what he considered the inexcusable negligence of the crew. That this accident should occur was gall and wormwood to me. Without asking permission from anyone in Philadelphia, Andy held a court-martial, examined those concerned, dismissed peremptorily the chief offender, and suspended 2 others for their share in the catastrophe. When Scott returned, he proposed to investigate the accident on his own. Andy explained that all had been settled, and the guilty punished. Though he had by this time decided he had been too peremptory and severe in his punishment, he did not want Scott to intervene and was grateful when he refused to hear the men's appeals. In the end, Andy's punishments stood. 1 man lost his job and 2 others were suspended without pay. Andy Carnegie was, as we can see, learning a great deal from superiors like Tom Scott about managing an organization. But the most critical lesson he took away from his tenure at the Pennsylvania Railroad had to do not with running a corporation, but with exploiting his position to enhance his personal finances. By 1855 or so, Andy and his mother had paid off the family's debts to Ailey Fargy and become the owners of the Rebecca Street lot and the 2 houses on it. The property, as Andy proudly wrote his uncle, was worth close to $700 when he bought it from Aunt and Uncle Hogan, but because repairs were needed after a recent flood, he got it for only $550, payable over 2 years. The Carnegies were by no means prosperous. Meg was still binding shoes, and her income, combined with Andy's $40 salary at the railroad, was enough to pay off what they owed on the house and to keep Tom out of the workforce and in public school. And then, in October 1855, as Carnegie wrote in his autobiography, "Fortunatus knocked at our door. Mr. Scott asked me if I had $500. If so, he wished to make an investment for me." Scott offered Andy the opportunity to buy 10 shares of Adams Express, a privately traded company, which, like its chief competitors, Wells Fargo and American Express, expedited the movement of documents, securities, and parcels from city to city. 6 months earlier, in March 1855, the Pennsylvania Railroad had given Adams Express an exclusive contract to use its rails to transport its packages between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. The timing of Scott's offer suggests that the shares he offered Andy had been made available to railroad officers as part of a quid pro quo for the contract Adams Express had just received. As Scott's telegraph operator, Andy was privy to every communication that his boss sent or received. It would have made sense for Scott to include him in on the spoils.
Because Andy didn't have the cash to buy the stock himself, Scott loaned him the $500 he needed. When 6 months later Scott's note came due, Andy borrowed the money to pay back his boss and then arranged, through his mother, to mortgage off their newly acquired property in Allegheny City to cover the costs of the second loan. In the end, with the help of his mother, he acquired the stock and the guaranteed $10 monthly dividend check that came with it. Andy's reaction to getting his first dividend check, as recorded in his autobiography and elsewhere, was euphoric, as it should have been. He was getting a guaranteed 24% interest on his investment. "I shall remember that check as long as I live. It gave me the first penny of revenue from capital, something that I had not worked for with the sweat of my brow. Eureka!" I cried. "Here's the goose that lays the golden eggs." Before cashing the check, he showed it to his friends at their Sunday afternoon gathering. The effect produced was overwhelming. None of them had imagined such an investment possibility. They were all amazed, he would later write in an article in Youth's Companion, by the magical properties of investment capital. How money could make money, how without any attention from me this mysterious golden visitor should come, led to much speculation upon the part of the young fellows, and I was for the first time hailed as a capitalist. Carnegie's excitement is quite revealing. It is difficult to imagine his Scottish uncles receiving such a check without hesitating a moment to inquire whether they were, in taking money they had not worked for, doing the right thing. Where, they might have asked, did such money come from? Were dividends like the rents that landlords collected, without working, because they owned the land on which others toiled? Andy asked no such questions. He accepted the codes of capitalist behavior without a moment's pause. Upon arriving on American shores, he had abandoned the moral economy of his Scottish forefathers for the political economy of his new employers. He was a citizen of a brave new world now. The Adams Express dividend checks were only the beginning. While working for Tom Scott, Andy Carnegie continued with his self-education. He had neither the money nor the time to attend school. Instead, he read as much as he could, wrote letters, position papers, and articles for the Swedenborgian journals, and sought out situations in which he could sharpen his writing and debating skills. It was an article of faith for him and his friends that learning to read, write, and argue would make them better citizens, men, and earners. After several years of debates among themselves on matters theological and political, the Allegheny City boys moved out of Old Man Phipps's cobbler shop and into the more rarefied districts of the Webster Literary Society in Pittsburgh, which in 1856 was housed in the third-story room of the Vigilant Engine House on 3rd Street at a rental of $3 a month. Following the example of Daniel Webster, whose name they had taken for their club, the young men debated issues of constitutional history and political theory. Their debates were much more formal than the Allegheny City boys had been used to, with adversaries referring to one another as Sir and Honorable Friend, and proceeding in a decorous parliamentary style. Andy took radical positions on several political questions, arguing for the affirmative in "Should the judiciary be elected by the people?" Among his papers at the Library of Congress is a lengthy manuscript on this subject, written on long blue lined paper in black pen, and then copied again in very neat handwriting, with several lines carefully crossed out. Carnegie was a great storyteller. One of his best stories, which he told in Triumphant Democracy, published in 1886, concerned his second investment, in the stock of the Woodruff Sleeping Car Company. In 1858 or 1859, while traveling on a Pennsylvania Railroad train, Andy was approached by T.T. Woodruff, a tall, spare, farmer-looking kind of man who drew from a green bag a small model of a sleeping berth for railway cars. On returning to Pittsburgh, Andy showed the model to Tom Scott. Scott and his boss, J. Edgar Thompson, were so impressed by Woodruff's invention that they offered him a contract to place at least 2 of his sleeping cars on the Pennsylvania Railroad line as soon as he could build them. In recognition of his role, Andy was offered an interest in the Woodruff Sleeping Car Company. He borrowed money from a local banker to pay for it, and was richly rewarded with monthly dividends that were large enough to pay back his loan, and leave him something beside. It is a charming story, the kind 19th-century autobiographies and biographies specialized in, about a good boy who, through a combination of luck and pluck, succeeds in making his fortune. Other young men might have dismissed the farmer-looking stranger in the train, but Andy did not, because he was respectful of his elders and astute enough to recognize the commercial potential of Woodruff's invention. The only problem with the story is that it wasn't true. The first person to dispute it was T.T. Woodruff himself, who, in a letter to Carnegie after the publication of Triumphant Democracy, contradicted every element. Carnegie wrote back, explaining that he had never intended to write a full history of the sleeping car company, but only mentioned it in passing. The truth was that Woodruff, as he reminded Carnegie, was in 1858 a successful inventor who had already secured contracts for his sleeping car with several railroads, including the Pennsylvania. Andy Carnegie's role in the deal was considerably less grand than he had represented it. He had never been a principal in the negotiations, but functioned instead as a sort of bagman. One of the conditions of the said agreement was that a certain specified interest in the Woodruff Sleeping Car Company should be held by another person, and represented, as the talk ran, by a boy then in the superintendent's office at Altoona. In other words, before Thompson and Scott signed an agreement with Woodruff, they wanted a kickback in the form of partial ownership of the company. To disguise their stake, they requested that their stock be put in Andy Carnegie's name. For his trouble, Andy was given a few shares for himself. Capitalizing on insider information to invest in companies that were about to be enriched by lucrative contracts was standard operating procedure for railroad executives. Indeed, J. Edgar Thompson, according to his biographer James Ward, only invested in projects he had inside information about. Usually he knew at least one person in the business who would feed him the needed intelligence. Even when he entered a risky speculation, it was only after much aforethought and with reliable inside information. Until the Crédit Mobilier scandal of 1873, there was no clear consensus that it was morally wrong or illegal for railroad presidents and superintendents to invest in the companies that did their construction work, or that bought and sold real estate adjacent to new railroad lines. Only after the findings of a committee of the House of Representatives that the owners of the Union Pacific Railroad had pocketed between $33 and $50 million from Crédit Mobilier, which they owned and to which they had contracted construction work for their railroad at highly inflated prices, did such private deals receive much public scrutiny. By the time Carnegie wrote about his deal with Woodruff, what had once been commonplace had come to be regarded as scandalous, if not criminal. It is no wonder that he felt compelled to invent a story to account for how he made his first considerable sum. Andy Carnegie was growing up fast. In January 1858, in his autobiography, Carnegie erroneously dates the change to 1856, Tom Scott was promoted to general superintendent and took his young-looking, diminutive 22-year-old assistant with him to Altoona. Although relocating meant leaving behind family and friends, Carnegie didn't hesitate to follow his boss and mentor. This breaking up of associations in Pittsburgh was a sore trial, but nothing could be allowed to interfere for a moment with my business career. Altoona, a decade before, had not even existed, but by the time Scott and Carnegie arrived, it had ballooned into a small industrial village of nearly 3,500, almost all of them railroad employees. Located in a valley in the geographical center of the state, the town was dominated by the railroad's huge roundhouses, engine shops, repair shops, a smithy, and the foundry where new locomotives were built. There were a few general stores, some churches, a school, several lodging houses, and one good hotel, Logan House, where Andrew stayed with Scott, until Scott, a widower, was able to send for his children and his niece Rebecca Stewart to look after his family. Marooned more than 100 miles from home, without family or friends, Andrew found himself spending a great deal of time at the Scott's residence with Rebecca Stewart. Life at Altoona, he tells us, was made more agreeable for me through Mr. Scott's niece. Introducing Miss Stewart to the readers of his autobiography, Carnegie informs us that she played the part of elder sister to perfection. But it is difficult not to read more into their relationship. We were much together, often driving in the afternoons through the woods. Was he romantically interested in his boss's niece? Perhaps, but he may have been too shy to declare himself to a woman who was a few years older and much wiser in the ways of the world than he was. Beck Stewart would be the first of several older women who took Andy Carnegie into their homes and taught him the manners he sorely lacked. Dinner at the Scott household, with silver cream pitchers and other domestic luxuries, was quite different than it had been at the Carnegie home in Allegheny City. Out of guilt or need or some combination of each, Andy sent for his mother and brother Tom about the time that Rebecca Stewart arrived in Altoona. The family's Allegheny City property was sold in March 1858, and the proceeds used to buy a large house in Altoona, sufficiently far from the smoke and grit of the railway yards in the valley. To mark his own rise in the business world, Andy hired a servant for the household. His mother refused at first to let a stranger into their home, preferring to take care of her two boys by herself, but she soon relented. For the rest of her and her son's life, their households would be filled with servants. Andy was delighted to be able to take care of his mother. Nothing was too good for the woman who had kept the family together through the bad times in Dunfermline and Allegheny City. She had almost literally been the financial support of her boys since they were born. Now, after 20 years as a breadwinner, she could enjoy a life of leisure. Carnegie worked for 6.5 years alongside Tom Scott, first in Pittsburgh, then in Altoona. It was the perfect apprenticeship for a young businessman. American railroads, the Pennsylvania perhaps foremost among them, were the first complex business enterprises to employ the principles of accounting to keep track of their far-flung operations. The Pennsylvania, according to Alfred Chandler, was maintaining 144 different sets of accounting records by 1857. Almost maniacally detailed data were compiled, month by month, station by station, division by division, on every category of expenditure, from advertising to wood, labor preparing. Division superintendents kept separate records on each locomotive engine, with information on its builders, the date it went into service, its size, weight, loaded and unloaded, miles run with different types of equipment, total cost, cost per 100 miles for repairs, fuel and fluid, oil, waste, and tallow. They recorded how many passengers entered and left each station each month, where they were bound, and whether they were traveling locally or transferring to another railway. They noted, again station by station and month by month, the gross tonnage and the revenues generated from over 100 specific articles of freight, from agricultural implements to wool and woolen yarn. Later in life, Scott would be better known for his political skills, but he was, like his mentor Thompson, a master of cost accounting. Together, the two men steadily cut unit costs and increased revenues by investing in capital improvements. New and larger locomotives, better braking systems, improved tracks, new bridges. Instead of running several smaller trains along the same route, they ran fewer but longer trains with larger locomotives and freight cars. To minimize delays, a major factor in escalating costs, they erected their own telegraph lines, built a second track and extended sidings alongside the first one, and kept roadways, tunnels, bridges, and crossings in good repair. Carnegie watched, listened, learned. Nothing was lost on the young man. With an exceptional memory and a head for figures, he made the most of his apprenticeship and within a brief time was acting more as Scott's deputy than his assistant. Tom Scott had proven to be so good at his job that when Pennsylvania Railroad Vice President William Foster died unexpectedly of an infected carbuncle, Scott was named his successor. Carnegie was distraught at the notion that he would be left behind in Altoona to work for Scott's replacement, but in the reorganization that followed, he was promoted to superintendent of the Pittsburgh division. He was only 24 years old, but he knew the railway business as well as anyone else and was trusted by Scott and Thompson to do their bidding and keep their secrets. Not least among his attributes was his total confidence in his ability to get his job done. I was at an age when I thought I could manage anything. Chapter 4. War and Riches, 1860 to 1865. The 1860 Directory of Pittsburgh and Allegheny Cities lists Andrew Carnegie as superintendent of the Western Division of the Pennsylvania Railroad, with an office at the outer depot and a residence at 10 Hancock, Pittsburgh. Now 25 and head of the Carnegie household, he was still probably no more than 5 feet tall, smaller than his younger brother and mother, though with a barrel chest and a huge head that slightly compensated for his tiny size. Upon leaving Altoona, the Carnegies had decided not to return to Allegheny City, but to settle across the Allegheny River in a rather upscale Pittsburgh neighborhood. They didn't last there very long. Hancock, soon to be named 8th Street, appeared genteel enough and housed a great many religious institutions and schools, including the Female College, the Hebrew Church, and the Christ Methodist Church. But it was too close to the mills to afford much protection from a dense covering of smog in the air and soot on the ground. The smoke permeated and penetrated everything. If you placed your hand on the balustrade of the stair, it came away black. If you washed face and hands, they were as dirty as ever in an hour. The soot gathered in the hair and irritated the skin. Life was more or less miserable. Since there was no way to remove the soot and grime, Carnegie, on the recommendation of David Stewart, a freight manager of the Pennsylvania Railroad and the brother of Rebecca Stewart, removed his family instead to the section of Homewood known today as Point Breeze, a wooded suburb almost 8 miles from downtown. The air was relatively clean, the sky almost smokeless, there was abundant greenery and undeveloped acreage, and the Carnegie property was a short carriage ride from the East Liberty Railway Station. Andy and Tom, who was now his older brother's secretary and telegrapher, could take the 6:03 morning train from East Liberty, which arrived in Pittsburgh at 6:30 a.m., and return home on the 6:25 p.m. or the 9 o'clock train. There was an 11 p.m. milk train for occasions when the boys went to the theater, as often as not with their mother. After a lifetime spent in the grime of Dunfermline and Allegheny City, the family had fallen in love with the countryside in their year and a half in Altoona. Homewood was almost as pastoral. With its hills and meadows and high sky, the landscape was more like Scotland than anything the Carnegies had encountered in the New World. Their house was situated within the exclusive suburban community that had been carved out of the estate of Judge William Wilkins, one of the region's wealthiest and most powerful individuals. With this change to the country, Carnegie recalled, still with a bit of wonder at his rapid social ascension, came a whole host of new acquaintances. Many of the wealthy families of the district had their residences in this delightful suburb. It was, so to speak, the aristocratic quarter. Among the Carnegies' new neighbors were Judge Wilkins and his wife, who was the daughter of George W. Dallas, a former vice president of the United States, Leila Addison, an Edinburgh lady who had been educated abroad, and William Coleman, a rich, successful, and well-respected local businessman. Carnegie, who had until now spent most of his hours outside the workplace in the company of Scottish workingmen and their families, had entered a social setting for which he was quite unprepared. He sought out, as he had earlier in Altoona in the person of Rebecca Stewart, older women to serve as his tutors, the most important of whom was Leila Addison, who, he thought, took him on as a project because he was Scottish. Miss Addison, who was also Scottish, corrected his speech, his manners, his behavior, and his dress. Great heavy boots, loose collar, and general roughness of attire were then peculiar to the West, and in our circle considered manly. Anything that could be labeled foppish was looked upon with contempt. He learned from Miss Addison and Mrs. Wilkins that, no matter how important manly dress might be at the workplace, especially for a tiny man who still looked like a boy, the opposite was the case in the drawing-room. There it was a sin against society to dress carelessly or make any gross display of manly roughness. As Western Division Superintendent, Andy was on duty 24 hours a day. Responsible for all traffic between the Alleghenies and Pittsburgh, he had a telegraph connection extended from the East Liberty Station to his home, so that he could stay in constant touch with his office. He drove the men who worked for him relentlessly, day and night, to clear tracks of wrecks, to repair broken rails, to keep the road in proper repair. If he could survive with little or no sleep over long stretches, so should they. I was probably the most inconsiderate superintendent that ever was entrusted with the management of a great property, for, never knowing fatigue myself, I overworked the men and was not careful enough in considering the limits of human endurance." There is the slightest hint of regret coupled with resignation here. Carnegie did not enjoy directly supervising his working men. He was, he recognized, too impatient, too lacking in sympathy to establish any sort of rapport with the men who worked for him. This was not a moral failing, but an operational one. To work men to the ultimate, one had to understand their limits. Carnegie didn't, and hence got less out of them than he should have. Though he would never subsequently employ hundreds of thousands of working men, he would never again put himself in the position where he was responsible for supervising any of them. The day after Carnegie's appointment took effect, on December 1st, 1859, some 200 miles from Pittsburgh, John Brown was hanged for murder, conspiracy to incite slave rebellion, and treason against the state of Virginia. Brown had failed in his attempt to incite a slave rebellion, but his eloquence in defending his actions had won him, and the cause of abolition, sufficient sympathy in the North to thoroughly frighten Southern slaveholders and politicians, and persuade them that there was little possibility of compromise over the future of slavery. Within the year, Abraham Lincoln would be elected president, and South Carolina would begin the exodus of Southern states from the Union. The South's secession set Carnegie all aflame for the flag. He had always been a strong anti-slavery partisan. When his cousin Dodd in Dunfermline criticized the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 for repealing the Missouri Compromise and laying the way open for the organization of Kansas as a slave state, Carnegie responded that no one could hate the measure more than I do. He predicted that the Northerners who had voted for the measure would be consigned to infamy by the just indignation of an insulted and betrayed people. The founding of the Republican Party offered him a way to transmute his antipathy for slavery into support for the politicians who had pledged to oppose its spread. He organized a club among the employees at the outer depot to subscribe to the New York Weekly Tribune, edited by Horace Greeley, the nation's most outspoken Republican, and wrote short notes to the paper, one of which was published. By late 1855 he had become, he wrote Dodd, an enthusiastic and ultra-abolitionist, who regarded slavery as the greatest evil in the world, and promised to use whatever influence I may acquire to overthrow it. In short, I am a Republican and believe in our noble declaration that all men are born free and equal. In March 1861, Abraham Lincoln was inaugurated in Washington, D.C. 5 weeks later, at 4:30 in the morning of April 12th, Fort Sumter and its American flag in Charleston Harbor were fired on by Confederate troops. The undermanned Federal garrison surrendered the following day. No sooner had the news of the surrender at Fort Sumter been confirmed, wrote Erasmus Wilson in his 1898 Standard History of Pittsburgh, than the whole community was up in arms. Preparations were made on the 15th to enroll and equip a large volunteer force in the cities and suburbs in response to the call for 75,000 men by the President. No such popular uprising had ever been seen here before. At an open meeting at the City Hall, Judge Wilkins, a lifelong Democrat, called on the 4,000 to 5,000 people assembled to bury all distinctions of party in an ocean of patriotism and unite behind the President. A committee of public safety, headed by Wilkins, was organized to oversee the defense of the city, keep a sharp lookout for traitors, and supervise the recruitment of the volunteers Lincoln had requested. On April 17th, 2 days after Lincoln issued the call for 75,000 volunteers, his Secretary of War, Simon Cameron of Pennsylvania, asked his friend and fellow railroad executive J. Edgar Thompson to arrange transportation for them to Washington. Thompson dispatched Tom Scott to Harrisburg to assist in the movement of troops from all parts of the state to the camps at the capital of Pennsylvania, which troops were there to be organized and equipped and forwarded thence to the national capital. The major weapons arsenal in Pennsylvania, and indeed in the entire mid-Atlantic region, was the Allegheny Arsenal, located in Pittsburgh on Penn Avenue, less than a mile and a half from the outer depot where Carnegie had his office. Carnegie was enlisted by Thompson and Scott to supervise the transportation to Harrisburg of arms and armaments from the arsenal and volunteers from Camp Wilkins, the temporary encampment for volunteers. From April 19th on, he was in regular telegraphic communications with Scott in Harrisburg. Rather than attempting to communicate directly with the arsenal on what might be less than secure telegraph lines, Scott and military commanders in Harrisburg used Carnegie's office in the outer depot. On April 20th, Scott telegraphed Carnegie with an order from a major porter in Harrisburg to forward the communication by fast train tonight. Carnegie delivered the message himself to the arsenal commander, then telegraphed back to Scott that the material had been loaded onto wagons and driven to the rail yards. "We'll all be ready to go without fail." In the same telegram, Carnegie informed Scott that Governor William Dennison, Jr. of Ohio had telegraphed to arrange transportation to Harrisburg for Ohio troops that had arrived in Pittsburgh the day before. 1,100 of them have just gone to the City Hall intending to remain the night. I have sent down and we'll see how soon we can get them off, perhaps not till morning. Transporting soldiers and armaments along the Pennsylvania Railroad tracks, the 170 miles to Harrisburg, was the easy part. Moving them the next 70 miles to Baltimore and then the final 40 miles to Washington was much more difficult. Only one railroad, the Washington branch of the Baltimore and Ohio, B&O, linked Baltimore and Washington, and by a single track. Should that single track be blockaded or ripped up or the bridges into Baltimore destroyed, the nation's capital would become isolated from the North. And that is what happened on April 19th. About 1,800 volunteers of the 6th Massachusetts Regiment had arrived in Baltimore, bound for Washington. The citizens of Baltimore, the fourth largest city in the nation in 1860, were divided between support for the secessionists, neutrality, and adherence to the Union. The mayor was a lukewarm Unionist, the police chief a secessionist, the business community split between those whose trade was with the North and those whose commercial ties were to the South. The city was, as Allan Nevins puts it, a powder tub ready for a match when the Massachusetts volunteers arrived at the President Street station en route to Washington. Baltimore had no central railway station. Each railroad operated its own terminal. The Philadelphia, Wilmington, and Baltimore line, which connected the city to the north, had its depot on President Street. The Washington branch of the B&O had its across town on Camden Street. There were no train tracks linking the two stations. The Massachusetts volunteers, upon arriving at the President Street depot, had to evacuate their railroad cars and march in formation across town to Camden Street to board the trains that would take them into Washington. They had proceeded only a short distance when they were, as their colonel reported to Washington, furiously attacked by a shower of missiles which came faster as they advanced. The soldiers, still in formation, accelerated their pace, which only angered the mob. Shots were fired at the soldiers and returned. The president of the B&O, though a strong Unionist himself, reluctantly informed Secretary of War Cameron's representatives that, given the situation in Baltimore, he could not transport any more Northern soldiers through the city. The Baltimore police commissioners were even more concerned with the threat of disorder on the streets. Convening on the evening of the riot, they concluded, without dissent, that they would permit no more soldiers to march through their city. The railroad lines that connected Baltimore to the north were burned, the telegraph lines cut. It is difficult to imagine the shock that the events in Baltimore sent through the North. Until Baltimore was pacified, Washington would remain isolated from the rest of the North, and from the troops and ammunition required to protect it from invasion. Almost every telegram from Carnegie to Scott asked for news of Baltimore, but there was no good news. Secretary of War Cameron and J. Edgar Thompson had no choice now but to find another route to the nation's capital for the 800 Massachusetts volunteers under General Benjamin F. Butler marooned in Philadelphia, and the thousands more assembling there and in Harrisburg. Cameron favored sending troops to Baltimore to forcibly open the city, but Lincoln would not allow this, as he did not want to antagonize Maryland's citizens to the point where they would join the Confederacy. Thompson came up with a better solution. Baltimore could be bypassed entirely if troops were transported south from Philadelphia to Perryville at the mouth of the Susquehanna River, and then ferried on Pennsylvania Railroad-owned or leased steamers through Chesapeake Bay to Annapolis, Maryland, where there were railway connections to Washington. The most dangerous segment of the route around Baltimore was the final one, the stretch of tracks from Annapolis to Washington, which had to be protected from Confederate sabotage. In his autobiography, Carnegie dons the hero's mantle and tells us that it was he and the corps of assistants he brought with him from Pittsburgh who secured this stretch of track. In the course of doing so, he was slightly injured, receiving a gash in my cheek which bled profusely. In this condition I entered the city of Washington with the first troops, so that with the exception of 1 or 2 soldiers, wounded a few days previously in passing through the streets of Baltimore, I can justly claim that I shed my blood for my country among the first of its defenders. I gloried in being useful to the land that had done so much for me. There is no irony intended here. He intended to equate his gash, acquired when a telegraph wire snapped up to smite him, with the wounds suffered by the Union soldiers in arms. As a little man and a foreigner, Carnegie needed to establish his credentials as man and patriot, and what better way to do so than by inventing a story of Civil War heroism? Carnegie's stories, though accepted at face value by his biographers, doesn't bear scrutiny. The only source for this story, except for Carnegie, is David Homer Bates, Lincoln in the Telegraph Office, published in 1907. Bates tells the same story as Carnegie, but inadvertently qualifies its value as primary evidence by writing that his account of Mr. Carnegie's work was prepared after a recent interview with him and has received his endorsement. Bates, Lincoln in the Telegraph Office, New York Century Company, 1907, page 20. He might indeed have suffered a gash in the cheek, but not at the time and under the circumstances he so vividly describes in his autobiography. Carnegie was, in fact, still in Pittsburgh on April 25th, when General Butler, a Massachusetts lawyer and politician with no military experience but enough self-confidence to bluff his way through, reopened the tracks from Annapolis to Washington and sent his Massachusetts 6th and a regiment from New York on their way to the capital. Butler had among his troops a number of railroad men. His soldiers, not Carnegie's crew, repaired the track from Annapolis to Washington and were the first to enter the beleaguered city. Once the route from Philadelphia to Washington via Annapolis was opened, the troops from Harrisburg could be safely transported south. Scott, his presence no longer required in Harrisburg, left for Washington on April 25th. Later that week, Carnegie left Pittsburgh for Annapolis. Though his eventual destination was Washington, where he had been asked to serve as Scott's assistant, he spent the first few weeks of May in Annapolis, making sure that the road to Washington stayed open. Toward the middle of the month, he moved on to Washington. He and Scott were still employees of the Pennsylvania Railroad and received their salaries and instructions from J. Edgar Thompson in Philadelphia. From his perch in the War Department, Scott, first as a colonel of the District of Columbia militia and then as Assistant Secretary of War, served his two masters well. He made sure that troops, arms, armaments, coal, grain, and livestock were transported over the Pennsylvania system, and that the railroad was well paid for the service. The arrival of the Massachusetts and New York volunteers in Washington on April 25th put an end to Lincoln's immediate fears of invasion. By May, there were troops of varied uniforms quartered throughout the city, in every government building, at the Georgetown Seminary, and in tents on Franklin Square and Meridian Hill. The task entrusted to Scott and his assistant Carnegie was to move them south through the city and across the Potomac into Virginia, where the rebels lay waiting. Before the war, Congress, determined to prevent Washington from becoming just another marketplace, had forbidden the laying of tracks through the city and over the long bridge that spanned the Potomac. In peacetime, this meant only an inconvenience to passengers who took horse-drawn omnibuses from the B&O station in the city to the long bridge and then crossed it either by foot, wagon, or ferry. In wartime, a better way had to be found to move troops, horses, armaments, and supplies across the Potomac into Virginia. Andy Carnegie and the Pennsylvania Railroad men he had brought with him laid tracks across the city and over the long bridge. By late May, the path through Washington and over the Potomac had been prepared for the troops and the tons of equipment they required for their march south. Carnegie crossed the Potomac with the army and set up headquarters in Alexandria, where he was put in charge of rebuilding, reinforcing and extending the telegraph and rail lines from Washington to Alexandria, and from Alexandria southwest along the route the Northern troops would travel. On July 16th, the Union troops began their march on Manassas Junction and its critically important rail crossing, which lay just across Bull Run, a slow-moving stream clotted with trees. While the troops slogged their way on foot with 50-pound packs, Secretary of War Cameron, whose visit to the battlefield Carnegie thought would have an excellent effect upon the troops in the country, took the train to Fairfax and then rode the rest of the way on horses Carnegie transported, also by train, from the Treasury Building stables in Washington. On the morning of July 22nd, Union troops forded Bull Run Creek and, finding little resistance, pushed back the Confederate lines, cheered on by reporters, congressmen, and assorted civilian sightseers with picnic baskets who had taken the day trip from Washington to watch the battle through binoculars. From Pittsburgh, Tom Carnegie telegrammed his brother asking for reliable information about the battle. "Great excitement here this morning, all anxious to hear the news." The early news was good. But in mid-afternoon, backed by fresh reinforcements, the rebels broke through the Union lines. Instead of retreating in orderly fashion, the raw, inexperienced, ill-trained 90-day Northern recruits tumbled over one another, and the civilians who urged them back to battle, dashed madly across the Bull Run, discarding their packs and weapons along the way, and then raced north and east to the railroad tracks that led into Alexandria and, they hoped, safety. Trying to put the best possible spin on the disaster, Carnegie telegraphed a dispatch to the Pittsburgh Chronicle that was published the same day, under the heading, "From the Seat of War." Union troops had been forced to retire, he admitted, but all was not lost. They were reforming their lines at Alexandria and will attack the enemy again shortly. Carnegie convinced himself, as he hoped to convince others, including his friend W.H. Holmes in Pittsburgh, that the defeat at Bull Run had been a blessing in disguise. "We shall now begin in earnest. Knowing our foes, the necessary means will be applied to ensure their overthrow." He was delighted, he told Holmes, that he was in the thick of things. "How gratifying to lie down at night and think, by George, you are of some use in sustaining a great cause." To Tom, Andy explained by telegram that the Union troops had been defeated only after they had become utterly exhausted and a fresh army attacked. Washington was perfectly safe, fortifications fully manned with fresh troops. Rebels have made no demonstrations looking to advance. Their loss fully equals ours. His major tasks, laying track through Washington, opening the Long Bridge and the ferry services across the Potomac, and setting up rail and telegraph lines in northern Virginia, having been completed, Carnegie returned to Pittsburgh and the Pennsylvania Railroad in late August after 4 months in Washington. He was a Republican loyalist, an opponent of slavery, a foe of secession, and committed to fighting the war to conclusion. But he was not willing to absent himself indefinitely from job, family, and his developing business interests, which were, by the summer of 1861, already quite extensive. There was no need for him to remain in Washington. The War Department had begun to replace civilians with military men in the management of communications and transportation for the Union armies. Unlike several of his colleagues at the Pennsylvania Railroad, including Tom Scott and Bobby Pitcairn, Carnegie would play no further part in the Civil War. He was not a professional soldier, had no military training, and no desire to remain in government service. He could best serve his nation and himself by keeping the trains running smoothly in and through Pittsburgh. Besides, he had several investments of his own that needed looking to. He now held stock in 2 express companies, as well as Western Union, 2 horse-car companies, at least 2 coal companies, an oil company, the Freedom Iron Company near Lewistown, Pennsylvania, and the Woodruff Sleeping Car Company. These investments were paying handsome dividends which Carnegie was anxious to reinvest in new projects. Unwilling to wait until the war was won, Carnegie dedicated himself to extending his own economic empire. Though he still looked like a youth of 16, he had learned to dress, walk, and talk the part of the businessman. To cover up that boyish face, he had grown a beard, or tried to. An 1861 photograph taken in Philadelphia shows him with a rather wispy affair crawling around the outskirts of his face, barely touching his chin. His lip is bare. Skimpy as it was, the beard served its purpose. Staring straight at the camera, wearing a long frock coat, vest, and tie, his head slightly tilted forward, his gaze as solemn as a preacher's at a funeral, Andrew Carnegie was a portrait of self-assurance and competence. In the past, he had looked to his partners, Scott and Thompson, to include him in their investments. But from this point on, he intended to scout out his own opportunities. There was risk involved in proceeding on his own, but that could be minimized, if not eliminated entirely, by following the rules of the game he had learned from his mentors. Only invest in companies you have investigated yourself. Only invest in companies about which you have insider knowledge. Only invest in companies that sell goods or services for which demand is growing. Never invest as an individual, but always with a group of trusted associates, who together will own a controlling or dominant interest in the company. Carnegie had all his life found a way to attach himself to older people who could be of use to him, and he to them. On arriving in Homewood, he had worked his charm on his wealthy neighbors, including William Coleman, whose daughter Lucy would later marry Tom Carnegie. Coleman had already made 2 fortunes, in iron manufacturing and coal mining, and was on his way to a third in drilling. For a businessman like Coleman, Carnegie was a valuable friend. He was division superintendent of the Pennsylvania Railroad, had money to invest, and, more important, access to other sources of capital. It was surely not a secret to Coleman that Carnegie was part of an informal investment pool with Scott, Thompson, and several prominent businessmen in Philadelphia. In 1861, Coleman purchased a parcel of land on Oil Creek in Venango County, not far from where Edwin Drake had drilled the first American oil well 2 years earlier. Drake's success in getting the oil out of the ground had set in motion a frenzy of real estate speculation up and down what had become known as Oil Creek, a tributary of the Allegheny River that extended northward about 15 miles from Franklin, Pennsylvania, to Titusville. That there was oil in the ground was no secret. It was everywhere in the region, contaminating water wells and seeping out from underground sources to deposit a thin, viscous, bluish coating on the creek. Unfortunately, except for local tribes of Native Americans who used the oil as a medicine and to waterproof canoes, and a few imaginative patent medicine dealers, no one had found any real use for the substance. Only in the late 1850s did a number of enterprising businessmen, with the help of chemists, discover that it was possible to distill Pennsylvania crude rock oil into a cleanly burning illuminant. Pennsylvania crude was more plentiful, cheaper, and burned more efficiently than whale oil, which was getting scarce and expensive as the species was killed off. Lard oil, produced from pork fat, or coal oil, which smelled dreadfully as it burned. The excitement in the oil regions was all-consuming and would continue for the next decade. Every day there were new sightings made, new contracts written, new fortunes imagined. The Pittsburgh Daily Commercial, the city's business paper, ran a regular front-page section which it entitled El Dorado. William Coleman was one of the more respectable businessmen to join the first wave of prospectors. While most of the prospectors who decamped along Oil Creek had only enough money to lease the farms they drilled on, Coleman in 1859 bought the 500-acre Story Farm in the center of Oil Creek for about $40,000. In May 1861, while Carnegie was in Washington, Coleman organized the Columbia Oil Company, which he invited his young neighbor to invest in upon his return from Washington. Carnegie was intrigued, but before putting down money, asked Coleman to take him on a tour of the oil region. Though Oil Creek was about 100 miles due north of Pittsburgh, there were as yet no direct or indirect rail connections. Coleman and Carnegie boarded an Allegheny River steamer for Franklin, Pennsylvania. At Franklin, the two men either transferred to a horse-drawn wagon or, more likely, boarded a flatboat that was pulled upstream by horses to the Story Farm. The region was pockmarked by crude wooden prospector shanties which dotted the shoreline. Alongside the shanties rose the wooden derricks each prospector hoped would bring black gold out of the earth. A considerable number of these derricks and shanties had been abandoned. Others had been singed or burned down by the oil fires that were endemic in the region. What surprised me was the good humor which prevailed everywhere. It was a vast picnic, full of amusing incidents. Everybody was in high glee. Fortunes were supposedly within reach. Everything was booming. It was one thing to get the oil from the ground, another to get it to Pittsburgh to be refined and distributed. Following the path of the lumberman who had mined the Oil Creek Valley of its second most valuable resource, timber, the oil men dammed the creek at each of the several sources that fed into it from the north. Twice a week they opened the floodgates, releasing the dammed water in a flood tide that floated hundreds of flat-bottom boats, some loaded with barrels, others with loose oil, south to Franklin, where it was loaded onto steamers bound for Pittsburgh. The flat-bottom boats leaked to begin with, and leaked even more as they were hurled along in the flood tide, crashing into one another in the shoreline, and taking on more water, which displaced more oil. The waste was appalling, probably 2/3 of the oil pumped from the ground, but no one seemed to mind as the supply appeared inexhaustible. Carnegie, having satisfied himself that there was oil in the ground and a way to ship it to Pittsburgh, agreed to invest in Coleman's Oil Company. While other prospectors fantasized only about the liquid gold that lay deep in the ground, Coleman and Carnegie believed that in the not-too-distant future the wells would run dry. To prepare for that day and turn it to their advantage, Coleman proposed, and Carnegie agreed, to construct a man-made lake, pump the oil from their wells into it, and leave it there until the supply dwindled and prices rose. Coleman and Carnegie waited for the region to run out of oil while their lake leaked thousands of barrels daily. Unable to find any efficient way to store the oil, they had to sell it on the open market. It was the right decision. By June 1863, the Columbia Oil Company had made so much money it was able to pay investors a dividend of 30%. In August and September, it paid additional dividends of 25% each. In October, 50%. In the first 6 months of 1864, another 160%. Carnegie was suddenly a very rich man. He was, as he would be for the rest of his life, generous in spreading his newfound wealth. He sold some of his stock in Columbia Oil to his old Allegheny City friend Tom Miller. He also shipped barrels of oil to Scotland to set up Cousin Dodd in the oil trade. When Dodd was unable to sell enough barrels to pay for the initial shipment, Naig assured him that he was in no hurry for funds, and would wait as long as he had to for Dodd to make a go of it. The tens of thousands of dollars Carnegie earned in the 4 years he held the Columbia oil stock were quickly reinvested in other projects. As oil was found in other places, in Duck Creek in 1864 and Pithole Creek in 1865, Carnegie investigated and invested in new oil companies. The Civil War had unleashed productive forces that, properly harnessed, were going to yield millions to those aggressive enough to take the reins. Once the war was over, and the North had won, as Carnegie was convinced it would, trade could be expected to expand in every direction, especially west, following the route of the settlers who were going to occupy the 2.5 million acres opened to cultivation with passage of the Homestead Act in 1862. There had been discussion for more than a decade of building a Pacific Railroad across the plains and the mountains all the way to California. In the summer of 1862, President Lincoln signed legislation authorizing 2 new companies to construct that road with federal subsidies. The Union Pacific would lay track westward and the Central Pacific eastward until the two met somewhere between Omaha and Sacramento. Neither the Pennsylvania Railroad nor any of the eastern railroads participated in building the new Transcontinental Railroad, though every one of them expected to profit from increased east-west traffic when it was completed. Carnegie knew too much about the industry to invest directly in railroad stocks. It was less risky, and in the long run far more lucrative, to put his money in companies that had sweetheart contracts with the roads to supply coal, wood, and iron, to build their bridges, grade their crossings, manufacture their rails, and manufacture their rolling stock, locomotives, and specialized freight, passenger, and sleeping cars. His investments in oil had paid off handsomely enough for him to contemplate going into business for himself. In doing so, he fully intended to capitalize on his position within the Pennsylvania Railroad and his contacts with its 2 leading executives, Thompson and Scott. He would supply the railroad with whatever was required, and make a profit doing so. As the man in charge of keeping rail traffic moving in western Pennsylvania, Carnegie had an intimate understanding of the damage the railroad's infrastructure had suffered in the course of the war. Heavy traffic in material and soldiers and reduced expenditures on maintenance had created a near-crisis situation. One of the flashpoints was the wooden structures that bridged city streets and rivers, lakes, streams, creeks, and valleys. None of these had been built to last or to support the heavy loads being transported in wartime. Several had been damaged by fire started by sparks emitted from crossing trains. Dozens were literally rotting away. These wooden bridges would all eventually have to be replaced by iron ones that were fireproof and capable of bearing heavier loads. In 1862, Carnegie invited Jacob Linville, the Pennsylvania's chief bridge engineer, and John Piper and Aaron Schiffler, also engineers, to join him, Scott, and Thompson in organizing a new company to build iron railroad bridges in Pittsburgh. The new company, Piper and Schiffler, was a fine example of 19th-century crony capitalism. Carnegie would oversee operations and finances from Pittsburgh. Scott and Thompson, who remained silent partners in the enterprise, would make sure the new company received lucrative contracts for iron bridges from the Pennsylvania and its affiliated companies. As had become the modus operandi of their investment partnership, Carnegie held Scott's stock in his own name. Thompson's shares were put in his wife's name. Linville's participation in the company was also kept secret, as, with Scott and Thompson, he remained an employee of the railroad. Carnegie was active in other startups as well, so many in fact that not even he could keep track of them. When it came time to write his autobiography in 1903, he had to contact his old friend Tom Miller to ask him to go over his records. Miller responded with a detailed account of their joint investments, which included the Citizens Passenger Railway, the Birmingham Passenger Horse Car Railroad, the Pennsylvania Coal Company, 2 oil companies, the Third National Bank in Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh Grain Elevator, Western Union, and something called the Library Hill Company. "So you see, Andy," Miller concluded, "you were in a lot of things in those active years of 1860 to 65. In the spring of 1862, some 9 months after he had returned to Pittsburgh to take up his post as division superintendent, Carnegie requested and was granted a leave of absence from the railroad so that he could take a 3-month holiday in Scotland. "I can scarcely believe my senses," he wrote Cousin Dodd in May 1862, "and yet I'm sure I have just been notified that our company grants me 3 months' leave of absence to date from July 1st. 3 cheers for this. There is nothing on earth I would ask in preference to what has just been given me. The exuberance of my joy, I find, is tempered by a deep feeling of thankfulness for the privilege vouchsafed. It seems so much in advance of my deserts. I hope I may be enabled to make good use of the blessing." He had dreamed of returning to visit Dunfermline for the 14 years he had lived in Pittsburgh. Now, his pockets filled with oil money, he was able to finance that dream. It was time to celebrate, show off his good fortune, and reward his mother for all that she had done to make her boy a success in the new world. On June 28, 1862, as the Army of Northern Virginia, commanded by Robert E. Lee, and the Army of the Potomac, led by George McClellan, collided just outside of Richmond, Virginia, in what would become known as the 7 Days Battle, with 30,000 killed or wounded, Andrew Carnegie, with his mother and Tom Miller, boarded the steamship Etna for the 2-week trip to Liverpool. From Liverpool they took the train north to Scotland and Dunfermline. Carnegie evinced no hesitation at all in leaving his country at this critical moment. He had done his part in the war and done it well. As his presence was no longer required in Pittsburgh, which was, for the moment at least, safely behind Union lines, there was no earthly reason for him to stay behind. He needed a vacation, and having been granted one, sailed away without the slightest regret. His first responsibilities were to his family, particularly his mother, whom he now brought back to Dunfermline in triumph. She had left in disgrace as a poor man's wife. She returned as a rich man's mother. Their first glimpse of Dunfermline brought tears to his mother's eyes, and this alone made the trip worthwhile. They stayed with the Lauders in their cramped living quarters on top of the High Street shop. Like every adult returning to a childhood home, Carnegie was astounded at how everything seemed so small compared with what I had imagined. Dunfermline, so grand in memory, had shrunk in size and importance, as had its shops, its parks, its houses, and its people. Here was a city of the Lilliputians. Everything was there in miniature. His relatives were exceedingly kind, but they found it impossible to understand how far he had already climbed in the new world. His dear old Auntie Charlotte, for one, could think of nothing grander for a man than to keep a shop in the High Street, which she hoped would be Andrew's goal now that he had put some money aside. The visit ended disastrously, with Carnegie taken ill, we don't know with what. When he was well enough to travel again, he went down to London, where he stayed with his mother and Tom Miller in the luxurious Grosvenor Hotel, and visited the Crystal Palace. Its 13 acres filled with whatever this world has to show of art and invention. "You have there the most wonderful of everything," he wrote his brother Tom, left behind in Pittsburgh to look after the family's business holdings. "I take it that Monsieur Carnegie has the office matters all in tip-top order, and a prodigious balance in the safe, the result of some brilliant financiering." At 26, Carnegie set himself a pattern he would follow for the rest of his life, declaring a vacation, disappearing from the workplace, and leaving his partners to look after his affairs. He had enough money now to travel whenever he chose. His dividend checks arrived whether he was in Pittsburgh or Scotland, at work or at leisure. Had he relied on his salary, he might have been more hesitant to take time off, but the $2,400 he received annually from the Pennsylvania Railroad constituted only about 5% of his annual income. Later in life, when Carnegie was called upon to advise young men on how to succeed in business, he never suggested that unceasing hard work was a prerequisite for acquiring wealth. Though born a Scotsman, he was not a Calvinist in any sense of the word. He did not regard hard work as a virtue in itself, nor did he believe that the accumulation of wealth was a sign of his election or a just reward for past diligence. The piling up of wealth signified nothing in itself, except that one had been in the right place at the right time, avoided a variety of moral vices, and wisely concentrated one's energies and talents. Although Carnegie had from infancy on nurtured an abiding dislike for the landed aristocracies of the old world, it was this status and lifestyle that he now aspired to. "I am determined," he declared to his cousin Dodd, "to expand as my means do." His ultimate goal was to accumulate enough money to own a noble place in the country, cultivate the rarest flowers, the best breeds of cattle, own a magnificent lot of horses, and be distinguished for taking the deepest interest in all those about my place. He wanted, in short, to be a British gentleman, but one with a social conscience, who labors diligently to educate and improve the condition of his dependents. This was as yet the sum total of his philanthropic impulses, but then again he was still in his mid-20s and captivated by his newfound wealth. Carnegie had decided to leave business while still in the prime of life, enter politics, and, as he explained it to his cousin, dedicate himself to laboring to correct some ancient abuse, to curtail the privileges of the few and increase those of the many. He might stay in America, or then again he might invest his New World dollars in an Old World estate. "I sometimes think I would like to return to Scotland and try the character of the British gentleman myself, but that cold, chilly summer we had was enough to disgust one." By October, the Carnegies were reunited in Homewood, and Andy was back at work at the outer depot. While the family had been vacationing in Dunfermline, the rebels had seized the initiative. In early July, Northern troops under General McClellan had been turned back from Richmond. By August, Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson had taken the offensive, moved north, and won a decisive victory at the Second Battle of Bull Run in northern Virginia. During the summer of 1862, Lincoln had called on the states to recruit 300,000 soldiers for 3-year terms. Putting muscle behind the president's request, Congress passed a law defining all able-bodied men between the ages of 18 and 45 as eligible for militia service, and authorizing the president to call state militia into active duty. The states were required, by federal law, to fill their quotas, by all means necessary, including a draft. In August, the War Department asked for an additional 300,000 recruits for a 9-month term. Carnegie, 27 years old and an able-bodied young man, was likely to be drafted when Pennsylvania ran out of recruits to fill its allotment. Although it was recognized that railroad men were vital to the war effort, the new federal laws provided no exemptions for them. Tom Scott, recently returned to Pennsylvania after retiring as Assistant Secretary of War, wrote Secretary of War Edwin Stanton pleading with him to provide a blanket exemption for railroad employees. He knew from first-hand experience in Washington that the railroads were indispensable to the Union war effort and that experienced train crews and executives were at a premium. A draft of executives, engineers, brakemen, or even unskilled yard hands would make it more difficult to move troops and supplies. It would also force up wages and compel some of the lines now moving troops, like the Pennsylvania, to curtail other services. Stanton, bombarded by similar requests for exemptions from other railroad executives, revised his policy to formally exclude telegraph operators and engineers. He would not, he notified Scott by telegraph, grant blanket exemptions for other railroad employees, but he would make sure that those whose services were found to be indispensable to the railroad would, if drafted, be discharged immediately. This informal understanding protected Carnegie from the draft, but it also provided him with an incentive to keep his position at the railroad at a time when he was making far more money from his outside business activities. In 1863, as Robert E. Lee's augmented Army of Northern Virginia moved northward into Pennsylvania, threatening Pittsburgh, the city's leading businessmen, Carnegie probably among them, met at the Monongahela House on June 12th to plan their defense against Jeb Stuart's Confederate cavalry, which they expected momentarily. It was agreed to suspend all business activity and put every able-bodied man to work digging trenches and erecting redoubts around the perimeter of the city. "You will see by the newspapers that Pittsburgh is busy fortifying," he wrote Dodd on June 21st. 6,800 men, volunteers, have been at work all week. We will not quit till the city is surrounded by formidable works, and then we are secure from rebel raids. To those in Scotland who had doubted the North's resolve and resources, he proudly pointed to the 30,000 volunteers armed and equipped who had been called together in less than 3 days. There was no question in Carnegie's mind but that the North was going to emerge triumphant and slavery to go down, if only because its cause was just. A week or a month more or less makes no difference. As the war approached its 4th year, with no immediate end in sight, and with new recruitments and re-enlistments dwindling, Lincoln was compelled to conscript 500,000 men in February 1864, and 200,000 more in mid-March. Carnegie's name was called. Not even his position at the railroad was going to gain him an exemption or immediate discharge, so dire were the Union's manpower needs. On receiving his draft notice, Carnegie contacted H.M. Butler, a Pittsburgh draft broker, who found a recent immigrant from Ireland named John Lindew, who, for $850, was willing to report for duty in Carnegie's place. On July 19, 1864, Lindew, having fulfilled his promise, unlike many other substitutes who took their money and ran, Carnegie received his certificate of non-liability, exempting him from the draft until July 1867. There is no evidence that Carnegie felt any shame at sending another man off to war in his place. This was the common practice. A large number of the men of his generation, who would later be referred to as robber barons, including Philip Armour, Jay Cooke, J.P. Morgan, George Pullman, Jay Gould, Jim Fisk, Collis P. Huntington, and John D. Rockefeller, spent the war, as he did, making money by providing the Union armies with fuel, uniforms, shoes, rifles, ammunition, provisions, transportation, and financing. Toward the end of 1863, Carnegie jotted down his assets and investments on Superintendent's Office, Pittsburgh Division, Pennsylvania Railroad Company, letterhead. There are 15 separate entries on this income 1863 list, with a bottom-line total of $47,860.67, nearly $8.5 million today. Almost 45% of that income came from his Columbia oil investment, 50% from investments in companies that had large contracts with the Pennsylvania Railroad. There is no foolproof scheme of comparing the economic power of individual incomes in years past to today. Historians have traditionally used the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, to compare the worth of dollars in times past with today. Unfortunately, the CPI, while accounting for inflation over time, cannot measure the economic power of dollars based on the size of the total economy. Using data supplied by EH.net and Professor Samuel H. Williamson, I have chosen to use either the nominal gross domestic product, or GDP per capita, or the relative share of the GDP as the measures I apply to compare the values of incomes. This is, though imperfect, the best way, I believe, to account in today's dollars for the economic power of individual incomes in the past. For the worth of incomes prior to 1890, I use the nominal GDP per capita. After 1890, as the economy begins to grow enormously in size, I use the relative share of GDP as my measure. As the most recent figures available for this purpose are the 2004 GDP figures, it is these I use for comparison. For further information on these measures, please see Samuel H. Williamson, What is the Relative Value? Economic History Services, December 14, 2005, at www.eh.net. Carnegie was not the only enterprising young man who was striking it rich in Pittsburgh. His friends Tom Miller and Henry Phipps, the son and namesake of the shoemaker who had given Margaret Carnegie shoe-binding work 15 years earlier, were also taking advantage of the wartime boom. Miller, a slightly sinister-looking young man with a goatee and full mustache, worked as a purchasing agent for the Pittsburgh, Fort Wayne, and Chicago Railroad. Miller bought axles for railroad cars from the Cloman brothers, Anton and Andrew, two Prussian blacksmiths who operated a forge in Millvale, just east of Allegheny City. Sometime in 1859, the Clomans, in need of $1,600 to buy a second trip hammer to expand their business, offered Miller a 1/3 interest in the firm in return for the money. Unwilling to invest money in his own name in a company he did business with for the railroad, Miller asked Henry Phipps to join him in the investment and register Miller's stock in his name. Henry, or Harry as he was known to his friends and family, was the younger brother of John Phipps, a member of Carnegie's inner circle who had died after falling from his horse. 4 years younger than Carnegie and Miller, Harry still lived in his father's house at 338 Rebecca Street, and commuted across the river to his job as a bookkeeper in Pittsburgh. Though only in his early 20s, Harry Phipps was already a bit stoop-shouldered, with the world-weary look and neatly trimmed beard and mustache of a much older bookkeeper. He was a small man, like Carnegie, and a very quiet one, probably the most reticent of any of the men Carnegie would work with. Phipps never spoke out of turn or with much expression, but he knew precisely what he was doing and was impossible to intimidate or ignore. He agreed to take half of Miller's investment for himself, hold Miller's shares in his name, and keep the books for the Cloman brothers. The coming of war and Pittsburgh's critical position as the home of the Allegheny Arsenal, a major supplier of weaponry for the Union armies, led to a wholesale expansion of business for the Clomans, and profits for their young partners. By late 1861, the firm was working to capacity, forging gun carriages which, when completed, were floated across the river to the arsenal. Even with their second trip hammer, the Clomans had more government orders than they could fill. They leased additional land across the river in Pittsburgh, within walking distance of the arsenal, and constructed a new mill, the Iron City Forge, to manufacture wrought iron, plates, bars, and nails on government contract. Miller had originally wanted to enlist Carnegie as a partner in the new ironworks, but Andrew Cloman, the younger and more dominant of the brothers, feared that Carnegie was too aggressive a businessman and would quickly take over the enterprise. Cloman was an innovative blacksmith and iron forger, but excessively mistrustful of his partners. Soon after the incorporation of the new firm, he ousted his brother Anton, who he feared was getting careless. Miller bought Anton's shares, which gave him and Harry Phipps majority ownership in the foundry. Andrew Cloman, in an attempt to regain control of his own firm, demanded that Phipps sell him his share of the company. When Phipps refused, Cloman switched course and demanded that Miller relinquish his share. Phipps sided with Kloman. Miller, who had brought Phipps into the business, was furious but outnumbered. The former friends, barely on speaking terms now, could agree on only one thing, that they needed an outside mediator, and that Carnegie, whom they both knew from childhood, was the best man for the job. Carnegie agreed to mediate, convinced that he could charm the three partners into agreement, but not even his considerable powers of persuasion were enough. The rancor between Miller, Kloman, and Phipps grew to the point where Carnegie recognized that reconciliation was impossible. Tom Miller was Carnegie's oldest and dearest friend, the man who had accompanied him and his mother to Dunfermline, and then helped to nurse him back to health when he took ill there. But Miller was, as Carnegie later noted, an Irishman with a temper. Carnegie reluctantly recommended that Miller remove himself from the management of the firm, absent himself from the mill, reduce his ownership stake from 4/9 to 1/6, and sign an agreement stipulating that Kloman and Phipps could, with 60 days' notice, compel him to retire from the firm and sell back his stock. Kloman and Phipps agreed at once to the proposal. There remained one obstacle. Harry Phipps, who was to have a 1/3 share in the reorganized company, to be known as Kloman and Phipps, had to come up with $10,000, which he didn't have. Into the breach stepped Tom Carnegie, who bought part of Phipps's share with money borrowed from his brother. While suffering through the impossible task of negotiating an agreement, Carnegie had picked up a great deal of insider information about the iron business in wartime, enough to convince him to finance his brother's entry into Kloman and Phipps. When, soon afterward, Tom Miller, no longer a partner in Kloman and Phipps, suggested that he and Carnegie go into the iron business on their own, Carnegie agreed and put up the money for the new firm. In the spring of 1864, Miller and Carnegie leased a 5-acre plot of land, 4 blocks from the Kloman and Phipps Iron City Forge, organized the Cyclops Iron Company, and began construction of a state-of-the-art rolling mill. In his autobiography, Carnegie claims that he joined with Miller because he was convinced that his friend had been unfairly treated by Phipps and Kloman. And that is no doubt true, but there is more to the story, as there always is with Carnegie. With Tom Carnegie as his Trojan horse inside Kloman and Phipps, and Harry Phipps in his debt, Andrew may have been looking ahead to the inevitable merger of his new firm with the one 4 blocks away. As war was still going on in 1864 and government contracts for iron goods were as lucrative as ever, the iron business was enjoying an unprecedented boom. Kloman and Phipps had its best year ever. Once the war was over, there would be a period of readjustment, followed immediately by a new building boom. New rails would be laid, new locomotives built, new bridges built, and they would be built of iron. Kloman and Phipps fought the competition from Cyclops Iron for about 6 months before suing for peace. Miller was reluctant to enter into combination with his former partners, who had so recently ousted him, but Carnegie convinced him that the deal was worth making. In May 1865, the merger was completed. The new company was called the Union Iron Mills. Its president was Andrew Carnegie, its vice president Tom Carnegie. Kloman was named superintendent. Chapter 5. Branching Out, 1865 to 1866. Almost 30, Andrew Carnegie was the principal shareholder in several thriving companies, a partner in several more, and a force in local business circles, well known and respected for his acumen and his access to capital. He paid taxes on an income of $17,500 in 1864, with an additional $1 tax for his one-horse carriage. A year later, his income had risen to $38,735, $5.6 million today, on which he paid a tax of $3,655. Again, he was charged an additional $1 tax for his carriage, $2 for his gold watch, and $4 for his pianoforte. Since William Carnegie's death 10 years earlier, everything had gone right for the family. Tom, though only 22, was an accomplished telegraph operator and apprentice capitalist. Mag now presided over her own country estate, and Andrew Carnegie was one of Pittsburgh's wealthiest young capitalists. There is a price to be paid for achieving so much, so soon, and Carnegie at 30 was beginning to pay it. Driven as he had been from an early age to make himself the family breadwinner, he had never had the leisure to contemplate a life devoted to anything else. Only now did he allow himself the luxury of wondering whether there was not something missing. On New Year's Day, 1865, a month after his 29th birthday, Carnegie had written to remind Tom Scott of a promise he had earlier made. Carnegie had, for many personal reasons, decided that the position as American consul to Glasgow would be a very desirable one for me. It is the only enterprise before me just now into which I could best throw my whole energy. Scott agreed to contact Simon Cameron on Carnegie's behalf to ask if he could arrange for a consular appointment. His young friend Carnegie, he informed Cameron, retires from railway life 1st of April next. Having struck oil in large quantities, he is now financially independent and intends to spend a few years in Europe. Being one of Scotland's boys, he has a strong desire to go there in some official capacity. Carnegie was ready for a change of scenery and occupation. As he approached 30, his lack of education and cultivation concerned him more than ever. He had never been to any of the European capitals and knew nothing about classical architecture or Renaissance painting or the other subjects required of a man of learning. In April 1865, as the Civil War came to an end with General Robert E. Lee's surrender to General Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox, Carnegie formally resigned his position with the Pennsylvania Railroad, set his personal business affairs in order, gave his brother Tom instructions on how to look after the family's investments, and said goodbye to his mother. Having had no response to his request for a consular position, he made up his mind to leave Pittsburgh anyway on a year-long trip to Britain and Europe, where he hoped to acquire some of the cultural capital he so sorely lacked. He recruited Harry Phipps and a new acquaintance, John Vandervoort, a neighbor in Homewood, to accompany him. He chose his companions carefully. Phipps and Vandervoort, Vandy, were friends but not his equals intellectually or financially. Both were 4 years younger than he and considerably poorer. Phipps was now an officer at the Union Iron Mills, where he had made a handsome living during the Civil War. Vandy had acquired the funds he needed for the trip by investing, with Carnegie, in the Columbia Oil Company. On May 17, 1865, Andy, Vandy, and Harry, the boys as they would refer to themselves, having paid $132 each for first-class cabin tickets, boarded the Scotia, the newest, fastest, it held the transatlantic record, and most luxurious ship in the Cunard Line. Phipps was seasick the entire trip, a source of amusement to his friends. Carnegie suffered not at all. He played chess like a champion, visited with old friends from Pittsburgh and new ones he met on board, got badly tanned and weather-beaten, and quickly recovered in the open air from the slight cold he had contracted in New York. "An ocean voyage," he wrote his mother and brother from shipboard, "is good fun for me, and I think we might do as the Duncans," who had also sailed on the Scotia. "Have a summer estate in Scotland and go over every season to enjoy it. How does the idea strike the two members of the Carnegie firm at Homewood? If approved, how many acres shall we have? Will Pittencrieff, or Pitreavie, the grandest country estates in Dunfermline, answer?" The Scotia landed in Liverpool in early June. Carnegie took a quick side trip by himself to Dunfermline to see his relatives. The evening before he left Dunfermline, he stayed up all night singing Scottish songs and telling stories with Uncle Lauder and family friends. "It was wondrous strange," Carnegie wrote home, "to be surrounded with old men who were our father's boon companions. In America we are an entirely new family, and outside of Aunts Aitken and Hogan, his mother's sisters, we have no relatives nor associations. Here we have a local history extending to the 3rd generation, and many a one speaks kindly of our ancestors." Reunited with Phipps and Vandy, and joined by John Franks, a distant relative of Phipps, the boys were to begin their walking tour of England the next morning. "We have our knapsacks, gum coats, canes, etc., and by our next week we will be able to report progress. We go into the campaign with strong hearts and, as far as tested, very strong legs, but we will not boast until we can go our 20 miles per day. I continue to have excellent health, am wearing the very heaviest underclothing and taking good care not to catch cold in the evenings, which are generally cool, notwithstanding that the days are quite warm. The walking tour had barely commenced when the boys decided to take a detour back to London for the triennial Handel Festival at the Crystal Palace. Carnegie was overwhelmed at the spectacle of 4,000 musicians performing the Israel in Egypt oratorio. The next 6 weeks were spent hiking through England, Wales, Ireland, and Scotland, interspersed with stays at the nation's most fashionable watering places in Leamington Spa, Bath, Bristol, and Brighton, and a few side trips to see some rail mills. Carnegie had taken this year off to enrich his mind as well as to reinvigorate his body and soak up as much European culture as was possible in 12 months. Off the trails, Andy, Vandy, John, and Harry stayed in reputable hotels, ate in good restaurants, spent their days sightseeing and their evenings in Europe's grandest theaters, concert halls, and opera houses. In Paris, they imitated the Parisians in sitting down at the tables in the boulevards, sipping our lemonade. In Mannheim, they drank a bottle of Johannisberg, while they groaned at Andy's joke of having taken a bit at Worms and liking the diet. They bought tulips and hyacinths in Holland, toured a diamond factory in Amsterdam, acted out the trial of Othello in the Doge's palace, spent Christmas Day at St. Peter's, ascended the tower in Pisa, and visited Vesuvius in the early morning mist. They were, in short, Americans on the grand tour. Sundays were devoted to literary labors. Vandy, John Franks, and Carnegie kept travel diaries in the form of long letters. Vandy to his brother, John to his sister, Carnegie to his mother. While his companions, however, were satisfied with writing to their families, Carnegie, according to John Franks, devoted part of each Sunday communicating his constant experiences to the editor of the Pittsburgh Commercial. Carnegie had literary ambitions and was attempting to break into print by publishing travel letters in the newspapers. Writers as celebrated as Margaret Fuller, Bayard Taylor, Henry Adams, and Mark Twain had done the same, though their correspondence had been commissioned before they left. The boys got along famously. John acts as treasurer and does finely, Carnegie informed his mother. Harry attends to outside matters generally, and I play gentleman at present. However, I'm trying to be careful to make a show of doing something. He was joking, of course. His friends found it difficult to keep up with him. He had to visit every museum, take in every concert, opera, and theatrical event. He is full of liveliness, fun, and frolic, John Franks wrote his sister from Frankfurt. It is extremely difficult to keep him within reasonable bounds, to restrain him within the limits of moderately orderly behavior. He is so continuously mischievous and so exuberantly joyous. Nothing pleased Carnegie more than throwing himself headfirst into conversation with friends, strangers, shipmates, the people at the adjoining table in the cafe. The boys argued incessantly, though good-naturedly, Franks reported, upon most questions, social, political, etc., Andy brimming first upon one side, then upon the other, with admirable impartiality, and possibly to keep the balance even. He had an opinion on everything, the national character of the Germans and French, the merits of Raphael versus Rubens, religion and war, architecture and music, female labor. Whenever there was some disagreement, as for instance on why there were so many flags flying from so many houses in Koblenz, Andy not only offered his opinion but backed it up with a wager, on this occasion a pair of gloves. He reveled in excess. His conversation was endless, his letters too long, his spending uncontrolled. The boys tried to rein him in, and when they could not, teased him mercilessly about his practice of paying high prices for articles which could easily be bought for about 50% less. We continually remind him that the price is his measure of quality. A year was a long time to be absent from home and family. Carnegie begged his brother to write him weekly and his mother to write him as often as she could. When she did not, he sent her light-hearted reminders. "You promised to write me a letter, old girl. Now set about it and see what you can do in that line. I haven't got such a memento, and would prize it highly, I assure you." In response to one letter from his brother describing a family gathering at Homewood, Andy assured Tom and his mother that he derived More happiness hearing of a pleasant evening spent there with friends than you can have in being part of the company, for it brings back the old times. I pity the poor wretch who hasn't a home to which his best thoughts and warmest affections can always be turned. And now that I am so far from you, it is the old story. Distance lends enchantment to the view with a very lavish hand indeed. From thousands of miles away, he demanded news of the improvements Tom and his mother were making to the family home. A true country estate requires a name, and Andrew, from afar, tried out a few on his brother. For a time he referred to their residence as the Fairview estate, then settled on Fairfield, which he and his brother agreed was a better name. Although he had been deterred by the high price of gold from buying many things upon the continent, including a fancy music box and some pictures he had had his eye on, Andy hoped that Tom and his mother would, in his absence, do all they could to add still further to the attractions of our home. From Dorchester in the west of England, he wrote Tom to suggest that he get the necessary straw targets, bows and arrows, etc., for a fancy archery arrangement on our place. If you can't get them in the East, let me know, and I will bring over a set. You don't know how nice this sport is. I think it will add another attraction to the Fairview estate. Carnegie was, he confessed, a home bird, but he was at the same time in no hurry to start his own home, with his own family. All around him, men of his age and younger were marrying and starting their own families. In Homestead, his brother Tom, 8 years younger than he was already preparing for his marriage to Lucy Coleman. The boys in Europe constituted themselves into a committee on matrimony, which, according to John Franks, spent hour after hour passing in review the beauties of Pittsburgh and neighborhood and discussing their various charms, physical, mental, and metallic, having a special reference to the latter. Andy, Tom, and Vandy had already picked out future brides, though Franks confided to his sister that it was possible the ladies in question may have something to say upon the matter before it is finally decided. Who, if anyone, Carnegie had in mind is impossible to ascertain. Some of the early biographies offer unsubstantiated rumors that he had, in his 20s, been interested in Anne Dyke Riddle, reportedly one of the most beautiful girls in Pittsburgh and the daughter of Samuel Riddle, the publisher of the Pittsburgh Gazette, but that she had been wooed away from him by Tom Scott. According to Scott family legend, Andy had asked his friend and mentor to look after Miss Riddle, who was taking the train unchaperoned to Philadelphia. Scott did so, and in 1865, the same year Carnegie resigned from the railroad and escaped to Europe, Anne Dyke Riddle became the second Mrs. Scott. Carnegie's only mention of Riddle is in an 1899 article in which he declares that he had done his widowed mentor a good turn by arranging for him to escort one of the sweetest girls in Pittsburgh. Well, the trip was made as I planned it, and eventually Colonel Scott and Miss Riddle were married. She was a charming girl and made him a good wife. What is, for our purposes, as interesting as the story itself is the fact that it outlived him. Everyone who has written about Carnegie has tried to find evidence of his romantic involvements as a young man. There may have been some, but it appears most likely that Andy Carnegie was, in his 20s, 30s, and 40s, too occupied with business to tie himself down to a wife and family. It is also possible that he felt self-conscious about his looks and his size. During the 1865 tour of Europe, he wrote his mother, who, like all mothers, worried about her boy's health, that his was now robust, and cited as evidence the fact that he had gained weight and was now 7 stone 11 pounds, in all 109 pounds. It is difficult to imagine a 30-year-old man, in good health and of medium frame, weighing 109 pounds and standing more than 5 feet tall. There remains one more reason, and a compelling one, for his reluctance to marry, the possibility that his relationship to his mother precluded his bringing another woman into his home. As Carnegie matured from boy to youth to man, his admiration for his mother increased. He was now at age 30 no longer a worshipful child, but he adored his mother more than ever, considered her among his best friends, and spent more time in her company than with anyone else. She fretted about his health, he teased her about her weight. He greeted her every morning with jokes before breakfast. She refused to pay attention to anything he had to say until she had her cup of tea. He marveled at her skill at whist and euchre, respected her business savvy, and was delighted that she was now willing to travel widely by herself to visit her relatives in the Midwest and her son in Washington. In Dunfermline, in September 1865, he spent an evening with relatives exchanging stories about her. "Uncle and Auntie Morrison cannot get over laughing at the extent and frequency of your travels," he wrote her from Dunfermline. "When they hear of you starting off for 600 or 700 miles on a visit to a relative in Iowa, it confounds them completely. Although considerably impressed while at home with the belief that Mother isn't any of the ordinary kind of mortals, it is only when I come here and we sit up till midnight going over old times that I fancy Tom and I have a Ralborn genius for a maternal prototype. Uncle says, when Mag just makes up her mind to it, there is no difficulty whatever." Carnegie did not ignore business entirely on his trip abroad. The boys arranged for their mail to be held for them at specially designated locations in each city, so Carnegie could receive written reports from Tom on the state of their business interests. He expected a great deal of Tom and his business partners at home while he was abroad. In mid-June, barely a month after he had left, Carnegie implored his brother to do more to pull up and develop the Union iron mills and to arrange the locomotive matter as proposed. He wanted to know about the brick concern, congratulated his brother for going to Chicago to look after their supply agents, and advised him that the bill from the Adams Express Company was correct and had to be paid. "The Carnegie family, my boy, are destined always to be poor," he wrote Tom later that summer, or in the early fall, after receiving from him a statement of accounts. "But I am poorer than I expected if $8,000 in debt. We must work like sailors to get sail taken in." He directed Tom to sell some of the shares in an iron company, at least half their locomotive stock, 1/3 of their investment in real estate, their Pioneer coal stock, and if Tom could sell above par, some Union Telegraph and Lockheed iron stock. "Few things, my boy, hold on to. CT, Central Transportation Company, which had absorbed the Woodruff Sleeping Car Company, and Adams, UIM, Union Iron Mills, and Keystone Bridge, and Freedom Iron. They are pets, family treasures which I cannot part with." The Carnegie family had, through Andrew's efforts, accumulated capital that Tom hoped would be safely put away or used to meet the obligations his brother had entered into. His older brother, however, had no intention of playing it safe. The only way to make money was to invest it. The only question was, where? Carnegie had become more and more interested in the iron business since being brought in to mediate the Cloman, Phipps, and Miller controversy, and ending up as part owner of the Union Iron Mills. While abroad, he made several side trips, by himself or with his companions, to inspect iron mills in Wales, England, Scotland, Germany, and France. When Vandy, Harry, and John Franks left Paris for Switzerland, Andy returned to England to visit more factories and forges. On their tour of Saxony, he persuaded the three of them to visit Ruhrort, where, for purposes of business, Andy wished to stay, there being large iron works in the neighborhood. In July of 1865, with Dodd, who had been trained as a mechanical engineer at Glasgow University, as his guide, he visited an iron mill that was rolling rails strengthened by steel facings. The weld between the iron and the steel, which had been made according to a newly conceived process invented by an Englishman, Thomas Dodd, was, Carnegie wrote Tom in Pittsburgh, tight enough to defy separation. Carnegie planned to investigate further, though he reassured his brother that he was not ready to spend any money. "I have sufficient faith only to be interested. You need not fear, therefore, that I shall invest largely for the American right, but I intend to watch practical results." After assuring his brother in late July that he had no intention of buying the American rights to the Dodd process, Carnegie returned to London in September to negotiate the deal. Instead of apologizing for throwing the family into a rather speculative enterprise, Carnegie bragged about his bargaining skills. "Have had to exercise every whit of my business ability to convince these gentlemen that it was far better to give our party their patents without any cash down than to get £5,000 gold from others, but I have succeeded, and feel repaid for the 3 weeks I have lost for Switzerland. "I have had 2 or 3 days to spend here in England," he wrote his mother, "trying to arrange for some valuable patents, and will be in London next week, a place which takes my fancy above all others. I wish I knew the ropes and points in business affairs in London as well as I do in the Iron City. I would certainly try to persuade the family to come there and try it for a while at least. Nothing like being at headquarters, and all other places are villages compared to London. How would you like to try a residence near Hyde Park, eh? Or if Tom will insist on getting married, a very proper thing to do, he might run the machines in America, and I do the foreign business. Seriously, however, I am quite taken with London and would like to spend a year or 2 there." The news from home was favorable, as John Franks reported to his sister on November 12th. The Pittsburgh boys were elated by glorious news of their letters of continued advances in prices, of stocks advancing, of their mills doing double turns, of large orders pouring in, of new patents pending, and of still greater success in the future. Still, Carnegie was concerned that he was overextended. From Dresden in mid-November he half-jokingly apologized to his brother for placing his and the family's finances in jeopardy. "Your finances are reputed far from healthy," he had written Tom, "but how can they ever be otherwise? It was never intended. One of the firm, at least, was made to be forever head and ears in debt, and to crowd full sail, despising to bury in the ground any of the talents, silver talents, I mean, which might reach his coffers, or to lie long under the suspicion of having at the bank even a moderate balance upon the right side of the ledger." Carnegie had fantasized that a whole year's absence from opening up new enterprises, while the funds remained in charge of a superman, might possibly afford him, upon his return, a new sensation, that of being solvent. But that was not going to happen. Attempting to cajole Tom out of his understandable anger by making light of the situation, Carnegie suggested that he enlist Tom Miller to compose a jolly dog song on the subject, beginning, "For a borrower he is, and a borrower he'll be." Carnegie returned to Pittsburgh in the spring of 1866. The soldiers were gone now, the city quieter. Compared to the year before, the streets were deserted. So too the hotels, theaters, and pot-houses, taverns, that had done so lively a trade in wartime. The wharves and railroad stations no longer bustled with the comings and goings of wounded veterans, raw recruits, and the volunteers who cared for them, then sent them on their way. The federal contracts that had so generously fueled the expansion of the city's manufactories, especially its ironworks, were no more. But they had increased the nation's industrial capacity. More coal was being mined, more pig iron produced, more goods and people moved from east to west. The increased business activity had not been distributed equally. The big concerns, like the Pennsylvania Railroad and Western Union, in which Carnegie owned stock, had grown fatter on government contracts. The marginal companies, without access to federal funds, had suffered and died. And there remained the smoke, the stench, the dust, and the dirt. Pittsburgh had not gotten any cleaner. Conditions only worsened as the factories that polluted the air multiplied one upon another. The city was prospering, the smoke a perverse indicator of manufacturing vitality. On December 16, 1865, an editorial writer in the Pittsburgh Daily Commercial, looking forward to the coming year, could not refrain from expressing the belief that a glorious future is opening for Pittsburgh. Blessed with almost unexampled prosperity, rich beyond measure in most of the natural elements of solid character and sure growth, the heart of an unequaled mineral region, with an industrious and unostentatious population, the present prosperity of Pittsburgh and the glorious future before her were guaranteed. The propeller pulling the local and national economies forward was the railroad. Railroad construction, which had slowed with the downturn of 1857–60 and then virtually halted during the war years, was resumed. The American economy would be transformed in the second half of the century as the expansion of the railroads and their organization into coherent east-west and north-south transportation networks made possible a national market. By lowering the costs of transportation, the railroads lowered the final price of goods and produce, which led to a surge in national and international trade. Everything from Texas steers to Nebraska corn to Massachusetts boots and Pennsylvania glass could now efficiently and effectively be produced in one location and sold in another, thousands of miles distant. As the railroads laid track across the nation, 25,000 miles between 1865 and 1871, and another 50,000 between 1871 and 1881, their capacity to devour first iron, then steel for rails, engines, wheels, and bridges provided the impetus behind the spectacular growth of that basic industry. Already by the 1860s, half the iron rolled in the country was being bought by the railroads. By 1880, 3/4 of the nation's steel would be used to manufacture rails. Iron and steel-making establishments that had remained far less advanced than those in Europe through the 1860s took off in the post-Civil War period. 850,000 tons of iron and steel were rolled in 1870, 3.3 million in 1880, 10.6 million in 1900. Unlike the California gold rush of the early 1850s or the Pennsylvania oil boom of a half-decade later, the railroad mania reached across the nation, touching small and large businesses, brokers, bankers, bond traders, real estate operatives, builders, landowners, manufacturers, merchants, politicians, and financiers in every region, every state and territory. Henry Adams, on his return to the United States in 1868 after a hiatus of 7 years, was astonished at the way the railroads had captured the imagination of his and Carnegie's generation. From the moment that railways were introduced, life took on extravagance. The task of railroad building was so big as to need the energies of a generation, for it required all the new machinery to be created: capital, banks, mines, furnaces, shops, powerhouses, technical knowledge, mechanical population, together with a steady remodeling of social and political habits, ideas, and institutions, to fit the new scale and suit the new conditions. The generation between 1865 and 1895 was already mortgaged to the railways, and no one knew it better than the generation itself. Andrew Carnegie was only 2 years older than Henry Adams and, like him, very much a part of the generation that was mortgaged to the railways. He had resigned from the Pennsylvania Railroad just before his 30th birthday, not because he intended to sever his relationships with his business partners, Thompson and Scott, but because by removing himself from day-to-day responsibilities to the railroad, he would be freed to exploit his business connections with it. Carnegie returned from England with what he thought was the exclusive franchise to apply the special technology Thomas Dodd had invented to coat iron rails with a steel facing that would vastly increase their strength and durability. His intention was to enter into a business agreement with Thompson, similar to his bridge-building and sleeping car company arrangements. Thompson would get an ownership interest in the Dodd process, and Carnegie's company would get the contracts to manufacture steel-faced rails for the Pennsylvania Railroad. It was common knowledge that tons of rails would be needed in the post-war period. Through the 1850s, railroad executives had raced one another to extend track into new regions, with little attention paid to the quality of their rails. Track was expected to stay in place only long enough to win government subsidies and provide evidence to investors that the roads were actually being built. British ironmakers had catered to the American predilection for cheap rails by producing an inferior grade for export at bargain prices. To sweeten the deal, they financed the purchase of these cheap rails with loans. American ironmakers, who could not produce rails as cheaply and were in no position to offer credit, had a difficult time meeting the British competition. During the Civil War, the American railroad system, burdened by heavier than usual loads of freight, soldiers, and war materiel, began to fall apart. With credit tight and the investment market for private securities nearly closed, the railroad companies had tried to put off repairs and new purchases until the war was over. But when cheap brittle rails cracked, bent, split, flaked, or were ripped apart by sabotage, they had to be replaced. Unable to import cheap rails from England during the war or afford the more expensive domestic product, purchasing agents bought used rails that had been re-rolled out of scrap iron. But the re-rolled iron rails, which cost half the price of new ones, did not last long. Nor did the newly rolled American ones, most of which were made of iron inferior even to the cheapest British grades. J. Edgar Thomson had become so distressed at the need for constant repairs and replacements that in 1863 he purchased 150 tons of steel rails from Britain at almost twice the price of iron rails. Thomson installed the new rails in the Altoona and Pittsburgh yards where traffic was heaviest. The new rails did not hold, but Thomson, unwilling to give up as yet, imported another batch of steel rails. The second batch worked better. Thomson, convinced that steel was the future for rails, purchased the essential patent rights, and in June 1865 laid plans to erect a steel rail mill in Steelton, a suburb of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Carnegie, who was at the time on his year-long European tour, did not participate in the organization of the new steel company. When he returned, however, he organized his own company to secure the rights to the Dodd process for strengthening iron rails by coating them with steel facings. Thomson agreed to appropriate $20,000 of Pennsylvania Railroad funds to test the new technology. On March 12, 1867, Thomson wrote to tell Carnegie that his Dodd-processed rails had failed their first test. Treatment under the hammer. You may as well abandon the patent. It will not do if this rail is a sample. 3 days later, Thomson wrote Carnegie again, this time marking his letter with a handwritten "Private" in the top left-hand corner and a "Word to the Wise" penned in just below. Carnegie had apparently asked Thomson for more time, and/or money, to continue his experiments. Thomson replied that the experiments his engineers had made had so impaired my confidence in this process that I don't feel at liberty to increase our order for these rails. Instead of giving up, Carnegie pushed forward, hawking his new steel-faced iron rails to other railroad presidents, attempting to get a new contract with Thomson, and reorganizing the Freedom Iron Company in Lewistown, Pennsylvania, in which he was a major investor, into Freedom Iron and Steel. In the spring of 1867, he succeeded, despite Thomson's misgivings, in getting the approval to manufacture and deliver a second 500-ton batch of steel-faced rails. The new rails failed as poorly as the old ones. There would be no further contracts forthcoming from the Pennsylvania Railroad or any other railroad. Carnegie tried to bluff his way through. When his contacts in England recommended that he purchase the American rights to a better process for facing iron rails with steel, this one invented by a Mr. Webb, Carnegie retooled his mill for the new process. He was fooled a second time. Not only was the Webb process as impractical as the Dodd, but there was, as there had been with the Dodd process, confusion as to who held the American patent rights. Within a year, the company Carnegie had organized to produce the new steel-faced rails was out of business. There was a larger problem here, one that his brother had anticipated. Andrew Carnegie had been so successful with previous investments that he had begun to believe his judgment infallible. Instead of conserving his capital, as Tom Carnegie had hoped, Andrew had decided to invest it as rapidly as he acquired it. In February 1865, even before he gambled on the Dodd and Webb steel-facing processes, he had advanced money to two local businessmen, William W. Greer and R. H. Boyd, to secure the patent for and construct two prototypes of a coal mining machine. Unfortunately, there was no way of proving the machine's worth without a trial, and no coal company was prepared to interrupt mining activities to set one up. The result of this string of failures is evident in the income tax assessment rolls. In 1865, Carnegie declared an income of $38,750. A year later, his income fell by nearly half, to $20,940. These early failures did not deter him from investing in other startup companies and technologies, but he would in future be a bit more careful before committing his capital. In March 1869, Tom Scott solicited his advice about investing in the rights to a new chrome steel process. Carnegie replied that his advice, which don't cost anything if of no value, would be to have nothing to do with this or any other great change in the manufacture of steel or iron. I know at least 6 inventors who have the secret all are so anxiously awaiting. That there is to be a great change in the manufacture of iron and steel some of these years is probable, but exactly what form it is to take no one knows. I would advise you to steer clear of the whole thing. One will win, but many lose, and you and I, not being practical men, would very likely be among the more numerous class. At least we would wager at very long odds. There are many enterprises where we can go in even. Carnegie's greatest success was the Union Iron Mills, in which he had increased his stake to 39% by buying out Tom Miller. Through the 1860s and early 1870s, the Union Iron Mill's major source of revenue was its contracts with another Carnegie company, Piper and Schiffler, and its successor, Keystone Bridge, to supply iron parts for railroad bridges for the Pennsylvania Railroad. Carnegie and his silent partners, Thompson and Scott, made money on both ends of the deal. They profited from the contract between the railroad and the bridge company, then profited again when the bridge company purchased its iron from their iron mill. Thompson, the president of the Pennsylvania Railroad, whose Keystone shares were held in his wife's name, made sure not only that Keystone was awarded Pennsylvania Railroad contracts, but that it was guaranteed a healthy profit on each of them. When inflation threatened to reduce the bridge company's profits for erecting a single-span iron railway bridge across the Ohio River at Steubenville, Thompson, acting on behalf of the railroad which had commissioned the bridge, renegotiated the contract to allow an extra sum to secure us from loss, as Carnegie wrote in his autobiography. A great and good man was Edgar Thompson, a close bargainer for the Pennsylvania Railroad, but ever mindful of the fact that the spirit of the law was above the letter. What Carnegie didn't mention was that in sweetening the deal for the bridge company, Thompson was taking money from the railroad's stockholders to give it to a privately held company in which he held stock. In 1868, Thompson increased his investment in Keystone Bridge and directed his chief engineer to have all remaining wooden bridges on the Pennsylvania replaced by iron ones. Scott also remained a very active, though silent, partner in the bridge company. When, in the spring of 1869, Carnegie got word that Cornelius Vanderbilt intended to build a new bridge across the Hudson at Albany, he wrote Scott asking for a letter of introduction, making reference to the Keystone Bridge Company and its bridges in such terms as the facts may seem to you to warrant. The connection between Keystone and the Pennsylvania was no secret, though few were privy to the fact that Thompson and Scott were investors. When, in the fall of 1868, the young Washington A. Roebling, future builder of the Brooklyn Bridge, visited Keystone, he described the company in a letter to his father as the direct offspring of the Pennsylvania Railroad. The bridge builders who ran the operation had all learned their trade there, and their numerous foremen have all been employed there for some time, and at present they still do all the bridge work for the Pennsylvania Railroad. Roebling was impressed with the scale of the operation. They have work enough at present for a year to come. They have never less than 20 to 25 bridges on hand at once. Last fall they had 44 underway at once. Roebling was struck by the connection between Keystone and the Union Iron Works next door, from which the bridge company got its iron. Each party is interested in the other's business. That alone gives them an advantage, as they have both the quality and the supply of the iron fully under their control. After being shown around the bridge works, Roebling visited the iron mills, where he met the two brothers Carnegie, former superintendents on Pennsylvania Railroad, whom he found to be very pleasant people. He was more impressed by the remarkable state of the labor-saving machinery employed at both shops, which he described in exhaustive detail. 10 years later, when it came time to build their own masterpiece in Brooklyn, the Roeblings would contract with Keystone Bridge in Pittsburgh for their iron anchor bars. Chapter 6. A Man of Energy, 1867 to 1868. The historian Howard Mumford Jones characterized the half-century between the end of the Civil War and the onset of the Great War as the Age of Energy. Energy, he reminds us, has many meanings. It may refer to force or vigor in style, or to the exercise of power, movement, agency, change, or propulsion in the physical sense. Carnegie, who was 30 at the dawn of the Age of Energy, embodied it in every one of these meanings. A self-contained dynamo, he was in continual motion himself and served as a motive force for setting off waves of activity wherever he set his mark. This is what capitalists did, and it was as a capitalist that he now defined himself. The post-war years were a heady time for men like Carnegie. As peace returned to the nation, the forces of industrial capitalism were let loose to work their magic. The Eastern Railroad magnates, having consolidated and integrated dozens of short-haul local roads into 4 or 5 east-west through networks, were poised now to extend these networks from the Mississippi, where they terminated, all the way to the Pacific. Each of these east-west trunk lines would require dozens of feeder lines. No city or town wanted to be left out of the web of tracks that threaded its way across the nation from east to west and north to south. There was little rhyme or reason in much of the construction. Many of the new roads were built to connect as yet unpopulated areas in the prairie states. Others were built along well-served routes. Had there been some central organizing authority, or less capital, or better places to invest it, the building process might have proceeded more efficiently. But in the post-war period, as Eastern merchants whose capital had once funded the cotton trade turned to investment banking, as reserve funds flowed into New York City banks from the hinterland, as capital was freed up with the refunding of the Union's war debts, and the federal government showered cash subsidies and land grants, convertible into cash or credit, on the roads, the incentives to invest in a new national railway network were too great to resist. In later years, Carnegie would insist that he had never traded or manipulated or speculated in stocks, but had made his money from manufacturing iron and steel products. His autobiography backs up his assertions, but only by carefully editing out a critical period in his business career. From 1866, when he returned from his year-long tour of Europe, to 1872, when he entered the steel business, Carnegie would accumulate the fortune that was later reinvested in his steel mills by doing precisely what he would later condemn, buying and selling shares in companies whose assets he knew were worth far less than the value of their stock. In 1864, Thompson and Scott, with their Philadelphia investment partners, had entered the transatlantic sweepstakes by taking control of a small Kansas railroad, the Union Pacific Eastern Division. Though the names were similar, the Union Pacific Eastern Division was not connected to the Union Pacific. Although the UPED cost the Pennsylvania Railroad and Thompson's investment partners $1 million, the price was cheap considering the possible gains. The federal government had granted the railroad 500,000 acres of land for completing its first 40 miles of track, with more to come if the railroad could beat its rivals in the race to lay track west. Carnegie did not invest in the UPED. He had neither the cash nor the interest in tagging along as a junior partner in an enterprise he was not going to control. There were other ways to make money from the new railroads. Those who knew where the track was going and where stations and rail yards would be located could make fortunes by buying property cheaply and selling it at a premium when news of the route was disclosed. "I think this railroad will make me a small fortune yet," George Noble, the division superintendent of the UPED in Wyandotte, Kansas, wrote Carnegie in late 1866, proposing that the two work together. "Of course, I don't expect to make such a one as you have made and will make, but I will be satisfied with a much less one. If I can buy land cheap, I will do so and draw on you for the money, taking an equal interest with you." Carnegie forwarded $400 to be invested in land in Kansas for our mutual benefit. That $400 bought 38 of the 960 acres in what would become the city of Ellsworth, Kansas. "We own 1/25 of the whole," Noble wrote Carnegie. "It is thought that this will be a large city. There is quite an excitement about it already. A large hotel is going up now, and it is thought there will be 2,000 inhabitants there by the 1st of August. I think we can make a little money out of it and can't lose much, you know." 2 months later, on May 8, 1867, Ellsworth was formally established. By June it had a population of 2,000, not much less than its population today, but Carnegie and Noble's $400 investment was already worth $1,000. "It will go perhaps to $2,000, Noble wrote his partner on May 28th. "Then I think I will sell." Carnegie was doing nothing out of the ordinary or illegal by taking advantage of his connections to make a quick profit from buying and selling real estate or securities. Insider trading in securities would not in fact be outlawed until 1934, with the passage of the Securities and Exchange Act. In the years following his resignation from the railroad, Carnegie continued to make money in partnerships with Thompson and Scott. In April 1867, he organized the Keystone Telegraph Company, took much of the stock for himself, and distributed the remainder to Scott and Thompson. Though Keystone Telegraph's stock was valued at $50,000, its only assets were a contract from Thompson which gave it the right, for an annual fee of $4 a mile, to string 2 wires along the Pennsylvania Railroad's telegraph poles. Within 6 months, before a single wire had been strung on a single telephone pole, Carnegie sold Keystone Telegraph to the Pacific and Atlantic P&A Telegraph Company, a small Pittsburgh firm that needed a telegraphic connection to Philadelphia. He received in payment 6,000 shares of Pacific and Atlantic stock, valued at $150,000, and the contract to string the wires from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia, for which he was to be paid $3 in stock for every dollar expended for construction costs. After making a similar deal in 1871 to string telegraph wires along a route Tom Scott controlled between St. Louis and Indianapolis, Carnegie secured enough stock to take control of the P&A. In 1873, he traded up again and exchanged his, Scott's, and Thompson's shares in the P&A for shares in the much more valuable Western Union Company. If ever there were a textbook case of how to wheel and deal one's way to fortune, this was it. Carnegie created a company with no assets, added value to it by making deals with his partners Thompson and Scott, and then, after a series of negotiations and exchanges, transmogrified stock worth no more than the paper on which it was engraved into shares of Western Union that he would hold and collect dividends on for the rest of his life. This was crony capitalism at its most basic, and there were no laws on the books to stop it, no Securities and Exchange Commission to regulate it. Anyone with the money to print stock certificates and the political influence to get an act of incorporation through a state legislature could play the game. At the same time that he was organizing his Keystone Telegraph Company, Carnegie re-entered the sleeping car business, another industry poised to ride the post-war railway boom. By 1867, the Central Transportation Company, the successor to the Woodruff Sleeping Car Company, had secured contracts to run its cars not only on Pennsylvania Railroad trains, but along most of the major routes in the mid-Atlantic states. Its only competition came from George Pullman's company, which was dominant in the Middle West. Early in 1867, the Union Pacific announced that it was ready to award the sleeping car franchise for its transcontinental trains. The Union Pacific contract promised to be an enormously lucrative one. While sleeping cars were a luxury that could be foregone on shorter journeys, they were a necessity for transcontinental trips lasting several days to a week. In the competition for this contract, Pullman's company had a giant head start. A brilliant manufacturer and master publicist with a flair for the spectacular, George Mortimer Pullman was by the mid-1860s building sleeping cars that were sturdier, quieter, and much more luxurious than the CTCs. The car runs so smoothly, reported a New York Times special correspondent on the way to Council Bluffs, Iowa, that the motion of the water in a tumbler is hardly perceptible. The hangings and upholstery are simply sumptuous. No other word will describe them. Each car contains 32 double berths, and it is no exaggeration to say that one may sleep in them nearly as comfortably and quietly as it is possible to do in a hotel or at home. To make sure that everyone knew how sumptuous his cars were, Pullman courted the press, politicians, and railroad executives. In October 1866, when the Union Pacific reached the 100th meridian, its directors, with Pullman's help, planned a celebration, complete with a simulated Sioux raid, a buffalo hunt, and a closing banquet with fresh-killed game, champagne, speeches, fireworks, and a band concert. To transport the assembled guests and journalists from Omaha over the newly laid track, Pullman volunteered 4 of his Palace sleeping cars at no charge, thereby endearing himself to the UP officers who could, despite appearance, ill afford the celebration they were sponsoring. Recognizing Pullman's genius and drive, Carnegie was prepared to do whatever was necessary to fold his old firm into the expanding Pullman empire. Pullman, for his part, was a shrewd enough businessman to recognize that it would cost more to fight Carnegie than to accommodate him. The CTC already held several patents on which Pullman had infringed in building his cars. Needing all the capital he could raise for expansion, Pullman did not want to be pulled into a lengthy battle in the courts. While he now controlled the Midwestern market for sleeping cars and was making inroads in the South, he was locked out of the lucrative Pennsylvania Railroad franchises. Suspicious though he might have been of Carnegie, he knew that behind the little man from Pittsburgh stood Thompson, Scott, and lots of capital. Pullman did not make things easy for Carnegie, a self-made businessman brimming with aggressive, almost ruthless self-confidence. He shared too much in common with Carnegie not to be wary of his advances. Had Carnegie not been a master suitor, the marriage of minds and businesses would never have happened. Carnegie worked out the projections for future costs, revenues, and profits in pencil on brown pieces of scrap paper. When he was satisfied with the numbers, he drafted a proposal for the new partnership. There was no response from Pullman. 6 weeks later, in late May 1867, Carnegie wrote again. The members of the CTC board, Carnegie warned, were convinced that they were going to win a huge judgment against Pullman for infringing on their patents. Pullman had two choices. He could lose in court, or he could agree to consolidate his interests with those of the CTC. It would take many months before Carnegie hammered out a mutually acceptable agreement between the CTC stockholders, Pullman, and the Union Pacific officials, who now demanded that UP be made a partner in any company chartered to attach sleeping cars to its trains. In the end, Carnegie got what he wanted, a large ownership stake in a sleeping car company run by George Pullman. Carnegie, having become Pullman's partner, did everything he could for the new company. In March 1872, he wrote Thompson recommending that he invest his own and the Pennsylvania Railroad's money in Pullman stock. It is important for the Pennsylvania Railroad to be the largest railroad interest in a concern which influences to so great an extent the first-class passenger travel of this country. I should know Mr. Pullman by this time and his mode of conducting business. You can rely upon him and upon the satisfactory condition of his enterprise. And I am as sure as I can be of anything that you will scarcely number among all your strategic investments one which will be regarded hereafter with more favor than that I now take the responsibility of recommending. Thompson and Scott made large purchases of Pullman stock, then arranged a series of sweetheart deals with the company, so overly generous that an investigating committee appointed by the Pennsylvania Railroad's stockholders in 1874 indirectly condemned them for making such a disadvantageous deal, and recommended to the stockholders that, in future, the railroad's officials and employees be entirely free from any interest in private transporters, like the Pullman Palace car, which did business with the Pennsylvania. There is a tendency in such companies to verge too far in looking after their own interests, and there may be an inclination to infringe upon the interests of your company. There was no end to the business opportunities that were opening up as the nation and its railroads moved west. For a time it looked as if Carnegie were attempting to take advantage of every one of them. The only constant in his business adventures was the umbilical cord that connected him to Thompson, Scott, and the Pennsylvania Railroad. As owner of Keystone Bridge and principal partner in the Union Iron Mills, which supplied that bridge company with its iron, he was perfectly positioned to take advantage of the business opportunities opened by the legislation President Andrew Johnson signed in July 1866, authorizing the construction of 7 bridges across the Mississippi River and 1 across the Missouri River at Kansas City. Carnegie refashioned himself into a traveling salesman for Keystone Bridge, hawking its wares to local boosters, bankers, promoters, and politicians up and down the Mississippi, Missouri, and Ohio rivers, who hoped to cash in on the railroading boom by siting bridges in their cities. Carnegie had done no business west of Pittsburgh, but in partnership with Thompson and Scott, who controlled the largest rail network in the East and access to considerable capital, he became a formidable competitor for new bridge contracts. Bridge building was not a business for the faint of heart or risk-averse. Competing firms had to bid low to get the jobs, but not so low that the bridges they built would not be strong enough to withstand the increasingly weightier loads they had to bear. Structures and supports had to be stress-tested before, during, and after fabrication. Piers and supports had to be deep enough to withstand the highest tides and the weight of the debris they carried with them. While structural security was a prime consideration in letting contracts, it was not the only one. Town fathers, embarked on multi-million-dollar projects, expected that their bridges would not only be sturdy enough for the heaviest locomotives and the longest freight trains, but monumental and magnificent-looking. Securing the contract to build the bridge was only the first, and often the easiest, step in the process. With all the goodwill in the world, the local bridge-building committees were ill-equipped to secure the requisite capital to begin construction. To guarantee that there would be funds to pay Keystone Bridge, the Union Iron Mills, and his partners and subcontractors, Carnegie had to raise capital himself by selling bridge bonds and stocks. But before he could do this, he had to get commitments from the railroads to pay tolls to use the proposed bridges, arrange for terminals and freight yards to be built, secure rights-of-way, purchase the needed land, and design the approachways. He then had to write up the prospectuses. In a few instances, the local committees were able to do some of this advance work, but as often as not, the ultimate responsibilities fell on Carnegie. From 1866 until 1872, when he began to shift his focus to steel manufacturing, he was on the road almost continuously, shuttling back and forth to New York and Philadelphia to meet with investors and railroad executives, to Pittsburgh to consult with his engineers and ironmakers, and up and down the Mississippi to meet with local committees, railroad executives, and the contractors on the job. He spent more time in St. Louis than anywhere else, for it was here that the nation's most ambitious Mississippi River Railroad bridge was being built. St. Louis, the largest city in the Midwest and fourth largest in the nation, third if Brooklyn and New York City are counted as one, which they were not in 1870, was an obvious choice for a bridge and one of the sites authorized by the 1866 legislation. Tom Scott had in 1867 been elected a director of the company chartered to build the bridge, in the hope that he would direct Pennsylvania Railroad traffic to St. Louis. Because Scott had his own road to run, or rather several of them, he brought in Carnegie to make sure that the bridge got built. Carnegie was enthusiastic about the project. In January 1870, he forwarded to Scott $150,000 worth of stock in the bridge company and predicted that within 5 years it will be worth double. Captain James Buchanan Eads of St. Louis, the chairman of the local bridge committee, named himself chief engineer. Vain, arrogant, and self-confident, Eads both fascinated and infuriated Carnegie, who was forced to work with him on design, contracting, construction, and financing. "I don't know what newfangled notion he may try next," Carnegie wrote Scott during one series of exasperating negotiations with Eads. "He seems unable to adopt anything that has been proved to be good, while anything new and untried captures his senses." The St. Louis Bridge contract was only one of several that Carnegie was working on simultaneously. In November 1867, he won the contract to build the iron superstructure for the pivot drawbridge over the Missouri River at Kansas City. Keystone Bridge was also awarded the contracts to erect bridges over the Mississippi at Dubuque and 150 miles to the south at Keokuk, Iowa. As Carnegie spent most of his time on the road, commuting back and forth between New York, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and towns and cities along the Mississippi and Missouri where he was building bridges, he had no need of a permanent residence of his own. The family's Homewood estate had been taken over by Tom and his wife, Lucy. Margaret Carnegie lived with them. When in Pittsburgh, Andrew boarded at the Union Depot Hotel, adjacent to Union Station. In New York City, where he spent more time than ever making deals and selling bonds, he stayed at the St. Nicholas Hotel. In December 1868, at the St. Nicholas Hotel for a meeting with Thompson, Carnegie, who the month before had celebrated his 33rd birthday, sat down with his stub-nosed pencil and a scrap of paper to take stock of his life and his finances. He tallied his current assets and income and then wrote himself a memo. His net worth, he discovered, was about $400,000, close to $75 million today. His annual income in dividends over $50,000. If he carefully managed his assets over the next 2 years and stopped taking flyers on new investments, he would, he estimated, be able to guarantee this level of income in the future. He resolved, "Beyond this, never earn. Make no effort to increase fortune, but spend the surplus each year for benevolent purposes. Cast aside business forever, except for others." He had already sacrificed too much to the pursuit of wealth. Like other men, he realized that he had to have an idol, a god or goal to reach for. Until now, this idol had been the amassing of wealth, which was, he recognized, one of the worst species of idolatry. No idol more debasing than the worship of money. Having chosen his goal, he had been almost single-minded in its pursuit, unwavering, undeterred, inexorable in his movement forward. "Whatever I engage in, I must push inordinately, discarding all cares and concerns that might detour him. To continue much longer overwhelmed by business cares and with most of my thoughts wholly upon the way to make more money in the shortest time, must degrade me beyond hope of permanent recovery." There was no self-pity here, no regrets. He was thinking only of the future. 3 years earlier he had contemplated retiring to Europe to pursue his own education, but he had spent only a year abroad. He had, since then, multiplied his fortune many times, but he had not proceeded very far in acquiring the cosmopolitan polish he lacked. He did not want to spend what remained of his life making stock deals and chasing bridge contracts. He was now ready to put aside money-making and choose a way of life which will be the most elevating in its character. He would devote the next 2 years to making money while spending his afternoons in securing instruction and in reading systematically. He would resign business at 35, then settle in Oxford and get a thorough education, making the acquaintance of literary men. This, he estimated, would take him about 3 years' active work, during which he would pay special attention to speaking in public. At age 40, he would take up his new life in earnest and settle then in London and purchase a controlling interest in some newspaper or live review and give the general management of it attention, taking a part in public matters, especially those connected with education and improvement of the poorer classes. There are many fascinating elements in this memo. One that stands out is the absence of any mention of a future wife or family. Carnegie was still not ready to contemplate getting married. It is possible that, absent the self-education he planned to pursue, he did not think himself an eligible suitor yet. Another remarkable aspect about this note, and the life plan outlined in it, is the absence of any external motivating force. Carnegie had decided to resign business not because anyone had asked him to, not because he had pangs of guilt or shame, not because he had a religious-inspired calling to pursue. He was changing his life because he wanted to, and had the resources to, and because he did not consider the amassing of dollars an end in itself. His pencil-written note was never, it appears, shared with family or friends. There is no mention of it in the autobiography or any of his writings, nor is it included in the papers that were later donated to the Library of Congress. But he held on to it for the rest of his life, and after his death, his wife included it with material she left to the New York Public Library. Carnegie would not retire at age 35, or 45, or 55. He would never acquire an Oxford education or settle in London, but he would, in his own way, try to live the rest of his life according to the principles he set down in December 1868. Chapter 7. Mr. Carnegie is now 35 years of age and is said to be worth $1 million, 1870 to 1872. On March 9, 1870, Carnegie set sail for Liverpool on the Russia, the Cunard Line's first propeller-driven steamship. It now took 8 days to sail the Atlantic instead of 42 as it had 22 years earlier when he first crossed the ocean. Arriving in London, Carnegie made his way to 22 Old Broad Street, the office of Junius Spencer Morgan, to request an appointment. He had been preceded by a fulsome letter of introduction by Thompson, who was already well known to Morgan. Junius Morgan, American by birth and upbringing, had moved to London in 1854 to become the partner of George Peabody, the most successful American banker in the city. A tall man, with a prosperous middle and a serious mien, Morgan was by 1870 the senior member in his own firm, J.S. Morgan & Company, and a not always silent partner and majority investor in his son Pierpont's firm, Dabney Morgan & Company. Carnegie, who had not yet met Junius, had become acquainted with his son Pierpont 2 years earlier when they crossed the Atlantic together. Carnegie had come calling with the prospectus for the St. Louis bridge bonds that he had written in New York, polished on board ship, and had printed as soon as he landed. Though Morgan wrote his son's firm in Philadelphia that he found it quite novel to buy a mortgage bond upon a bridge, he was prepared to move forward, probably because Carnegie had priced the issue so low that Morgan would have no trouble reselling it at a considerable profit. Before finalizing the agreement, he asked that adjustments be made in the wording of the bonds, as it would take at least 3 weeks to get approval of these changes from St. Louis. He suggested that Carnegie, who had planned a vacation later in Dunfermline, had better go now. Carnegie, fearful that Morgan might in 3 weeks' time change his mind, sent the proposed changes to his partners via the transatlantic cable. When the next morning he received a return cable approving the changes, he had his deal. The young and now successful bond trader spent the rest of the week in London helping Morgan resell the bonds by telling whoever would listen, principally the financial editors of the London papers, that the Erie Railroad scandals of the late 1860s, in which Cornelius Vanderbilt, Jim Fisk, Jay Gould, and Daniel Drew had gambled with the lives and fortunes of investors by driving up, down, and sideways the price of stock in the Erie, had been a once-in-a-lifetime aberration. There was, Carnegie insisted, no connection whatsoever between his rock-solid bridge bonds and the water-soaked railroad stock. The Erie Railroad was a state-chartered corporation. The St. Louis Bridge, on the other hand, was a national post road over which the Supreme Court had direct jurisdiction. Carnegie was making it up. The U.S. Supreme Court had no jurisdiction whatsoever over the St. Louis Bridge Company, its stock and bonds, and he should have known this. Still, in the interests of the larger truth, that the St. Louis bonds were sounder than the Erie Railway stock, he had no hesitation about misleading London's financial writers and investors. Carnegie's skill as a courtier, acquired over the years in his interactions with employers and mentors, served him well in London, as did his diminutive, non-threatening size, his irrepressible charm, and his grasp of financial details. He had again worked his magic with a man old enough to be his father. Having written the prospectus with Morgan in mind, he was able to respond immediately to any objections offered. The fact that he and J. Edgar Thompson were already invested in the St. Louis project, and would suffer financially should it fail, must also have carried some weight with Morgan. Carnegie's successful bond-selling venture in London convinced him that he was suited for the world of high finance. With enviable foresight, he had chosen the perfect moment to enter international bond trading. Bond trading was then, as now, an extraordinarily lucrative line of work for those who were neither risk-averse, risk-happy, nor weak-hearted. It was, in short, the ideal profession for 35-year-old Andrew Carnegie. Although later in life he would profess that he had never speculated on stocks or bonds, that was clearly far from the case. He was, through much of his 30s, boldly trading in equities and debt, including some highly speculative bridge bonds. The successful bond salesman had to play many parts, and play them well. This posed no problem to Carnegie, who had been trying on new roles since childhood. To sell bonds for bridges that had not yet been built, he acted the part of the gentleman banker whose word was as good as gold, calculated as a trained bookkeeper would the interests, commissions, and exchange rates for every eventuality, researched and wrote persuasive prospectuses, and sold his wares with the gusto of the Yankee peddler and the enthusiasm of the loyal town booster. New York had, in the years following the Civil War, become the financial center of the New World, and Carnegie found himself spending more and more time there doing deals. In 1869, he leased a room for himself at 64 Madison Avenue near 27th Street, and opened an office at 19 Broad Street in the heart of the Wall Street district. The following year he hired a personal secretary, Gardner McCandless, the son of David McCandless, a future Carnegie partner. Gardner, or Gardy as Carnegie called him, kept track of financial transactions and correspondence and forwarded messages to Carnegie when he was out of the office, which was most of the time. In 1870, after his bond-selling trip to London, Carnegie decided to take up permanent residence in New York. His mother, Margaret, decided at this time to leave behind Tom and Lucy, their 3 children, and the family home in Homewood, to move to New York. Margaret no doubt wanted to be useful, and with Lucy now looking after Tom, perhaps believed she could do more good taking care of her older, unmarried son. A woman of 60, in excellent health, she may also have welcomed the excitement of re-establishing herself in a new city. Andrew, for his part, welcomed his mother. The idea of a grown businessman sharing a hotel suite with his mother was not as bizarre in 1870 as it might appear today. As Howard P. Chudikoff has noted in The Age of the Bachelor, the number and proportion of unmarried men in urban communities increased markedly in the last third of the 19th century, and a large number of the older, more financially secure bachelors lived with one or more parents. Living with his mother made perfect sense to Carnegie. Her presence converted his hotel suite into a home. It also gave him a base from which to explore all that the city had to offer wealthy bachelors: theaters, opera houses, saloons, concert halls, social clubs, and perhaps less respectable places of amusement. Andrew and Margaret Carnegie made for a strange pair. Neither was particularly attractive, but where the son radiated charm, warmth, and gentility, the mother projected an austere solemnity. Like her son, she had a broad, flat face, but with tiny eyes and a turned-down mouth. The photographs show a glum woman, old beyond her years, who never smiled. Andrew, on the contrary, looked younger than his years. At 35, he sported a mustache to go with his full, bushy beard. His forehead was high to begin with, and he parted his sandy-colored hair in such a way as to make it look higher. The effect was to make the huge head sitting directly on broad shoulders, with no neck visible, appear even larger. He had put on enough weight to fill out the boyish frame into that of a middle-aged man. His blue eyes still sparkled. Carnegie had been thinking about leaving Pittsburgh for some time, and not entirely for business reasons. The problem with Pittsburgh was not that it lacked contacts or opportunities for the ambitious businessman, but that was all there was. The city was home to hundreds of factories, foundries, potteries, rolling mills, machine works, and oil refineries, a few distinguished-looking cast-iron office buildings downtown, and very little else. There were no fine hotels, no first-class opera company, no symphony society, no respectable theater, and no men's social club until the Duquesne Club was founded in 1873. Wealthy citizens, like Carnegie and his neighbors in Homewood, amused themselves in the privacy of their parlors, where they gathered to play cards and charades. While such entertainments might once have been sufficient for Andrew, they were so no longer. Having traveled to London and Paris and spent a great deal of time in New York and Philadelphia, Carnegie could no longer close his eyes to the reality that Pittsburgh was just too small, too provincial, too uncultured and uncultivated for him. There was no question but that he and his mother would, on relocating to New York City, take a suite of rooms in one of the city's grand hotels. It made no sense to set up housekeeping in a private residence when they could live in luxury with all services provided. Though still frowned upon by the older New York families as not entirely respectable, luxury hotels had become the favored residence of the newly enriched. The Grand Residential Hotel was an American invention, so vitally and peculiarly American that Anthony Trollope devoted an entire chapter to it in North America, the record of his 1861-62 travels in the New World. They are always built on a plan which to a European seems to be most unnecessarily extravagant in space. He was disturbed only by the dismal quality of the food served in the cavernous hotel dining rooms. I never yet made a single comfortable meal at an American hotel. If need be, I can eat food that is disagreeable to my palate and make no complaint, but I hold it to be compatible with the principles of an advanced Christianity to prefer food that is palatable. I never could get any of that kind at an American hotel. Carnegie might have decided to lease his rooms in any of one of dozens of luxury hotels. He chose the St. Nicholas, the grandest, most luxurious, and most public of them all. The Carnegies took one of the family suites, with spacious parlors for Margaret and her son, large bedchambers, adjoining dressing rooms, and luxuriously outfitted private baths. The St. Nicholas Hotel was the preferred New York residence and office for the nation's leading railway executives, including Scott and Thompson, who favored it for its location at Spring Street and Broadway in the heart of the city's amusement, shopping, and commercial sex district. Wallach's Theater, which Carnegie frequented, was on the next block. There were dozens of exclusive and expensive retail shops close by, including Tiffany's, regularly patronized by Carnegie, Brooks Brothers Clothiers, Lord & Taylor's dry goods establishment, Crouch and Fitzgerald. The side streets off Broadway housed numerous high-class, protected houses of prostitution. Whether Carnegie ever frequented them we do not know, but if he did not occasionally do so, he would have been somewhat of an anomaly among the city's wealthy bachelor businessmen. The hotel offered amenities as yet unheard of in private homes. For ladies, there were several parlors, including a 24-by-50-foot room on the second floor with gold-colored brocade satin damask window curtains interwoven with bouquets of flowers. For the gentlemen, there was more. The city's most fashionable barber, Fallon, rented the store just to the right of the main entrance. The lobby alone included a post office that sold stamps and stationery, a bookstall with newspapers, books, and magazines, a travel agent who had tickets for any means of conveyance to almost anywhere in the world. There was, as well, a beautifully outfitted gentleman's drawing room and reading room, a billiard room, and a bar room with its own telegraph office, with operators in constant attendance by whom messages are transmitted to any point with as much certainty and dispatch as from the general offices of the different telegraph companies. Like the city's other grand hotels, the St. Nicholas was run according to the American plan, with 3 meals, each with several sittings, offered in the massive dining room on the second floor. Straight down Broadway was New York's burgeoning financial center. Commuters, packed tightly, 30 or more at a time, rode in carriages pulled along rails by teams of 2 to 4 aged, overworked horses. There were smaller, more private omnibuses, drawn by 2 horses, which, not stuck on rails, could dart in and out of traffic. Carnegie probably used private hackney carriages, the preferred mode of transportation for men who could afford them. By early 1870, Carnegie had moved his New York business office about a quarter-mile west from 19 Broad Street to a larger suite of rooms at 57 Broadway. A half-block from the Stock Exchange, the new office was almost directly adjacent to the Adams Express building and just up the block from 26 Broadway, where John D. Rockefeller would, in a decade's time, build his 9-story corporate headquarters. Carnegie's office served also as New York headquarters for the Union Iron Mills, Carnegie and Associate, an investment company he had set up with J. Edgar Thompson, several railroads with which he did business, and the Iowa Contracting Company that he had organized to build a feeder railroad into Keokuk, Iowa. In 1872, business had picked up to the point where Carnegie hired DeWitt Loomis as bookkeeper and general assistant. Harry Phipps, who kept the books of Carnegie's Pittsburgh companies, had recommended Loomis for the singularly complicated job, pointing out that your books are more difficult to keep than those of an ordinary firm, owing to the different interests that you manage. By the fall of 1870, Carnegie had become enough of a presence in the business community to be featured on the front cover of the November 19, 1870 Railroad Gazette, the premier trade journal of the rail industry. The Gazette was not in the practice of running anyone's portrait on its front page. The issues preceding this one had led with articles on improved sliding door fixtures, Ferris and Miles' patent steam hammer, and M.N. Forney's improved tank locomotive. The article, which was written by J.T. Reed, who had been Carnegie's first employer at O'Reilly Telegraph, was congratulatory, but surprisingly short on information. It recounted how Carnegie, though very small and spare, had as a boy impressed his potential employers at the telegraph office with a cheerful, fixed look about his eyes, which said very clearly, If you employ me, I will do my duty. At the Pennsylvania Railroad, he had become an object of universal confidence and respect. Mr. Carnegie is now 35 years of age and is said to be worth $1 million. He carries with him the same unostentatious manner and the same self-poise and confidence which marked him as a boy. Andy, as we call him, was described in adulatory terms taken directly from the success manuals written for would-be businessmen. He was prompt, correct, and faithful, with steady, industrious habits, a cautious and well-poised brain, a cheerful, hopeful, or rather confident element, and a steady, earnest, unfaltering will. He was also public-spirited, liberal in his charities, and fond of books. That Carnegie was the subject of this front-page profile is testimony to his growing reputation in the railway industry, not as a builder but as a financial middleman. The only reference to his current business dealings appears at the end of the second-to-last paragraph, when we are told that Carnegie has recently returned from a successful bond-selling trip to London. 1 year after the completion of the first transcontinental railroad, there were railroads, bridges, towns, and cities waiting to be built, and a young army of entrepreneurs eager to organize the labor, resources, and capital needed to get the job done. At the center of the enterprise were the bond traders, Carnegie among them. Federal and state governments contributed some funds, but the bulk of the capital needed to move forward had to be raised privately. The process for raising capital was simplicity itself. The railroads, including those that existed only on paper, secured government charters and then issued bonds, the proceeds of which they dispensed to improvement companies which were contracted to build the railroads. The system was designed to facilitate and disguise waste and corruption. The men who chartered the new railroads and issued stock in them did not expect to make much profit from the freight or passenger tolls that might come their way once their roads were built. They made their fortunes instead by skimming money, lots of it, from the construction phase of the project. Because the same group of men owned stock in the railroad and the improvement company, it was easy enough, far too easy in fact, for them to overpay themselves at every phase of the construction process. It would later be estimated that the directors of the Union Pacific had funneled to themselves, through the Crédit Mobilier, $30 to $50 million, which had been allocated for construction purposes but wound up in their pockets. Tom Scott, who in the early 1870s pushed the Pennsylvania Railroad's network westward, followed the standard financing practices of the time and established improvement companies similar to the Union Pacific's Crédit Mobilier to do the construction work for new railroads. In 1870 alone, he incorporated 3 new improvement companies. In 1871, he added at least 9 more. Obscuring the fact that these companies were paper entities controlled entirely by the railroad directors, he gave them grandiose names: Overland, Empire, Domain, South, Madison, Continental, Occidental, and Central, among others. The end result of this kind of financing was failure for the railroads, though not for their directors. The more money skimmed from construction funds, the less remained to complete the projects in time for them to begin to pay off bondholders. It was the rare railroad that did not suffer at least one failure, bankruptcy, and reorganization. Gerald Burke estimates that in the 1870s alone, railroads accounting for over 30% of domestic mileage failed and fell into court-ordered receivership. In late 1870, it was the Union Pacific's turn. Never adequately capitalized, the railroad approached bankruptcy when President Ulysses S. Grant's Attorney General ruled that it had to repay the interest on its bonded debt. The news that the railroad was liable for the interest on hundreds of thousands of dollars in loans forced the price of securities down almost out of sight, as Cornelius Bushnell, one of the chief directors, later testified before a congressional committee. And we had not the money on hand to pay the interest on our first mortgage bonds, due on the 1st of January. Carnegie was approached to see if he could arrange a loan from the Pennsylvania Railroad. He did so in return for shares of Union Pacific stock, which he and his partners were to hold until their $600,000 loan was repaid. On New Year's Eve, 1871, he wrote to tell Scott that he had secured an irrevocable power of attorney for these shares, and could buy enough additional stock to give him and his partners an absolute majority and control of the railroad. There is a fortune for us connected with the management of this property if attended to, as well as enhanced reputation. Our aid is so essential that we can make a good bargain. This would only be the beginning. With the control of the Union Pacific would come control over the Omaha Bridge, which the railroad had contracted to build. The $600,000 loan solved the UP's short-term cash flow problems. Its more serious long-term capital shortage was alleviated when Congress passed a special bill on February 26, 1871, authorizing the railroad to issue a new series of first mortgage bonds for the construction of the Omaha Bridge. The timing of the legislation, weeks after Scott and Thompson had taken control of the railroad, was far too suspicious to avoid notice. Scott was later questioned about, but denied having knowledge of, funds having been used directly or indirectly with members of Congress to secure the passage of the legislation. 10 days after the legislation was passed, the UP directors met formally in Boston to ratify the takeover of the railroad by the Pennsylvania interests. Scott was named president. Carnegie, Thompson, and George Pullman were elected to the board of directors. 2 weeks later, on March 22nd, Carnegie sailed to London with a satchel full of Union Pacific-backed Omaha Bridge bonds to sell. Just before sailing, he authorized his New York broker, Morton Bliss & Company, to sell the UP stock that was locked away in his vaults as collateral for the loan. The rescue of the railroad had dramatically forced up the price of the stock to the point where he could not resist cashing it in. When the UP directors and stockholders discovered that the Pennsylvania interests had, within 2 weeks of being elected to the board, sold their stock in the company at a considerable profit, their suspicions were confirmed that Scott, Thompson et al. Were not interested in rescuing the railroad, but in turning a quick profit by manipulating its stock. The three were voted off the railroad board. Carnegie blamed Scott for the debacle, claiming that it had been his decision to sell the stock. But that was not the case. The order to sell had come directly from Carnegie. It was, in retrospect, a wise decision. The UP was a losing proposition in the short term, and Scott and Carnegie had no interest in any other term. As romantic as its quest had been, and remains even today, the first transcontinental railroad was not a profit-making enterprise. Its income, though growing, was not and would never be sufficient to pay off the interest on its bond issues. While through traffic from the Pacific coast had picked up, there was growing competition from other transcontinentals. As for the future of the road, the Railroad Gazette noted on March 16, 1872, it is not very certain. Carnegie would spend 10 of the next 18 months overseas selling bridge and railroad bonds. He took easily to his new trade. The rhythm of the work was far different than that he had become accustomed to. The traders he dealt with kept reasonable business hours. There was research to do before and after the meetings, a great deal of prospectus writing, tinkering with the numbers, and communications back and forth via transatlantic cable, but this still left plenty of free time to enjoy life in London, Paris, Frankfurt, and other European financial centers. In May 1871, just as he was settling in, he was unexpectedly called back to New York by a telegram from Gardy McCandless, his private secretary. Scott and Thompson required his presence as soon as possible because, as McCandless put it in his telegraph, the Keokuk Bridge business was not going smoothly. The railroads which had agreed to run traffic over the bridge were threatening to cancel their contracts because the bridge had not been completed on schedule. Thompson and Scott were worried that the entire enterprise, and their large investments in it, would come crashing down. They needed Carnegie to put things right again. Carnegie booked passage on the next ship to New York and took the train from there to Keokuk, where he assured the concerned parties that their bridge would soon be ready and this was no time to cancel their contracts. He worked the same magic in St. Louis, where bridge construction was also falling further and further behind schedule. His greatest difficulties were in his hometown, Pittsburgh, where a virtual war had broken out between his two companies, Keystone Bridge and Union Iron.
While he was absent in Europe, Keystone had purchased new machinery to manufacture iron links, the evident intention being to take from the Union iron mills this branch of their business. This Carnegie could not permit. Any savings Keystone might gain by manufacturing its own links in its own plant would come at great loss to Union Iron, which had been tooled to make structural parts for Keystone. Carnegie tried diplomacy at first to convince the Keystone officers to reverse course. You, Keystone Bridge and Union Iron, are not competitors. On the contrary, you are necessary to each other. The true policy is to work together. Each has its special business, and happily both have been too successful to render it necessary for one to interfere with the other. I beg most respectfully to protest and to ask at your hands and of that of your associates a careful reconsideration of the questions involved. Let me ask you to consider whether the profits to be made by entering into competition with a friendly interest are sufficient to counterbalance the weightier considerations connected therewith. As a director in your company, I might also protest, as in my judgment it is as unwise as unfair, as it is unnecessary and uncalled for, that we should attack our neighbor in this manner. When diplomacy failed, Carnegie took the gloves off. In mid-August he wrote Jacob Linville, the president of Keystone, that he, his brother, Harry Phipps, and the other officers of Union Iron had unanimously decided that we were prepared to undergo any pecuniary sacrifice to protect our property. Carnegie notified Linville that he and his partners were resigning from the board of directors and applying for an injunction against you, and if defeated there we propose to have a settlement of accounts with Keystone C, and let her seek elsewhere what we have hitherto supplied her. Our mills can run half-time if necessary. That we can stand. But one thing we can't and won't do, no set of men shall attempt to render any part of our property useless and succeed if we can help it. The Keystone Bridge Company never took so dear a step as this will prove, I think. Linville and the Keystone officers, upon receiving Carnegie's letter, backed down. At some point during the summer of 1871, while shuttling back and forth to Keokuk, St. Louis, and Pittsburgh, Carnegie was visited in his New York office by Colonel William Phillips, the president of the Allegheny Valley Railroad. Phillips was in need of $250,000, but had been unable to raise it by selling Allegheny Valley Railroad bonds, which were payable in dollars, not in gold as the London bankers preferred. Carnegie recommended that Phillips swap his dollar bonds for gold bonds held by J. Edgar Thompson in the Pennsylvania Railroad Treasury. Carnegie did the numbers and arranged the bond swap. All he asked of Phillips in return was the commission to sell the gold bonds Phillips received. To sweeten the deal for Thompson, he offered to share with him the profits he expected to make from selling Phillips's bonds. On August 16, 1871, with a fresh supply of bonds, including issues from Tom Scott, who needed financing for new roads in the West, Carnegie returned to Europe. His first priority was to gain access to Baring Brothers, the oldest merchant bank in London. From Queenstown, off the coast of Ireland, Carnegie cabled Baring Brothers requesting an appointment. Upon arriving in London, he settled in the Langham Hotel on Portland Place and awaited the summons to the Baring Brothers office in Bartholomew Lane. He didn't have to wait long. On August 28th, he received the note he was waiting for. Messrs. Baring Brothers and Company present their compliments to Mr. Andrew Carnegie, and as he requests, will be happy to give him an interview at 12 o'clock on Tuesday, the 29th instant. The next day, Carnegie presented his formal letter of introduction from Morton & Rose, his London brokers. The bearer of this, Mr. Andrew Carnegie of Pittsburgh in the U.S., has asked us for a letter of introduction to you, and we have pleasure in complying with his request. He brought letters to us from our New York friends and was accredited to us as a gentleman of high character, who is connected with important railway and iron interests in the United States. He is a leading director of the Union Pacific Railway Company and is well known to our friends in New York. The interview went well, but the Barings in the end declined to buy, Carnegie claimed in a letter to Thompson, because the German Chancellor, Otto von Bismarck, had impounded millions of dollars of pounds sterling, leaving the firm temporarily cash-poor. The likely reason for the Barings' decision to pass on the bonds was that Carnegie had priced them too high.
Carnegie turned to J.S. Morgan and Company and sold the same bonds at a reduced price as compared with that agreed to by the Barings. The price was indeed so reduced that Junius Morgan offered to buy not only all the bonds Carnegie had in hand, but $2 million more still held by the Pennsylvania Railroad. Carnegie arranged the sale by cable with Thompson in Philadelphia. Morgan then organized a syndicate to resell the bonds and offered both Drexel and Company, the Philadelphia firm to which his son was now attached, and Carnegie a 25% interest in profits from the resale. Probably because the deal had been consummated so quickly, and Carnegie, in his estimation, had done little more than send a cable, Thompson refused to pay his commission. Carnegie was incensed at being treated like a Pennsylvania Railroad employee or messenger boy instead of a bond salesman, but kept his calm. "I am not extravagant in my views," he wrote Thompson almost apologetically, "having learned through many years in your service that the officers of the great corporation are paid only about 1/2 of the value of their services in cash, and the other half in the honor which is conferred upon them by being connected with so great an institution. I would therefore propose that you settle with me upon the usual basis. Give me 1/2 of the ordinary 2.5% commission allowed for such negotiations, and the other half I am very sure I shall feel fully compensated for in the undoubted honor conferred upon me by having been entrusted by you with such an important mission. To receive nothing but honor would not be agreeable." We don't know whether Carnegie ever got his commission. It didn't much matter. He came away from Europe demonstrating that he could sell securities to London's private bankers. In the past, J. Edgar Thompson had marketed the Pennsylvania's bonds by himself. Carnegie now offered him unsolicited advice on how he should in future proceed. He was extraordinarily confident for a man so new to the bond trading business. As a bond trader, Carnegie was honest, but not too honest to turn down mutually beneficial partnerships, such as those Morgan had offered him. And he had a surfeit of that elusive quality called character. Character, as Richard White has written, was not, for Gilded Age financiers, synonymous with honesty. It had as much or more to do with honor, dependability, forcefulness, and strength. A man of character was one who made things happen, who carried through on his promises, who acted when others might procrastinate. As the Railroad Gazette had declared in its front-page profile, "What he takes hold of he carries through without fear of miscarriage. This cheerful, hopeful, or rather confident element in him is quite marked. His mind seems instinctively to take hold of the right thing in the right way, and to move it to fruition by a steady, earnest, unfaltering will." In his communications with London bankers, Carnegie unfailingly called attention to his knowledge of the railroads and his personal relationships with the men who ran them. "I find myself keenly regretting my failure to bring your house and our great Pennsylvania Railroad Company into business relations with each other," he wrote Baring Brothers soon after the collapse of the negotiations for the P&D bonds. "The P.R.R. Company has control of the transportation of the very heart of this continent. Even its leased lines as a whole will, this year, show a direct cash profit. Small, it is true, but certain to increase rapidly, year by year, as the West grows in population and wealth. Perhaps Mr. Thompson may entrust me with some of his loans in the future, and I may succeed in my wish to do the business through your house." In a letter to Junius Morgan, written at the same time, he argued that it was he and he alone who had convinced Thompson and the Pennsylvania Railroad directors to agree to Morgan's terms. "I had to plead the fact that what you undertook would go through to satisfy some of our friends here. They will share my faith next time." Much of Carnegie's energies as a bond seller were spent raising money for Tom Scott, who had been named president of the Pennsylvania Company, the fully owned subsidiary of the Pennsylvania Railroad, which controlled routes west of Pittsburgh. Scott had discovered that it was far more lucrative and exciting to build new railroads than to manage those up and running. He was a master promoter, a genius at securing the charters needed, cajoling local businessmen to invest, and incorporating improvement companies to do the construction work. While Scott served as the public face of the new roads, Carnegie hovered in the background, doing the preliminary accounting work,
writing up the prospectuses, floating the bond issues which provided the affiliated improvement companies with construction funds, and preparing for and contesting the inevitable suits brought by disgruntled bondholders. It is doubtful that either man truly believed that the new railroads, when built, would carry enough traffic to earn back their construction costs. A great number of them were along lightly traveled routes, which, like the Gilman, Springfield, and Clinton Railroad in Illinois, connected small cities that did little business with one another. The roads were being built because money could be made building them. Carnegie profited from the commissions on the bond sales, Scott from diverting funds earmarked for construction into the hands of the select number of investors, himself included, who were directors of both the railroad and the improvement companies. To raise money for roads not yet built and probably not really needed, Carnegie and Scott trafficked in what Richard White refers to as the utilitarian fictions of capitalism. Together they constructed plausible fictions about the railroads, the passengers and freight that would ride them, the tolls that would be collected, the villages that would grow into towns and the towns into cities, creating new populations, products, and commerce. Carnegie, a consummate optimist, took naturally to the task. He was the classic Yankee promoter, the boomer, the salesman, the purveyor of success tales writ large. But he was also a self-trained professional who knew how to construct prospectuses for bankers, who had heard it all before. Before he approached Junius Morgan with a new offering of first mortgage bonds for the Mansfield, Coldwater, and Lake Michigan Railroad, he wrote Tom Scott from London to request general data about the route, its objects, location, town and cities it passes through, and all features contributing to impress capitalists with its importance. When Morgan declined to make an offer, Carnegie returned to the drawing board and gathered still more material to make a new and better case for the Mansfield bonds. In March 1872, he asked the railroad's president to secure a strong letter from the governor of your state, saying all he can about the enterprise, its importance, rich land to be developed, and certainty to pay, etc., anything on official paper, and his signature attested by the Secretary of Commonwealth under seal, etc. A week later, he drafted the governor's letter of support by himself, as well as additional endorsements to be signed by Thompson, Scott, and John Sherman, the senator from Ohio. Sherman's letter, he recommended, should be on official Senate chamber paper, and should emphasize that because the senator's place of residence was Mansfield, all of the managers of the line are personally known to me. They are men of the highest character and responsibility, in whose representations full reliance may be placed. On March 16th, he signed separate agreements with Drexel Morgan in New York and Drexel & Company in Philadelphia to act as their agent and partner in Europe. The following month, he set sail for an extended bond-selling campaign, this time accompanied by his mother, her traveling companion, Miss Robinson, and Eddie McCandless, Gardy's brother, who had been brought along to look after the ladies and act as Carnegie's traveling secretary. Their first stop was Frankfurt, Germany. The London markets were saturated with American railroad securities, and Junius Morgan had suggested that Carnegie take his bond issues to the Morgan correspondent firm, Sulzbach Brothers. Carnegie, as always, had no trouble ingratiating himself with his new clients, whom he visited several times during his 6 months in Europe. He was assisted by his mother, who, dour as she might appear, got along famously with the Sulzbach women. The Sulzbachs, though cordial, were highly suspicious of American securities, and had dozens of questions about the details of Carnegie's prospectus for the Davenport and St. Paul Railroad bonds. Why, they wanted to know, were the directors of the railroad also directors of the construction company? Why wouldn't Thompson and Scott guarantee, on behalf of the Pennsylvania Railroad, that the line would be completed? Why were the meetings of the executive committee of the Davenport and St. Paul Railroad Company held in New York City instead of Davenport? The spring and summer of 1872 were not the best of times to sell American securities in London or Frankfurt. The financial markets were in a state of prolonged hibernation, awaiting news of the settlement of the British-American dispute over what had come to be known as the Alabama claims. In July 1862, with British sentiment for the Confederacy at its apogee, the Alabama, a steam-powered wooden-hulled sloop, left England ostensibly for a trial run. Transformed in the Azores into a Confederate man-of-war, the vessel spent the rest of the Civil War roaming the North Atlantic and inflicting substantial damage on merchant ships doing business with the Union. The American government, led by Ambassador Charles Francis Adams in London, demanded reparations from the British for what it claimed, rightly, was a hostile act of government-assisted piracy. Adams, who was ambassador to Great Britain until 1868, failed to secure a settlement. In 1869, after his departure, an agreement was reached, but rejected by the U.S. Senate for being too favorable to the British. The conflict between the United States and Britain had now consumed the better part of 7 years. President Grant, frightened by the saber-rattling of his Democratic opponents, demanded that his Secretary of State, Hamilton Fish, reach an agreement before the 1872 presidential election. Fish enlisted the services of bankers on both sides of the ocean, including a number of the men Carnegie did business with, such as Anthony Drexel of Philadelphia, Levi Morton of New York, and John Rose, the Scotsman who was Morton's partner in London. In the spring of 1871, the British and American governments agreed to submit the question of monetary claims to impartial arbitration in Geneva, Switzerland. Carnegie, like other businessmen with transatlantic interests, paid close attention to the negotiations. In February 1872, he wrote a long letter to Horace Porter, President Grant's executive secretary. Fearful that Grant might accede to those who demanded that the British pay not only the direct cost of the wartime damage, but the indirect costs as well, Carnegie urged the president not to ask the Geneva arbiters for outsized reparations. To protect the president from political repercussions, Carnegie proposed his own convoluted compromise plan. Indulging in the grandiose flattery that would later become his trademark, he suggested to Porter that Grant could secure himself a place in history alongside President Lincoln if he accepted the scenario Carnegie had laid out for him. Lincoln is to stand in history when all other of his acts shall have been forgot, as the emancipator of 4 millions of his fellow men. Grant may secure equal prominence among the very few essentially great characters of the world's history if he succeeds in being the first who leads nations to substitute for the barbarous appeal to the sword the device of peaceful arbitration. In his letter to Porter, Carnegie intimated that he was in close touch with London insiders. He made the same sort of claims to Baring Brothers, to whom he confided that he had been present when the president met some of his friends in Philadelphia, and based on that meeting he was very happy to be able to say that the policy of binding England and America together in the closest bonds of friendship has no stronger supporter than General Grant, and this fact should not be lost sight of by your government. Carnegie asked the Barings to warn the British government that Grant should not be pressed too far, otherwise we may have a much less friendly administration in power. The negotiations in Geneva over a monetary settlement dragged on into May and June. The longer they took, the more frightened the capital markets became. None of the major financial houses, including Sulzbach Brothers in Frankfurt, was willing to buy or sell securities until it was known if a settlement was going to be reached, how much the British would be obliged to hand over to the Americans, and what effect the transfer of millions of pounds sterling would have on the price of gold. Carnegie, after his exploratory visit with the Sulzbachs, had no choice but to take a European vacation. He spent a day in Brussels sightseeing with his mother and Miss Robinson, enjoyed an elegant dinner with Mr. Jones, the American ambassador, then took off for Antwerp and London to try to do some business. He met up again with his mother and the full entourage in Paris and crossed the Channel with them in mid-May. It is too uncertain for me to predict, however, as to what Mr. A.C.'s movement will be, Eddie wrote his brother from London on May 12th, as the state of the Alabama case prevents his doing much. Carnegie decided to remain in London with his mother and Mrs. Robinson until the Alabama is definitely decided and we see how matters look. His letters to Gardy in New York suggest that he was not terribly upset at being forced into taking an indefinite vacation. We find room somehow or other at all the interesting shows. Miss Robinson turns out just splendid. Mother and she are perfectly jolly the whole time, except when I suggest that we may have to return ere long. This quiets them. The Carnegies' stopover in London turned into an extended vacation. Late in the summer, the arbitrators in Geneva decided on a British liability of £3.25 million, a vast sum, but one which Prime Minister Gladstone's government agreed to pay. Carnegie was able now to return to work and conclude the negotiations with Sulzbach brothers and other bankers in Amsterdam, Antwerp, Brussels, Paris, and London that he had initiated earlier in the spring. It is impossible to discount the importance of this 1872 bond-selling trip for Carnegie. The market instability caused by the Alabama affair had forced on him an extended period of leisure, in which he had tasted the fruits of semi-retirement and found them quite exhilarating. Although he had not yet celebrated his 37th birthday, Carnegie would never again return to a full-time work schedule. His appearance in Europe that spring and summer also had a profound effect on the development of the peace program that Carnegie would spend the final decades of his life promulgating. It was not, as he would learn in 1872, actual war itself which the world in our day has most to dread. It is the ever-present danger of war which hangs over the world like a pall which we have to dispel. There had been no war between Great Britain and America over the Alabama claims, but the strained relationship made it difficult to do business and gave unscrupulous politicians, like Senator Charles Sumner, a platform for their warmongering. Disputes between nations were inevitable, but some way short of bloodshed had to be found to settle them. The willingness of both the British and the American governments to submit their claims to impartial arbitration in Geneva had been an important step forward. For the rest of his life, Carnegie would refer to the settlement of the Alabama claims case in Geneva as an exemplary moment in international diplomacy and Anglo-American relations, where reason and common sense had peaceably solved a long-festering conflict. In his autobiography and his other lectures and writings, Carnegie devotes very little space to his years as a bond salesman. Burton Hendrick ignores this period of his life entirely, as if he had jumped directly from working for the railroad to manufacturing iron and steel. Carnegie avoided mention of his bond trading not because he had performed any criminal acts, but because he was loath to call attention to some morally, if not legally, questionable deals. Carnegie was sued countless times during his years as a trader by bondholders like the Sulzbach brothers, who claimed that he had made false statements about the issues he was selling, and bond issuers who claimed that he had pocketed profits that belonged to them. In 1874, to cite but one example, he was sued by a Springfield businessman, Dr. Samuel H. Melvin, who had been one of the organizers of the railroad connecting Gilman with Clinton and Springfield, Illinois. Melvin charged that Carnegie and the Morton brokerage firms in New York and London had colluded 4 years earlier to cheat local stockholders of $400,000. Carnegie, the suit claimed, sold the Gilman Railroad bonds to the Morton firms at less than market value. The Morton firms then resold them at a huge profit, which they divided with Carnegie and his partner Tom Scott. The charges, which would wend their way through the courts for years before they were dismissed, were true. In December 1871, Morton and Rose in London, in a letter marked "Confidential," confirmed that Carnegie and Scott would divide 1/4 of any profit the firm made from reselling the Gilman Railroad bonds. In March 1872, Carnegie received a check for $29,244.94, over $6 million today, covering his and Scott's share of Morton and Rose's profits. As a bond trader, Carnegie was obliged to make promises he could not keep. The prospectus he had written for the St. Louis Bridge bonds he sold to Junius Morgan had, for example, promised that within 18 months, by December 1871, the bridge would be earning revenues from toll-paying traffic. But this goal, Carnegie knew, was not going to be met. The insurmountable problem was Captain Eades's insistence that the bridge arches be built of steel, even though the only steel then available was expensive, brittle, difficult to work with, and impossible to secure in large quantities. "I wish the captain's genius could devise some plan in which iron could be used," Carnegie wrote William McPherson, a company director and fellow Scotsman whom he considered an ally, in October 1870. "We would then be independent. You may think self-interest comes in here as we manufacture iron. But if so, you are simply wrong. I have a much deeper interest at stake in rendering St. Louis Bridge a success." By late 1871, with Eads still in control of design and construction, Carnegie had had enough.
He began selling his stock in the bridge company and offered to do the same for Scott and Thomas. "As we are partners in this St. Louis affair, I think I should offer to take care of your interests as of my own. I am disgusted with the affair throughout." Only in his correspondence with Junius Morgan did Carnegie continue to boost the St. Louis Bridge as an income-generating project. In September 1872, he predicted that the bridge would be opened for traffic by the summer of 1873, then, as that date approached, promised that it would be done by the end of 1873. Morgan, his frustration barely disguised, wrote back in May of 1873 that he and his partners were glad to hear there is some prospect of the St. Louis Bridge being ready for traffic during the present year. We have been told the same story the last 3 years. We shall therefore not encourage too strong hopes of the accomplishment of what we have been so long anxiously waiting for. It would take another year before Keystone completed work on the St. Louis Bridge's superstructure. On May 23, 1874, the bridge was opened to pedestrian traffic. Some 25,000 people paid 10 cents apiece to walk across the upper deck, and then, because the work on the east embankment had still not been completed, turn around and walk back. In June, the lower deck for railway traffic was finally completed. On July 2nd, as crowds cheered from the shore below, an elephant was led across the lower railway deck. The belief was that if the bridge were unsafe, the elephant would sense it and turn around. When the elephant strolled the length of the bridge without hesitation, the bridge was tested again and found satisfactory by 14 locomotives, averaging 40 tons each. The St. Louis Bridge over the Mississippi would succeed for a time as a tourist attraction, but fail as a business venture. By the time it was completed, the major east-west railroads had made other arrangements to cross the Mississippi. With few toll-paying customers, the St. Louis Bridge Company quickly defaulted on its loans. In April 1875, the company declared bankruptcy and surrendered its assets to 2 receivers, one of them Pierpont Morgan, Junius's son. The Morgans held on to the bridge company for 3 more years, then reorganized it in August 1878. Under the reorganization plan, the bondholders, including Morgan and his associates, were fully protected. Stockholders were not. The stock, which Carnegie and his associates had so wisely sold years earlier, was now worthless. Though the St. Louis Company had gone rather quickly into default, Carnegie, his associates, and the Morgans had made their profits and moved on. Timing was everything in railroad and bridge financing. Each time there was a delay in completing the project or a cost overrun, new monies had to be borrowed to pay off old loans. Private bankers like the Morgans were happy to lend such money for short terms and at inflated rates. Delayed projects, and almost all of them were delayed, led to pyramiding debts for railroads and bridge companies and pyramiding profits for bankers and middlemen like Carnegie, who arranged short-term loans to back up long-term bonds. The failure of the St. Louis Bridge project had no effect on the Morgans' perception of the business acumen of the little man who had sold them the bridge bonds in 1870. They remained on good terms with Carnegie and continued to buy his bond issues. What counted in the end was not the ultimate success or failure of the railroad or bridge, but whether the investors made a reasonable amount on their investments. And the Morgans had. Chapter 8. All My Eggs in One Basket, 1872 to 1875. Carnegie resigned from the railroad because he wanted to be his own man. But without capital to float large issues on his own, he remained dependent on the Morgans, the Drexels, and the Morton firms to form the syndicates, market the issues, and handle the always complicated exchanges from gold to pounds to dollars and vice versa. Had his responsibilities to others ended with the sale of the bonds, he might have been more content. But as the chief and often the only liaison between European bankers and American railroad, bridge, and construction companies, he was on constant call. It was he and he alone who was required to know precisely what was going on at all times. Were the roads the bonds were supposed to fund being built on schedule? If there were delays, which there always were, what was causing them? How soon could tolls be collected and interest payments made? The Carnegie entourage returned to New York in September 1872 after an absence of almost 5 months abroad.
Andrew and Mag hoped that Tom and his wife Lucy would be at the pier to greet them, but the Tom Carnegies were reluctant to interrupt their holiday at Cresson, an exclusive mountain resort in the Alleghenies, and so the day after their arrival, Mag and Andy were back on the road again, this time via the Pennsylvania Railroad to Cresson to visit Tom and his family. Carnegie spent much of the fall with his mother in Cresson, with side trips to Pittsburgh for business. He could board the express in the morning and arrive in Pittsburgh 4.5 hours later in early afternoon. Though a resident of New York City, his moneys were invested almost entirely in Pittsburgh firms. He held 2/5 interest in Carnegie, Cloman and Company, Union Iron Mills, 1/5 in Keystone Bridge, stock in several western Pennsylvania railroads and manufacturers, and a 2/5 interest in a new furnace company named Lucy, in honor of Tom's wife. Unlike their competitors, the Carnegies and Harry Phipps were newcomers to the iron business. Andrew Cloman was the only partner who had any experience in the trade, but as a mechanic, not a manufacturer. Carnegie was convinced that the fact that he had begun work for the railroads rather than in the iron industry served him well. He was astonished by the laxity with which the iron barons kept their books. I was greatly surprised to find that the cost of each of the various production processes was unknown. He instructed Harry Phipps to set up the kinds of cost accounting procedures that were already in place at the railroads. I insisted upon such a system of weighing and accounting as would enable us to know what our cost was for each process, and especially what each man was doing, who saved material, who wasted it, and who produced the best results. Phipps sent his monthly accounts to Carnegie's New York office, where the absentee partner examined them line by line. By the aid of many clerks and the introduction of weighing scales at various points in the mill, we began to know not only what every department was doing, but what each one of the many men working at the furnaces was doing. As his Pittsburgh firms expanded in size and profitability, Carnegie extended his oversight. He was not an engineer and had no technical training, but he enjoyed an insider's understanding of the mechanical arts and the iron trades, and was a shrewd judge of talent. His initial success in iron manufacture and bridge building had come, in large part, and he recognized this, because he had partnered with engineers Jacob Linville and John Piper at Keystone Bridge, a brilliantly innovative mechanic, Andrew Cloman, at Union Iron Mills, and two solid businessmen, his brother Tom and Harry Phipps, who oversaw his Pittsburgh operations. William Abbott, who knew both Carnegies from their early days at the Pittsburgh iron mills, thought Andrew a genius, but regarded Tom as the better businessman. Tom, Abbott told Burton Hendrick, was solid, shrewd, far-seeing, absolutely honest and dependable. The two brothers had very different notions about business. Andrew was the ambitious one, filled with new ideas. Tom was content with a good, prosperous, safe business and cared nothing for expansion. He disapproved of Andrew's skyrocketing tendencies, regarded him as a plunger and a dangerous leader. Tom wanted earnings in the shape of dividends, whereas Andrew insisted on using them for expansion. There were other differences as well. While Andrew sought out publicity, Tom ran away from it. He was silent, retiring, not a mixer in society, was tongue-tied at dinner parties and social gatherings. As a child and young man at the dinner table, Tom would disappear from the family circle into an upper room, away from his talkative brother. Like his older brother, Tom Carnegie was remarkably efficient and known for his ability to accomplish a day's work in a morning. He got along well with his subordinates and was well liked by the working men. His fatal flaw was his drinking. According to Abbott, he would leave the office for lunch and drink all afternoon, seldom returning to work before 4 o'clock. Harry Phipps, on the contrary, never seemed to leave the office. An extraordinary bookkeeper, he spent his days watching over costs and seeking out new efficiencies. He was a cheese-parer in every direction, Abbott recalled, making economies that would never occur to anyone else. Like the Carnegie brothers, he was a tiny little man. While Tom and Harry Phipps watched over the business, kept costs down and orders up, Carnegie supplied from a distance a businessman's sense of the directions in which the market was moving and how to capitalize on them. He also organized and directed the firm's early ventures into marketing, publicity, and advertising. The sales pamphlets and illustrated catalogs for Keystone were among the most polished in the industry,
with beautifully designed wood engravings of bridges and detailed tabular summaries of the firm's past accomplishments. In the mid-1870s, after Linville invented what he called the rivetless post, Carnegie suggested that the company place advertisements in every journal devoted to the mechanical, engineering, and architectural arts. Someone should read a paper upon it before the engineers. Your Franklin Institute should know about it. Indeed, I should, within 10 days, have so advertised it as to render it almost impossible that any man of intelligence should be ignorant of the fact that an important step had been taken by us in the use of wrought iron columns. Excuse me for dwelling upon the immense importance of publicity and of printer's ink. It is a department in which I believe you have permitted our most formidable rivals to distance you. Carnegie sketched for Linville the kind of short, well-displayed advertisement he had in mind, and cautioned him to go to work and get up some handsome lithographs, add below a few words explanatory of their merits, and don't mix up this new post advertisement with anything else. It should stand alone as a specialty. In early 1874, Carnegie learned that Calvert Vaux, the architect commissioned to design the Centennial Palace at the 1876 Philadelphia Exposition, had decided to construct it of wood instead of iron. He fired off a letter to an acquaintance, J. Lauber Welsh, whose father was president of the Exposition's Board of Finance. Making his case for an iron structure, Carnegie argued that it would demonstrate American progress in the arts, manufactures, and products of the soil and mine, the theme of the exposition. He also conjured up images of the fire that might destroy the exposition should the palace be constructed of wood. If our great Centennial Palace is to be only a modern tinder box, how will foreign exhibitors be affected? Can anyone be induced to risk valuable articles in such a structure? The risk of fire during the 2 years it will be under construction will be even greater than while it is occupied. A spark may render any exhibition at all impossible. To save the Centennial Palace from potential conflagration, Carnegie offered to build it of iron for $4.5 million, only $1.75 million more than it would cost in wood. He closed his letter with a veiled threat to go public with his concerns about safety, sparks, and fire damage if the commissioners declined his offer. The notion that Pennsylvania, and especially Philadelphia, might hold its exposition in a wooden building fairly amazes me. Perhaps I am too partial to iron as an iron manufacturer. Still, we shall see how the country takes the idea. The commissioners took Carnegie's advice and constructed the main building's skeleton of iron. They did not, however, award Carnegie the contracts for the ironwork on the main exposition buildings. The only contract Keystone Bridge was given was for the iron skeleton for the smaller horticultural building. To guarantee his company's products a prominent place at the exposition, Carnegie had himself appointed to the Committee of 7 that the American Iron and Steel Association organized to oversee the display of iron ores and goods. When the exposition opened on May 10, 1876, with President Grant presiding, the Carnegie Brothers and Company displays were so well placed along the southern portion of the main building that J.S. Ingram noted in his guidebook, The Centennial Exposition, Described and Illustrated, that they were among the few that prominently attracted our notice. Though it is unlikely that the general public flocked to see Carnegie's rolled wrought iron coupling or the model of his Lucy furnace, contractors who bought and sold iron products certainly did. Carnegie had returned from Europe in the fall of 1872 with money in his purse from his bond sales, which, as a good capitalist, he felt obliged to invest. The Pennsylvania oil business was already being colonized by Rockefeller of Cleveland, and was, in any case, too speculative for Carnegie. He knew better than to invest in overpriced railroad stock. His coal mining investments were paying a reasonable dividend, but not enough to encourage him to invest more. His iron furnace, iron mills, and bridge-building company were sufficiently capitalized at present and doing well. A less adventurous capitalist might have bided his time and hoarded his money or made incremental investments in familiar firms. But Carnegie was convinced that there were fortunes to be made manufacturing stronger, more durable rails of steel. In 1870, the Republicans, now in control of the presidency and the Congress, turned the business environment upside down with the imposition of a $28 a ton tariff on imported steel. The door was opened wide for American steel manufacturers, At a stroke of the pen, the British steel mills lost their competitive advantage. The iron and steel tariff would remain in place in one form or another for the next 30 years, as long, that is, as Carnegie remained in the steel business. It became the centerpiece of Republican policy, and, with the Republicans the dominant party in Washington, a cornerstone of national economic policy. The passage of the 1870 tariff was, Carnegie later claimed, the single most important event in prompting him to enter the steel business. Carnegie had kept abreast of the latest iron and steel-making technologies since the mid-1860s. No trip to Europe had been complete without a pilgrimage to iron and steel foundries and discussions with the manufacturers. While waiting for the settlement of the Alabama case in the summer of 1872, he had traveled to Sheffield to tour Henry Bessemer's steel plant and marvel at his new furnaces. Bessemer had invented a process for making a less brittle, stronger iron product that he first called malleable iron, then changed the name to Bessemer steel. Because Bessemer steel was cooked in large batches in giant converters, it could be produced more efficiently, with much less labor, than the wrought iron which was currently being manufactured in small ovens in the Pittsburgh mills. The technological advances pioneered by Bessemer in England, combined with the new protective tariff, induced several American manufacturers to move into the steel business. By 1872, there were 8 steel manufactories in the country, including Pennsylvania Steel in Steelton and Cambria Iron in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Curiously enough, while Pittsburgh was the home of a large number of iron mills, there were as yet no steel manufactories in the city. Carnegie's partner in the oil business, William Coleman, who had experience in the iron industry, began scouting the nation's Bessemer steel plants to see for himself whether it made sense to invest in the new technology. He was intrigued by what he saw, especially in Harrisburg, Johnstown, and Troy, New York, and began rounding up partners to invest in a steel rail mill in Pittsburgh. By the time Carnegie returned from his bond-selling European tour to Pittsburgh in mid-September 1872, Coleman had contracted with Alexander Holley to design the new plant. Holley, who had graduated from Brown University, was at age 40 the foremost steel engineer in the nation. He had already played the lead role in designing steel mills at Troy, Cambria, and Steelton. There was no one better qualified or with more experience. Having secured Holley's services, Coleman took out an option on a site in Turtle Creek Valley at Braddock's Field, so named because it was on this spot that General Edward Braddock had been defeated in the French and Indian War in 1755. It was an ideal site for a new steel plant. The 2 major ingredients in manufacturing steel were coke, made by cooking bituminous coal until the gas had been expelled, and iron ore low in phosphorus. High phosphorus ores did not work well in Bessemer furnaces. The best coal for coking was found in the Connellsville region, 50 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. Quality iron ore came from the Lake Superior iron mines, which were considerably farther, but, via lake steamer and rail, closer to Braddock than to any other steel mill. The Baltimore and Ohio tracks ran through the center of the site. The Pennsylvania Railroad tracks ran along the northern border. The Monongahela River, still a major highway, flowed along the southern edge. The city of Pittsburgh was barely 12 miles away. Carnegie was one of the first to join with Coleman in the new venture. The steel manufactory was organized as a separate partnership with no legal ties to any of Carnegie's other Pittsburgh firms. On November 5, 1872, Carnegie signed both the lease for the Braddock site and the Articles of Co-Partnership. Coleman and Carnegie chose for their partners men of wealth and reputation. David McCandless, vice president of the Exchange National Bank, agreed to invest $100,000 for 10 shares of stock. Coleman took 10 for himself. Carnegie, the principal stockholder, subscribed for 25. The other partners, John Scott, who was not related to Tom, a railroad vice president and bank president, David Stewart, Carnegie's partner in Pittsburgh Locomotive and Tom Scott's nephew, and Phipps, Tom Carnegie, and Andrew Cloman, purchased 5 shares each. As was standard operating procedure, the stockholders were expected to pay for their shares on a monthly basis. The new firm was named Carnegie McCandless & Company in recognition of Carnegie's oversized financial contribution and McCandless's reputation. Everyone but Carnegie lived and worked in Pittsburgh.
The fall of 1872 marks the beginning of a new chapter in Carnegie's life. Burton Hendrick describes the moment with operatic overkill. The change that came over the man in this, his 37th year, resembled the religious experience known as conversion, and like that experience, it came as the exaltation of a single moment. A mind that had lived in apparent darkness was illumined by a sudden flash of light. The dazzling brilliance of a Bessemer converter, in the twinkling of an eye, transformed Andrew Carnegie into a new man. Hendrick may be forgiven for substituting metaphor for analysis in attempting to explain how Carnegie, the businessman who had so many balls in the air, could in the space of only a few years let almost all of them fall to earth, so that he could focus his attention and his capital on the steel business. Carnegie, returning from Europe in September 1872, was no Saul on the road to Damascus. There had been no blinding revelation, no moment of exaltation, no sudden conversion from iron to steel. Carnegie had no intention of concentrating either his capital or his attention on the steel business. At the same time that he became a partner in the new steel rail mill, he was selling bonds for several bridge and rail concerns, negotiating the merger of Pacific and Atlantic Telegraph Company with Western Union, overseeing the completion of the long-delayed St. Louis Bridge project, opening discussions to build a bridge over the Hudson River at Poughkeepsie, attempting to secure control of the rail lines that connected the proposed Poughkeepsie Bridge to New England, and purchasing with William Coleman a new coal company in western Pennsylvania, Keir Coal and Works. The only business activity he backed away from was active bond trading, and that decision was dictated by market conditions. It was becoming increasingly difficult to market bonds in Europe because of the glut of securities on the market. In January 1873, some 60 days after he had signed the co-partnership agreement for the Braddock Steel Mill, the Sulzbachs informed him that they had been unable to sell the bonds for which we have contracted with you. By the spring, the situation had deteriorated to the point that Morgan suggested Carnegie put off his already planned bond-selling trip. Our market is at the moment oversupplied with American securities, and we do not think you could accomplish anything by coming now. On the continent it is still worse, as they have as a rule a more stringent money market, and have also suffered largely by investments in second- or third-class American railroad bonds, so that we doubt if they would touch anything at this moment. To scare up commissions for new bond issues would have meant another round of travel to Iowa and Missouri and Kansas and Illinois, where new roads and bridges were being built. In previous years, Carnegie might have been prepared to take to the road again and live out of his satchel for days on end, cajoling railroad purchasing agents, chambers of commerce, and self-appointed men of affairs who had decided to establish themselves and their cities by building bridges across the Mississippi or Missouri. But he had lost his taste for this sort of wheeling and dealing, especially in a down market. It made more sense to invest his money in Pittsburgh and to oversee the new business from his home in New York. It remained for the partners to agree on a name for their steelworks. Carnegie, thinking strategically as always, suggested they name it after the nation's most respected railroad executive, J. Edgar Thompson, in the expectation that the name would provide the works and the rails it produced with an instant reputation for reliability. The name might also lure other investors to the project and help secure contracts for steel rails. Thompson himself might even invest. In late October, Carnegie wrote to ask Thompson for permission to use his name. The letter is an early masterpiece of manipulative flattery of the sort that Carnegie would employ for the rest of his life in conversing with the rich and powerful. He and his partners, he reported to Thompson, had grappled with the question of what to call the works, until Edgar Thompson was suggested and carried by acclamation. Just the very thing, was the unanimous expression. We are all quite satisfied that Pittsburgh is the best present location in the country for the manufacture of steel rails, and we hope to give the Edgar Thompson brand a place alongside of the John Brown rails, the premium imported English product at the time. If we felt that calling our works after you were an honor conferred upon you, we could readily offer reasons why you deserve it. But as we all sincerely feel that the honor will be entirely upon our side in being permitted to do so, We have nothing to say except to assure you that there is not one of our party who is not delighted that an opportunity has arisen through which expression can be given, however feebly, to the regard they honestly entertain for your exalted character and career. With sincere respect, I am always your obedient servant, Andrew Carnegie. In mid-November, Thompson granted Carnegie permission to use the name you suggest if the names you sent me, the partners, are individually liable for its success, and as I have no doubt will look after its management. I have no funds at present to invest, having been drained by the Texas and California, Scott's new railroad, and Sanborn's Mexican project, a highly speculative railroad enterprise. Carnegie also tried to enlist Tom Scott to invest in the new steel works, but Scott was even more drained of capital than Thompson. In the end, he agreed to purchase some stock, we don't know how much, but like Thompson did not want to be listed as a partner. He asked that his shares be registered in his secretary's name, not his own. Mr. Scott was alarmed at danger of becoming a partner, Carnegie wrote one of his Pittsburgh associates, and I relieved him of that. I only hope he will never be involved in anything worse. The partners didn't really need Thompson's or Scott's money. While they expected to be awarded Pennsylvania Railroad contracts for their rails, they did not intend to operate as a subsidiary of one railroad. The intent behind the decision to build the new steel mill adjacent to the B&O tracks and on the Monongahela River was unmistakable. Carnegie, who had made his fortune by playing the game of crony capitalism, was signaling to Thompson that he would play that game no longer. The Edgar Thomson Steel Works would sell its wares to the highest bidders, for the highest price, and transport its raw materials and finished goods on the roads that offered the best rates. It would be captive to neither Thompson nor his Pennsylvania Railroad. In later years, Carnegie's enemies would claim that one of the sources of his early success was the special concessions on freight rates his companies received from the Pennsylvania Railroad. Carnegie denied that the Pennsylvania gave him any preferential treatment. He claimed, on the contrary, that the railroad discriminated against him and his companies. I was fighting the Pennsylvania Railroad all the time. Having broken faith with the company, he courted trouble. In the years to come, he would have to fight every inch of the way to get reasonable freight rates from Thompson's successors. The first priority was hiring a general manager for E.T., as Carnegie would in future refer to the steelworks at Braddock. Carnegie was looking for a businessman, as shrewd and calculating as he was. The businessman, as such, was a relatively new arrival. So new, in fact, that it would not become a single word for a few decades to come. Prior to the 1880s, men in business were identified by industry or function. There were railroad superintendents and presidents, iron manufacturers, merchants, financiers, and so on, but no businessmen such as Carnegie was looking for with skill sets readily transferable from one sector to another. Carnegie's choice for general manager was Daniel Morrill, the aristocratic Philadelphian, who in the mid-1850s had been brought in to reorganize the Cambria Iron Works near Johnstown. Morrill had stayed on as manager and a principal owner, and in 1871 he oversaw the conversion to steel production. Carnegie was so convinced of Morrill's worth that he agreed to pay him the annual salary of $20,000 that he demanded, an unusually high amount in 1872, with no doubt an additional offer of equity in the company. Carnegie's partners were opposed to bringing in Morrill at such a high price, and offended that their New York partner had acted on his own in opening negotiations with him. They agreed, nonetheless, to stand up loyally for whatever you have done if the thing is settled between you. In the end, Morrill refused the position. Carnegie and his Pittsburgh associates offered it next to William Shinn, a vice president of the Allegheny Valley Railroad who came highly recommended by McCandless and by John Scott, president of the railroad. Shinn was a tough manager, a disciplined accountant, and an ambitious businessman. Though self-contained, solemn, and introverted, he was not shy about offering his opinions, even when they conflicted with Carnegie's own. This, too, was a plus. Carnegie was confident enough in his own judgment not to require affirmation from his subordinates. Carnegie worried only about Shinn's loyalties, as he refused to resign his vice presidency at the Allegheny Valley Railroad after agreeing to take on the new position at E.T. Because neither Shin nor any of the partners had experience in steelmaking, it was imperative that they hire, as general superintendent, someone who had. The Union Iron Mills and the Lucy Furnace had proved so successful because, while Phipps and Tom Carnegie ran the business, Andrew Cloman served as general superintendent. What Carnegie needed was someone like Cloman with the capacity to oversee men at work. He found those qualities, and much more, in Captain William Jones. The title was an honorary Civil War one. Although Carnegie, who adored telling stories about working men who had risen through his ranks to become millionaires, claimed that Jones had come to work for him as a $2-a-day mechanic, that was far from the case. The son of a dissenting Welsh minister, Jones had risen to the rank of chief assistant to the general superintendent at Cambria before resigning his position. Alexander Holly hired Jones to assist him in designing and building E.T., and when construction was completed, recommended him for plant superintendent. Like Carnegie, the captain was tiny, always on the move, and spoke with a slight accent, Welsh, not Scottish. Until he was killed in a furnace explosion in 1889, Jones oversaw the day-to-day operation of the steelworks, invented and patented a large number of labor-saving improvements, and supervised the skilled workforce. One of Carnegie's many gifts as a businessman was his capacity to generate enthusiasm for his projects, in partners, potential customers, and the public at large. Carnegie was not a dour Scotsman or a cold, calculating capitalist, but a little man brimming with excitement for whatever business he was engaged in at that moment. He was, in the early 1870s, consumed by excitement about steel rails, as he had earlier been about sleeping cars and iron bridges. By applying the same cost accounting procedures he had employed in his other Pittsburgh firms and constructing the most efficient plant in the nation, Carnegie was confident that he would be able to undersell the domestic market for steel rails. With a $28 a ton tariff slapped onto their products, British manufacturers would never be able to compete. In a letter written in mid-December to the Sulzbach brothers in Frankfurt, he sounded like a child with a new toy. "I have been very busy with my iron business. We are building a works to manufacture 100 tons steel rails per day, in addition to our present mills for iron, etc. So you can see in this vast country one can't stand still." He was so energized by the new project that in early November, 6 months before ground was even broken for the mill, he was already contracting for the low-phosphorus iron ore required to manufacture steel through the Bessemer process. In New York, he met with Samuel Tilden, the future Democratic nominee for president and at the time a partner in a firm that owned mines in the Marquette district of Michigan. Carnegie contracted for 10,000 tons of Tilden's first-class New York mine speculum ore, which he believed, combined with Western Pennsylvania fuel, i.e. Connellsville coke, would yield high-quality Bessemer pig metal. He invited Tilden and/or his agents to visit his Pittsburgh furnace during the smelting and follow the product until it appears as a steel rail, as we trust it will. As excited as he might have been by his new business venture, Carnegie had no intention of overseeing it from Pittsburgh. He worked in spurts now and spent as much time away from the office as in it. In February 1873, 5 months after his return from Europe, he abandoned his partners in Pittsburgh and his office in New York for a 2-month rail and riverboat excursion to New Orleans and Jacksonville, Florida. He was accompanied by his mother, Miss Robinson, her traveling companion, his niece Retta, his partners Coleman and McCandless, Uncle George Lauder, who was visiting from Dunfermline, Saul Scheuer, one of his lawyers, and all of the wives. Carnegie was the perfect travel guide. There was never a dull moment on a Carnegie excursion. During their stay in Jacksonville, where the hotels were all filled and a great deal of gaiety was going on, the party enjoyed several dances. Carnegie returned to New York via Washington and Philadelphia in early spring, stayed a few weeks, and then, when the weather turned warm, relocated with his mother, a small entourage of servants, their carriage, and a horse or two, to Cresson in the Alleghenies. Accessible only by railroad, hours from smoky Pittsburgh and far enough from an almost equally polluted Altoona, Cresson offered Philadelphia and Pittsburgh businessmen, railroad executives, and politicians aesthetic and hygienic relief from putrid city air and threats of cholera, typhus, and tuberculosis. The first building on the site had been a sanitarium because the springs there were believed to have healing powers. There was hiking, hunting, and fishing, well-groomed paths for carriages and horseback riders, and a boardwalk for pedestrians. Most of the vacationers stayed in the Mountain House, a luxury resort hotel. The privileged few, like the Carnegies, rented private cottages for the season. In 1873, Andrew and his mother spent the entire season at Cresson. Tom and Lucy joined them there for a few days, Uncle Lauder and his wife for 2 weeks. The family took its meals in the Mountain House dining room and slept in Cottage D, a 4-room wooden cabin. The total cost for the summer was $1,046.40, including $50 per week per person for board, an additional $9 for wine, 30 cents for postage and paper, $27 for 6 crates of peaches, $10 for fires, $1 for laundry, and $52 for livery charges. Carnegie, the good-natured paterfamilias, organized amusements, took family and friends for horseback or carriage rides, hunting and fishing, and after dinner at Mountain House chose, rehearsed, directed, and starred in the evening's amateur theatrical, led his guests in songs and storytelling, or organized rounds of whist. With the Pennsylvania Railroad tracks a short carriage ride away, no need went unmet. When supplies were required, Carnegie wrote or telegrammed his private secretary in New York. On August 7, 1873, he asked Gardy McCandless to please send another case champagne, same as last, also claret. Likewise 3 packs cards. He told Gardy that he was already looking forward to the following summer, when he planned to build his own cottage and invite Gardy and his wife and daughter to visit. If Gardy's wife should happen just accidentally to have a delightful friend, say Miss Waller, for instance, to accompany her, why, we could manage her too. We could manage to provide for her. Carnegie was, it appeared, as he approached age 40, beginning to advertise his availability as an eligible bachelor. Cresson was the perfect place to entertain female guests. But as comfortable as Carnegie was at Cresson, he never stayed there, or for that matter anywhere, for long stretches of time. In July, he left on the train bound for Pittsburgh and then continued on to Marquette, Wisconsin, to oversee the first shipment of iron ore from Tilden's mine to the Lucy furnace. For any other businessman, a trip to the iron mines of Wisconsin would not have afforded much time for pleasure, but Carnegie was a master at making the most of any situation. "It is quite cold. Light overcoat is indispensable," he wrote Gardy on July 9th from the Northwestern Hotel in Marquette. "This is the place for avoiding summer heat, sure. I'm having a splendid time of it, fishing and boating. My complexion may be classed as rosy. I am awfully sunburnt, of course. We have quite a number of Pittsburghers at the hotel." He returned to Cresson in late summer and remained there with his mother through early autumn. On September 17th, he again took the train west to Pittsburgh to spend a week getting all matters right before returning to New York City for the season. "All well," he reported to Gardy, "but all sorry to leave the mountains. It is warm this morning even here." He suggested that Gardy plan his own vacation. "I think you should take a week or 2 in Philadelphia for a change with Mrs. McC. and the baby. You could do so nicely when I return." Gardy was not to get that week or 2 for quite some time. The day after Carnegie posted his letter, his idyllic summer came to a halt with the receipt of a telegram announcing the bankruptcy of J. Cook & Company, one of the nation's most respected bankers. The failure came as a shock not only to Carnegie but to the rest of the nation's businessmen. If the house of Cook could fall, was any firm safe? The repercussions were immediate. Carnegie was kept abreast of the deteriorating situation by telegrams received at the nearby rail station. Like all financial panics, the signs had been there to see, but no one bothered to look until it was too late. Businesses had been failing and banks hiking their interest rates since the spring. J. Cook, who had in 1869 been overtaken by the transcontinental madness,
found it difficult, then impossible, to borrow what he needed to complete construction of his Northern Pacific Railroad. When he ran out of his own and his investors' money, he reached into his banking clients' accounts and borrowed until there was nothing left. He attempted to sell Northern Pacific bonds at a deep discount, but there were no takers. With his railroad only partially built and his own, his investors', and his company's coffers empty, he had no choice but to declare bankruptcy on September 18, 1873. The failure of J. Cook & Company set off a round-robin of bank and business failures. Stocks tumbled, out-of-town banks took back the reserves they had parked in New York City, causing New York banks to call in their old loans and raise the rates on new ones. The sell-off of securities was so panic-driven that the New York Stock Exchange closed its doors on September 20th. And stayed closed for 10 days. The railroads, which survived on credit, were instantly crippled. The effect on Pittsburgh's manufacturing firms, including Carnegie's, was immediate because the railroads with which they did so much business no longer had money to pay their bills. Banks were no use in the crisis. Those that remained open suspended payments. In October, customers who tried to withdraw their deposits from the Mellon Bank in Pittsburgh were sent away with Judge Mellon's promise that they would get their money eventually, but not now. The panic of 1873 spun Carnegie's business life in a new direction. Until this point he had been able to juggle many balls in the air and add new ones from time to time. Suddenly he had to cease all new investments and concentrate his energies on keeping his existing businesses intact and protecting his investment in E.T. To raise money to meet his payrolls, he sold stock in a variety of businesses, including the Pullman Company. He also paid exorbitant rates for short-term loans. "We are all right for 10 days or 2 weeks," he wrote Gardy on October 24th from Pittsburgh, where he had relocated to manage the crisis. "I think we can go through all right. I find nobody is paying anything, either past due bills or interest on outstanding loans. But we have gone paying right along. We can ease up that way if we are forced to do it. We have now no loans outside of Pittsburgh, and we can manage them." Through the fall, as the crisis deepened, Carnegie tried to keep his spirits up, until the strain became too much even for him. Marooned in Pittsburgh, where he was staying with his brother until the situation stabilized and he could return to New York, he took sick late in October and was confined to the house. "I have never suffered so much in my life and am still very weak," he wrote Gardy on November 8th. By mid-November, he convinced himself that he and his companies had weathered the immediate storm. "We are now all right for a while at least. I hope our banks can squeeze through. You know they haven't suspended. So far Pittsburgh comes out splendidly." He sent his mother ahead to New York and wrote to ask Gardy to look in on her. He was, he confided, feeling better, but still had to be careful. "Glad to see you are selling Pullman stock so well. We need money, but are not just bare. Business awful as a general thing and the order of the day." He then listed the Pittsburgh businesses which had recently failed. With the railroads, the Carnegie firm's major customers, still unable to pay their bills, he and his partners had no choice but to borrow money from the local banks. His partners had solid reputations in the Pittsburgh business community. Carnegie did not. "Up to this time," he admitted in his autobiography, "I had the reputation in business for being a bold, fearless, and perhaps a somewhat reckless young man. Although still young, I had been handling millions. My own career was thought by the elderly ones of Pittsburgh to have been rather more brilliant than substantial. My supply of Scotch caution never has been small, but I was apparently something of a daredevil now and then to the manufacturing fathers of Pittsburgh. They were old and I was young, which made all the difference." Carnegie was able to convince the bankers that, appearances notwithstanding, he was not a speculator and owed no money to anyone. On the strength of his and his partners' business statements, the endorsement of William Coleman, and the expectation that the bills receivable from the railroads would one day actually be received, the banks agreed to lend his companies what they needed to survive. His strategy of investing everything he earned paid off in the end. By the fall of 1873, when the panic struck, he had accumulated a healthy portfolio of stocks and bonds which, even when liquidated at a loss, provided the capital required to keep the Union Iron Mills, the Lucy Furnace, and Keystone Bridge Companies afloat. Still, the shortage of investment capital that was both cause and consequence of the panic of 1873 forced him to temporarily halt construction of his new steel mill, sell off almost all his holdings in other industries, and cease investing in new ventures. He had survived the worst of times without defaulting on his loans or having to declare any of his firms bankrupt. The panic surely could not last forever, and when it was over he would pick up where he had left off. In a December 1873 letter he assured Junius Morgan that, "We are steadily outgrowing the foolish panic here. It is most a fright, and the spring will see things prosperous again, but we must drive slower." Carnegie was among the fortunate few to weather the panic of '73 without significant losses. Tom Scott, who as the years passed had become more adventurous than his former pupil, was not so fortunate. Like Jay Cooke, he had been stricken by the transcontinental madness and had poured his energies and resources, and those of his friends and associates, into building a new railroad along the southern borders of the nation, from New Orleans through Texas to California. Carnegie would later claim that he had urged Scott not to proceed with the project, but in his first reference to Scott's new railroad, in February 1872, he recommended only that Scott not name it the Texas Pacific Railroad. Names are great things, and Texas is not comprehensive enough for a through route. Southern Pacific is far better, and should be adopted exclusively. Scott met him halfway and changed the name to the Texas and Pacific. Scott offered Carnegie one of 40 $250,000 shares in the construction company he had organized to build his new railroad, and asked him to inquire whether Morgan and Sulzbach brothers were interested in buying shares for themselves, or putting together a syndicate to market the bonds in Europe. Carnegie, who had subscribed for one $250,000 share, and J. Edgar Thompson, who had subscribed for two, had both been led to believe that Scott would call on them for only 10% of the stock price. But Scott was desperate for capital. In July 1873, while Carnegie remained behind in the United States, having been warned by Junius Morgan that the market for American securities was all but dead, Scott traveled to London and the continent to try to sell his Texas and Pacific bonds. He failed. In August, desperate for funds, and having exhausted the resources of his associates, Scott asked Thompson to loan him marketable securities from the Pennsylvania Railroad Treasury. On August 18th, a month before the panic, the Pennsylvania Railroad Board approved Scott's request and received, as security, $4 million in T&P construction bonds. The fall of Jay Cooke and Company and the bank failures that followed made it impossible for Scott to secure the additional short-term loans he needed to keep his project alive. He remained in Europe through the autumn, trying but failing to raise cash by selling the Pennsylvania Railroad securities Thompson had loaned him. By late October, his Texas and Pacific Railroad and construction companies were more than $7 million in debt. Having exhausted all other possibilities, Scott called on his investors, Thompson and Carnegie among them, to put up more cash. Thompson, who was personally liable for the $500,000 in stock purchased in his own name and professionally responsible for the debts incurred by the Pennsylvania Railroad, pressured Carnegie to give Scott what he asked for. "I think that you should tax your friends, if you have not the means yourself, to meet your calls for the Texas concern," he wrote Carnegie. "The scheme itself was good enough, but it has been most woefully mismanaged financially, Scott having acted upon his faith in his guiding star instead of sound discretion. But Scott should be carried until his return, and you of all others should lend your helping hand where you run no risk, if you cannot go further." Carnegie came up with the money, but further than this he would not go. In November, another note for $300,000 fell due, and the Texas and Pacific, with no resources to meet the payments, began its final slide into bankruptcy. On January 12, 1874, Carnegie received a telegram from Scott in Philadelphia. "Please come over tomorrow, Monday, on 12:30 train and meet me at my house at 4 p.m. If you cannot come over at that time, come over later in the day so I can see you at my house between 10 and 11 p.m. I shall be out early in the evening. Important. Please answer." Scott asked Carnegie to endorse some of the outstanding notes. By endorsing the notes, Carnegie would have made himself liable to repay them if the T&P defaulted. He refused to do so. This, he tells us, marked another step in the total business separation which had to come between Mr. Scott and myself. It gave more pain than all the financial trials to which I had been subjected up to that time. It was not long after this meeting that the disaster came, and the country was startled by the failure of those whom it had regarded as its strongest men. I fear Mr. Scott's premature death can measurably be attributed to the humiliation which he had to bear. Carnegie exaggerates both the magnitude of Scott's tragedy and his responsibility for it. Scott remained in control of the Texas and Pacific until a month before his death, when he sold his holdings to Jay Gould for a reported $2.4 million, $425 million today. He died in the spring of 1881, at age 57, not a remarkably young age by 19th century standards. On his death, he left an estate which the newspapers claimed was worth not less than $17 million. Until his dying day, Scott remained in touch with Carnegie and collaborated with him on several business deals. In December 1874, less than 12 months after Carnegie had refused to bail him out, Scott arranged the loan, no doubt through the Pennsylvania Railroad, of which he was then president, that made it possible to complete construction at E.T. Carnegie repaid this favor on several occasions. In May 1876, to mention just one, he used his good offices to broker an agreement with Collis P. Huntington, who was at the time racing with Scott to complete a southern transcontinental railroad. When, after long delays, Scott was finally ready to lay tracks through Texas, Carnegie was among the first to bid for the steel contract. Though they continued to do business together, the breach between them was never entirely healed. And this greatly bothered Carnegie. He prided himself on his loyalty to friends and his generosity, and could not forgive himself for not finding a way to help out Scott in his time of trouble. In January 1879, traveling in Singapore, Carnegie learned from a line in a New York paper, picked up here, the terrible news that Scott had been stricken with paralysis and taken abroad. All our miserable differences vanish in a moment. I only reproach myself that they even existed, he wrote in a long handwritten letter so heartfelt that Scott uncharacteristically kept it until his death. This blow reveals there lay deeper in my heart a cord which still bound me to you in memory of 1,000 kindnesses for which I am your debtor. I wish I were near you. If you are not so ill as I fear, and return to work, we can remain apart. If you are still ill and in Europe, I wish to go to you as I pass, but in either event rest assured for the future I have nothing but kind thoughts and kind words for you and of you. In his autobiography, Carnegie tells his story of the break with Scott in rather mawkish detail, not simply because he was sorry for what he had done, but to emphasize that by the early 1870s he was his own man, beholden to and linked with no one else, certainly not a speculator like Thomas Scott. He preferred to be remembered as the stolid capitalist and manufacturer who put his friend's life at risk rather than endorse his bad debts. This would be a recurrent theme in Carnegie's later accounts of his business career. He insisted in language that borrowed its moralistic tone from generations of success manual authors, from Benjamin Franklin to Samuel Smiley, that a man's reputation was the most valuable of all assets and should be kept inviolate, and that he himself had never strayed from the path of righteousness, had never speculated, cheated, lied, or deceived. To solidify his moral standing as a businessman, Carnegie elevated his decision not to endorse Scott's notes into a general business principle. In The Road to Business Success, a talk to young men, a lecture delivered to the Curry Commercial College in Pittsburgh in 1885, he identified 3 dangers that lay in the path of success for the young businessman. I beseech you, avoid liquor, speculation, and endorsement. The first 2 could be found in most success manuals, but the final one was Carnegie's own. The third and last danger against which I shall warn you is one which has wrecked many a fair craft which started well and gave promise of a prosperous voyage. It is the perilous habit of endorsing, all the more dangerous inasmuch as it assails one generally in the garb of friendship. He repeated his warnings against the dangers of endorsement in a later article, How to Win Fortune, and again in his autobiography. Carnegie and his mother rode out the financial storms of 1873 to 74 in New York, a full day's journey from his Pittsburgh firms. Celebrating their good fortune, perhaps, they changed their residence in 1874 from the luxurious but dated St. Nicholas to the even more luxurious Windsor Hotel on 46th Street and Fifth Avenue. Unlike the St. Nicholas, the Windsor was removed from the bustling business centers and had been designed as a family residence, offering large suites with multiple bedrooms, each with its own bathroom and fireplace. The hotel's main dining room was on the second floor. There were smaller dining rooms for the accommodation of late diners or private parties, and 2 children's dining rooms, one for those attended by white servants and the other for such as have colored servants waiting on them. The servants' quarters were carefully sequestered from the rest of the hotel in the basement. For the convenience of businessmen, the main floor had a newsstand, a telegraph office, and an elaborately designed barber shop. The World and his wife came to the Windsor, and I met them both. James Bridge, who became Carnegie's assistant in the 1880s, wrote of his time with Carnegie at the Windsor. The Carnegies had their regular table in the main dining room, as did most of the permanent guests. Leland Stanford's table was close to the Carnegies. George Pullman and his wife, who stayed at the Windsor when in New York City, always came by to exchange greetings with Carnegie and shake his mother's hand. George Westinghouse, a business acquaintance from Pittsburgh whom Carnegie had tried to help when he was struggling to patent and make money for his air brake, spent winters at the hotel with his somewhat eccentric wife, her blonde hair bobbed and prettily curled, and their boy, dressed in velvet and lace like Lord Fauntleroy. Jay Gould, who lived at 578 Fifth Avenue at 46th Street, stopped by to read the newspapers and talk business in the lobby with his broker and railroad colleagues. The editor and writer Frank A. Munsey lived at the Windsor, as did Josh Billings, the humorist and lecturer, who was one of Carnegie's favorite authors. Carnegie was, it appears, spending more time now with women of a marriageable age, at the theater, at dinner, and riding in the park. As he approached 40, he may have been considering, but only considering, the possibility of marriage. Sprinkled through his correspondence are light-hearted references to women, including Miss Waller and a certain Miss Wright, whose name first appeared in a letter written to Gardy from London in May 1872. Although the city was overflowing, such a jam, we might even squeeze a small one, say Miss Wright, into a place if only we had her here. A year later, he was still asking after Miss Wright. I trust Miss Wright is now well, you don't say, and that I shall see her next week. He was acquiring something of a reputation not only as a bon vivant, but a ladies' man, or at least a man who enjoyed being around young ladies. In February 1874, when Mrs. E.D. Loomis of Cincinnati, the mother of DeWitt, his bookkeeper, heard that he was planning an excursion by rail to Yosemite and San Francisco, she wrote to suggest he might take a friend of hers with him. I have just returned from spending an evening with my charming friend Mrs. D. Murphy, and when I told her I heard you were going to get up a party this summer for a trip to the Yosemite Valley, she exclaimed, "Oh, I wonder if he won't invite us to chaperone his young ladies, supposing, of course, you are to be the Napoleon of the party, and that party to be composed of young and pretty girls." There was not the most remote probability, Mrs. Loomis assured Carnegie, of her accepting any invitation to accompany the party, but she wanted him to know that he could not have had a greater acquisition to it in the form of an agreeable and fascinating woman than Carrie Murphy. One of the singular advantages of the Windsor was its proximity to the park and its 9 miles of carefully groomed carriage trails. Carnegie was seldom as happy as when he was on horseback, sitting high in the saddle, boots polished to a shine, cap pitched at a jaunty angle, looking down on every man and woman standing. Carnegie, the most sociable of people, seldom rode alone. Several young ladies, he admitted in his autobiography, were on his list of riding companions. Among them were his future wife, Louise Whitfield, Mary Clark of Hartford, a friend of the family, the Shakespearean actress Ellen Terry, and a few women whose names we cannot identify. Carnegie put a great deal of money into his horses and carriages. They not only provided him and other gentlemen of his era with an acceptable way to spend an afternoon with a proper woman, they were, in the last decades of the 19th century, an essential element in everyday life. It is difficult in the 21st century to comprehend the vital importance of horses to the metropolis, or the variety of vehicles they pulled behind them: delivery carts, wagons and wagonettes, hearses, sleighs, lightweight buggies and buckboards, hansom cabs, brooms, phaetons, omnibuses, stagecoaches, and personal carriages. From 4th to 6th Avenues and along the side streets in the 40s and 50s, within walking distance of the Windsor Hotel, were hundreds of storefront establishments catering to the horse and coaching set. Carnegie patronized dozens of them, including several saddle, harness, and bridle and carriage makers, horseshoeing establishments, tailors, and importers of ladies' riding habits. His horses were stabled at 58 West 43rd Street. He was always in the market for a good horse. In February 1882, a P. Tobin of the Philadelphia Riding Club stable wrote to tell him that he had found a 5-year-old Kentucky horse, brown color, highly bred and very stylish, to match the one Carnegie had purchased in May 1881. Tobin, knowing that Carnegie, unlike his fellow millionaires, was less interested in racing or breeding his thoroughbreds than in riding with lady friends in the park, assured his customer that the Kentucky horse, though very spirited, was easily handled. "I will give him to my most timid lady customer without any hesitation or advice as to how she will handle him. He has a slight quarter crack, but I will hold myself responsible that it will never amount to anything and will not be noticed. I will keep this horse for you until I hear from you, and I hope you will try and come over and see him in action." Carnegie treated his horses as if they were family. He sent them to be cared for in New Jersey when he traveled, and had them shipped, along with his carriages, to Crescent for the summer in private railway cars, courtesy of the Pennsylvania Railroad. The price for transportation from New York via ferry to Jersey City and then Crescent in June 1880. 4 horses, 16,000 pounds at 43 cents per hundred, $68.80. And transportation free for 1 man. 2 carriages on flat car, 20,000 pounds at 23 cents per 100, $46. Carnegie had moved to New York City because it was becoming the literary as well as the financial capital of the New World. He had promised himself in late 1868 that he would, as soon as practicable, probably in 2 years, settle in Oxford and get a thorough education making the acquaintance of literary men. Though he had chosen New York rather than Oxford, he was dedicated to fulfilling the rest of the bargain he had made with himself. As in the past, he chose as his tutor and cicerone an older woman, Madame Anna Botta, the 60-year-old wife of a professor of Italian literature, who had for more than a quarter-century presided over New York's most distinguished literary salon. From the 1840s and 1850s, celebrated writers, actors, and politicians who passed through New York stopped at Madame Botta's parlor to pay their respects and engage in the elevated conversation she presided over. At her salons one might encounter the actresses Fanny Kemble, Lydia Sigourney, or Adelaide Ristori, Senators Henry Clay and Daniel Webster, writers Bayard Taylor and Margaret Fuller, editor and poet William Cullen Bryant, and Edgar Allan Poe. As Madame Botta outlived her guests, they were replaced by a new generation of writers and editors, including Henry Ward Beecher, Richard Watson Gilder, Julia Ward Howe, Charles Dudley Warner, Robert Ingersoll, and Andrew White, the president of Cornell. The position of the Bottas in the literary and artistic world, Carnegie later wrote admiringly, enabled them to draw together not only the best-known people of this country, but to a greater degree than any, as far as I know, the most distinguished visitors from abroad, beyond the ranks of mere title or fashion. No home, I think, in all the land compared with theirs in the number and character of its foreign visitors. Carnegie had sought admission to this salon in large part because it was short on millionaires and fashionables, but replete with the literary, musical, professional, and artistic celebrities, the leading ministers, physicians, painters, musicians, and actors, and especially the coming man or coming woman in these branches. He wanted to be judged and accepted as a man of culture, not just another millionaire recently moved to the great metropolis. Unlike the ill-spoken, ill-educated, and crudely dressed provincial businessmen who drove Edith Wharton's New York social elites to distraction, Carnegie had impeccable manners, learned earlier in Pittsburgh's drawing rooms, could quote lines from Burns and Shakespeare appropriate to any occasion, had traveled widely, and was a great storyteller. He made no apologies for being a businessman or a Scotsman, but integrated these attributes into his own complexly exotic persona. Approaching age 40, he had become slightly portly. His white beard and graying hair were finely trimmed, his three-piece suits well tailored, his lack of stature compensated by perfect posture. Intellectually curious, he had an appetite for new ideas. Though he could, and often did, dominate the conversation, when in the company of people whose intellects he admired, he restrained himself, listening with rapt attention and good humor before he contributed his opinions. As much as he might have preferred to dedicate his full time and energy to securing a privileged position within New York's literary circles, Carnegie could not afford to ignore Pittsburgh entirely. He was not independently wealthy and had no large stocks of cash or rent-paying real estate to rely on. The largest part of his fortune, indeed almost all of it, was tied up in his Pittsburgh iron and bridge firms and the plot of land where construction had begun but been halted on the Edgar Thomson steel rail mill. In 1874, Carnegie had planned on taking his mother and a large group of friends on a railway excursion west when the weather got warm. But William Coleman, the senior partner at Edgar Thomson, whom he had invited along, suggested they postpone their vacation and try instead to raise money in Europe to complete construction of their steel mill. Coleman recommended that Carnegie ask Alexander Holly, the plant's designer, to accompany him to Europe. When Holly learned that Carnegie was prepared to offer him $2,500 plus expenses, he accepted the invitation. "I shall be prepared to devote the necessary time, say from 4 to 6 weeks, besides voyages, to your service in explaining ET advantages to capitalists, etc., and in visiting the various steelworks and getting hold of all such drawings and information as may be of value to the company." The trip to Europe turned out to be more vacation than work for both of them, and for John Scott, another partner whom Carnegie brought along at his expense. As Holly wrote his father from London in August, the money-raising part of the business trip abroad was abandoned when Carnegie discovered that his Pittsburgh associates could secure better terms at home than he could abroad. By the time Carnegie returned to the United States in the fall, construction had started up again. It was not the best of times for iron and steel manufacturers whose major customers were the railroads. In December 1874, just as E.T. began turning out its rails, Carnegie took the train to Philadelphia for an emergency meeting of the American Iron and Steel Association. With demand for finished iron and steel products drastically reduced, a committee of furnace owners had determined that the only way out of a spiraling price war was for them all to voluntarily limit their output. After a heated discussion, a resolution mandating that the furnace owners reduce production to one-half capacity was passed, with the proviso that it would not go into effect until 2/3 of the furnace owners signed it. 2 months later, the American Iron and Steel Association held its regular annual convention in Philadelphia, which Carnegie also attended. Again, the delegates were greeted with a somber report on the state of the industry. The decline in the world's demand for iron, which commenced in 1873, they were told, if they didn't already know it, has continued during 1874, and with the decline in demand there has ensued a resulting fall in prices. It has been most severely felt in the United States. In Pittsburgh, the iron manufacturers responded to the fall in prices and profits by cutting the wage rates of the puddlers, who cooked the raw pig iron in their ovens, stirring, heating, and watching over it until it became wrought iron. The puddlers were paid by the ton according to a pre-established sliding scale. When the price of iron went up, so did the rates the puddlers were paid on every ton. When the price went down, so did the rates, but never below a negotiated minimum. Though Carnegie would later intimate that the notion of the sliding scale had been his, The idea had first been broached by the Sons of Vulcan, the Puddlers' Union, in their 1865 negotiations with Pittsburgh's iron manufacturers. In 1867, the manufacturers had abandoned the scale, but the iron workers went on strike and stayed out until it was reinstituted. Now, in November 1874, after 7 years of peace and stability, the iron manufacturers gave 30 days' notice that they were going to terminate the existing scale and substitute in its place one with a lower minimum. When the Vulcans refused to accept the new scale, the iron manufacturers, including Carnegie's union iron mills, locked out their puddlers. The lockout continued in force through the spring, ending only in April 1875, when the iron manufacturers, who were losing contracts to firms outside Pittsburgh, officially capitulated and invited the puddlers back to work at their old rates. The Sons of Vulcan won their battle, but not without great difficulty. It had not been easy to convince other skilled workers to stay off the job to protect the puddlers' wage rates. As soon as the lockout was called off, they reached out to the unions that represented the other skilled metal workers. In 1876, the Sons of Vulcan joined the other metal workers' unions in the new and stronger Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers. In the end, both labor and management suffered from the extended lockout. The workers lost months of wages, the manufacturers contracts for new work. The Amalgamated, which was born of the crisis, committed itself from this point on to doing everything possible to avert future lockouts and strikes. The iron manufacturers, for their part, recognized that they had little choice now but to find a way to work with the new union, which was too strong to ignore, but fortunately too conservatively led to pose any enormous problem, at least for the moment. Carnegie remained in New York City during the winter and early spring of 1874-75, leaving his partners in Pittsburgh to manage the crisis, which they did by following in lockstep with the other iron manufacturers. There was no indication that he had strong opinions as yet about the unions or their sliding wage scale. Chapter 9. Driving the Bandwagon, 1875-1878. George Thurston, who published one of the many centennial histories of Pittsburgh that appeared in 1876, was near ecstatic in his description of the new Edgar Thomson steel mill at Braddock. These works, standing on the very area of a famous frontier battle, are a striking illustration of the conquests of trade, the progress of civilization, and yet more so of the progress and growth of Pittsburgh. No grander monument to the growth of the nation, the progress of the city, or the triumph of American manufacturers and of American mechanics could well be built than this complete and comprehensive steel works. Everything about the works was designed to perfection. The first American steel manufacturers had had to squeeze their converters into functioning iron mills. Alexander Holly was given a bare plot of land, 106 acres in size, equal to 100 football fields or 66 New York City-sized blocks. He laid out the transportation grids first, and then placed the sheds, structures, and yards accordingly. As he later explained in Engineering, he designed the Edgar Thomson Steel Works not with a view of making the buildings artistically parallel with the existing roads or with each other, but of laying down convenient railroads with easy curves. The buildings were made to fit the transportation. The tracks that led to the two buildings in which coal was burned were elevated, so that the coal could be delivered in railroad cars straight from the mines and dumped without need for laborers to offload it directly upon the floors. E.T. was supplied with pig iron by rail from the Lucy furnaces. A second furnace had been constructed in 1877 in Lawrenceville, 11 miles away. On arriving at the steel mill, the pig iron, now solidified, was remelted in a 107 by 44-foot cupola house. The molten iron was then poured with two 12-ton tilting ladles into 6-ton egg-shaped converting vessels, heated by coke and mounted on axles. Blasts of air were shot into the vessels, and through the iron, at high pressure. The air stoked the fire and burned away the carbon and other impurities, which exited the top of the vessel in an avalanche of white flames and sparks. At this signal, a small amount of spiegel, an iron compound with a high percentage of manganese and carbon, was added to the mix, carburizing the purified iron and converting it into steel. The vessel was then tipped onto its side, pouring white-hot liquid steel into a casting ladle, which conveyed it to the molds. The explosion of flame and sparks from the top of the converter, followed almost immediately by the flow of molten steel, was both exhilarating and intimidating to those who witnessed it. In The Jungle, Upton Sinclair's fictional character Jurgis Rudkus, after applying for a job at a Chicago steel mill, is taken on a tour of the dome-like building the size of a big theater that housed the Bessemer converter. There before him were 3 giant cauldrons, big enough for all the devils of hell to brew their broth in, full of something white and blinding, bubbling and splashing, roaring as if volcanoes were blowing through it. One had to shout to be heard in the place. Liquid fire would leap from these cauldrons and scatter like bombs below. And men were working there, seeming careless, so that Jurgis caught his breath with fright. And suddenly, without an instant's warning, one of the giant kettles began to tilt and topple, flinging out a jet of hissing, roaring flame. Jurgis shrank back appalled, for he thought it was an accident. There fell a pillar of white flame, dazzling as the sun, swishing like a huge tree falling in the forest. A torrent of sparks swept all the way across the building, overwhelming everything, hiding it from sight. And then Jurgis looked through the fingers of his hands and saw pouring out of the cauldron a cascade of living, leaping fire, white with a whiteness not of earth, scorching the eyeballs. Incandescent rainbows shone above it, blue, red, and golden lights played about it, but the stream itself was white, ineffable. Out of regions of wonder it steamed, the very river of life, and the soul leaped up at the sight of it, fled back upon it, swift and resistless, back into far-off lands where beauty and terror dwell. The steel that flowed out of the furnace was hardened into molds or shaped into multi-ton ingots, then loaded on railway cars and transported along internal narrow-gauge track to the 380-foot-long rail mill, the largest and perhaps most imposing structure on the lot. Here the ingots were successively rolled into smaller and smaller shapes until they left the finishing end of the mill as rails. Finally, they were loaded into their own containers and transported on another internal low-level wide-gauge railway to the B&O and the Pennsylvania Railroad tracks for shipment to their destinations. Our competitors in steel, Carnegie noted in his autobiography, were at first disposed to ignore us. Knowing the difficulties they had in starting their own steel works, they could not believe we would be ready to deliver rails for another year, and declined to recognize us as competitors. We sent our agent through the country with instructions to take orders at the best prices he could obtain, and before our competitors knew it, we had obtained a large number, quite sufficient to justify us in making a start. In his telling of the tale, Carnegie presents the Edgar Thomson Steel Works as the underdog, the new kid on the block who must prove himself. He describes the challenges he and his associates encountered during the Panic of 1873, and gives us thumbnail descriptions of key partners. He also pays special tribute to Captain Jones, and then, almost as a postscript, concludes that success was inevitable. So perfect was the machinery, so admirable the plans, so skillful were the men selected by Captain Jones, and so great a manager was he himself, that our success was phenomenal. What he does not do, either in his autobiography or any of his other writings, is take credit for the triumph at Braddock. He did not claim that he as an individual had been responsible for the success of the venture, nor for that matter did he believe any of his fellow millionaires had accumulated their fortunes because of their particular virtues or talents. On the contrary, as he explained in an article published in 1906 in the North American Review, "In the commercial and industrial age in which we live, wealth has been produced as if by magic, and fallen largely to the captains of industry, greatly to their own surprise." Attempting to divine the root cause behind the difference in wealth that marked this age, Carnegie found it not in labor, nor skill, no, nor superior ability, sagacity, nor enterprise, nor greater public service. The community created the millionaire's wealth. While he slept, it grew as fast as when he was awake. To illustrate his point, Carnegie offered his readers the story of a millionaire who had made his fortune in Pittsburgh. Although he did not explicitly identify himself as that millionaire, there was no mistaking the autobiographical character of the narrative. The first and most significant step in the future steelmaker's rise to success was a fortuitous accident. Through no foresight on his part, he had been so fortunate as to settle in Pittsburgh when it had just been discovered that some of the coal fields, of which it is the center, produced a coking coal admirably adapted for iron ore smelting. Everything indicated that here indeed was the future iron city, where steel could be produced more cheaply than in any other location in the world. Naturally, his attention was turned in this direction. He wooed the genius of the place. It was not anything extraordinarily clever. It was in the air. He is entitled to credit for having abiding faith in the future of his country and of steel, and for risking with his young companions not only all he had, which was little or nothing, but all they could induce timid bankers to lend from time to time. The key to their success was the rapidly growing domestic population which demanded their products. Without new populous communities far and near, no millionairedom was possible for them. The increasing population was always the important factor in their success. What Carnegie was trying to say was that his success was due in large part to his luck in being in the right place, Pittsburgh, at the right time, the last decades of the 19th century, when the nation and its railway networks were expanding westward. Most of his biographers have assumed that Carnegie succeeded as a steelmaker primarily because he ruthlessly undersold his competition, stole their orders, forced them out of business, and established a monopoly. This explanation presupposes that the steel manufacturers competed with one another on price, which was seldom the case. On the contrary, they allocated market shares among themselves based on productive capacity. Because Carnegie was always among the largest producers, he got the largest share of the market. The key to his success was the scale of his operation and his insistence on producing more each year than he had the year before. The railroads, their major customers, did not encourage price competition among the steelmakers, but did what they could to make sure each of them succeeded. Railroads and steel mills were not, as Thomas J. Misa has argued in A Nation of Steel, atomistic actors meeting in a classical free market. With considerable capital invested in the steel companies, the railroads had an incentive to make sure the mills made a decent profit selling their rails. Any reduction in steel company profits would diminish the value of their investments. There was another reason why the railroads were committed to securing the financial health of the steel companies. The steel producers were well on their way to becoming the railroads' largest freight customers. The higher their profits, the more steel they would produce. The more steel they produced, the greater the shipping charges they would pay the railroads to transport finished rails and coal, coke, iron ore, and limestone. Rail prices were usually determined not in free market competition, but by gentlemanly negotiations among the steel companies and between them and the railroads. The nation's 10 steel manufacturers were a cozy little group. With few exceptions, their plants were designed and constructed by Alexander Holley, with whom they still consulted. They shared the same basic patents and had organized themselves as the Bessemer Association, which divided royalties on those patents and licensed, or more often refused to license, new plants to use the patents. As the holder of the critical patents needed to produce Bessemer steel, the association was able to block the construction of new steel mills, thereby guaranteeing its members a healthy profit. On January 1st, 1875, 3 weeks before the plant was scheduled to go online, Carnegie asked Shinn to get in touch with Tom Scott and request permission to bid on the following year's Pennsylvania Railroad order. "Unless Mr. Scott can aid us here, I fear before we get a chance, Pennsylvania Steel and Cambria will be quietly arranged with for the 500 tons of steel required. I think you should address a communication asking permission to offer for them, and Mr. Scott should see to it. P.S. The harder we fight for this, the sooner our friends will agree to our sharing of offers, especially if Mr. Scott is going to offer the proposed resolution." The quietly assured tone of the letter is indicative of Carnegie's confidence that, with Tom Scott behind him, his competitors would have no choice but to cooperate with him. No one wanted a bidding war. Carnegie was a known quantity in Pittsburgh and a familiar of Presidents Daniel Morrill of Cambria, whom he had tried to hire at E.T., and Samuel Felton, the former railroad president who now ran Pennsylvania Steel. Cambria and Pennsylvania Steel, founding members of the Bessemer Association, were owned in part by the Pennsylvania Railroad, delivered most of their rails to it, and cooperated with one another and the railroad on production quotas and price schedules. On June 10, 1875, Daniel Morrill invited William Shinn to the meeting in Philadelphia, at which the firms divided up the market. It made perfect sense for Cambria Iron and Pennsylvania Steel to include the Edgar Thomson Works in their informal cartel, as they could not by themselves meet the Pennsylvania Railroad's demand for new steel rails. In the end, E.T. ended up with a share of the rail order equal to that of the other Pennsylvania steel mills. With this order guaranteed, E.T. had no problem turning a profit from the very first day. After 8 months of production, Carnegie, in a letter to Shinn, was already extolling the profitability of the new mill. "It is a grand concern and sure to make us all a fortune. With you at the helm and my pulling an oar outside, we are bound to put it at the head of rail-making concerns. Where there is such a business." Carnegie estimated profits of, on average, $40,000 for each $100,000 in stock, or a 40% return on investment. "Some years we shall do far better, but as an average it is not too sanguine." Carnegie then set out to establish a working relationship with its chief rival, the Baltimore and Ohio. John Garrett, the B&O president, had delayed switching to steel because, his railroads having suffered severe service disruptions and financial setbacks during and immediately after the Civil War, he could not afford them. Carnegie, knowing that the tariff had raised the price of steel imports so drastically that Garrett would have to switch to domestically produced steel, had cleverly sited his new plant on the B&O tracks. In November 1875, he called on Mr. Garrett personally on a Saturday morning to discuss the possibility of selling steel rails to the B&O. He followed up with a note to William Kaiser, the B&O's second vice president in charge of purchasing. The B&O would, he estimated, require up to 7,000 tons of new steel rails in the year to come. Carnegie asked for a small order now to prevent the stoppage of our works during the winter months. It was, he argued, in the railroad's interest to keep E.T. open and prosperous, as the steel company was shipping its coke and other raw materials to Pittsburgh on B&O trains. Should E.T. be forced to stop production for lack of orders, the B&O would forfeit considerable freight charges it might otherwise collect. Knowing that the B&O was short of cash, Carnegie offered to take car wheels and old axles, which he would then melt down and reuse elsewhere, in exchange for steel rails. If the B&O preferred to pay cash, he would sell the rails outright for $66 a ton. Garrett chose neither option, but instead declared that he was going to convert the rail mill he had erected at Cumberland, Maryland, from iron to steel and produce his own rails. Carnegie volunteered to give him an estimate of how much the conversion would cost. His figures must have been persuasive, because Garrett dropped the idea, and after failing to incite a bidding war between Pennsylvania Steel and E.T., divided his order between them. Shinn bossed the show. McCandless lent it dignity and standing. Phipps took in the pennies at the gate and kept the payroll down. Tom Carnegie kept everybody in a good humor. Andy looked after the advertising and drove the bandwagon. So reported an Edgar Thomson insider to James Bridge, Carnegie's former secretary who, after a falling out, wrote a rather unflattering but not entirely inaccurate inside history of the Carnegie Steel Company. Carnegie appointed himself chief salesman for Edgar Thomson. In mid-December 1874, months before the works went online, he wrote Shinn to tell him that he had been thinking that this office, at 57 Broadway, might try to represent the concern and do its best to obtain orders. No commission received. The company might pay part of cost, rent, stationery, clerks, etc. We should want more room than we now have, but there will be time enough to talk over this. Meanwhile, we should not lose a day in informing the railroads that E.T. was prepared to take orders. He was a master booster and salesman for steel rails, as he had earlier been for iron bridges. Even James Bridge, the harshest critic, was moved to admiration by his skill. The part at first selected by Andrew Carnegie for himself was the development of outside trade and the procurement of orders. Here he displayed an originality so marked that it amounted to genius. Endowed with a ready wit, an excellent memory for stories, and a natural gift for reciting them, he became a social favorite in New York and Washington, and never missed a chance to make a useful acquaintance. His mental alertness, ready speech, and enthusiastic temperament made him a delightful addition to a dinner party, and many an unconscious hostess, opening her doors to the little Scotchman from Pittsburgh, has also paved the way to a sale of railroad material. It was difficult not to like the little man built like a pony, with broad shoulders and a white mane. Carnegie's sunny personality radiated warmth and light, Bridge recalled. He loved to find his own joy of living reflected by those about him. He was the most consistently happy man I ever knew. Carnegie's charm was not a come-on or a performance intended to solicit or win business contacts. Good conversation was for him not a means to an end, but an end in itself. He was as proud of his gift of gab as he was of his business acumen. With an easy, open smile, he was easy to befriend. If some among those befriended might later prove helpful in his business, he would have been a fool not to follow through. Andrew Carnegie and his steel business were one entity. It only made sense that personal friends would become company friends, and vice versa. He approached his colleagues from the railroad industry, like Sidney Dillon at the Union Pacific and Collis Huntington at the Central Pacific, as brother capitalists. Without preamble or excuse, he asked that they give me a preference should they be in the market for steel. Those he had helped out in years past were reminded that he had done them a favor and asked for a favor in return. It was, he added, good business for them to do it, as his steel was the best and cheapest product on the market. Years later, testifying before a House of Representatives investigating committee, Carnegie took issue with those who believed that huge corporations would always outperform partnerships. Carnegie Steel, though incorporated by the state of Pennsylvania, was administered not as a corporation but as an old-fashioned partnership, with the partners managing their own business. The firm was an extension of their persons. If it failed, they failed. If it succeeded, they succeeded. Partners were there for the duration and could be trusted to follow through on their promises. The railroad presidents he dealt with knew that he stood behind his products and, trusting him, trusted his steel.
The mid-1870s were not an auspicious time to throw more steel rails onto the domestic market. By the fall of 1875, when the first rails were rolled at Edgar Thomson, the depression that followed the panic was at its height, and the iron and steel business at its nadir. The railroads had virtually stopped buying new rails. Those that absolutely needed them had no cash, but were instead offering securities and/or notes. Carnegie, anticipating that he might have to accept railroad securities instead of currency for his rails, wrote to Junius Morgan in August 1875, the week before the works opened, "Our E.T. Steel Works start this week. Shall make 40,000 tons steel rails per annum." He inquired whether Morgan would buy the good railroad paper he expected to acquire as payment for his rails. Having secured his first orders from the Pennsylvania Railroad, Carnegie used that bit of information to win contracts with its affiliates. He wrote Franklin B. Gowan, president of the Philadelphia and Reading, on Christmas Eve 1875, to remind him of his earlier promise to try a lot of our steel rails. "We have just been awarded 5,000 tons by the Pennsylvania Railroad. Should like very much indeed to have you test our rails in comparison with others upon your line. Prices at all times equal to the most favorable." Similar letters were sent to dozens of other railway presidents. As Carnegie asked only for a trial for his new rails and promised to undersell his competitors, it was difficult to turn him down. Few did. Carnegie quickly catapulted himself into the lead position among the Edgar Thomson partners. His critics, James Bridge chief among them, charged that he gained majority control of the company by ruthlessly shoving aside his partners and extorting their shares. That was not the case. Each of the partners had pledged to pay for his interest in the company on the installment plan. When, following the panic of 1873, they had trouble doing so, Carnegie bought them out. That is what gave me my leading interest in this steel business. I had to buy so many of them out during the panic that I became the controlling partner. Among the partners who sold their shares to Carnegie was William Coleman, who had been the principal force behind the company's founding. Coleman had asked Carnegie for a loan so that he could hold on to his ET shares, but Carnegie, short of cash, offered instead to buy Coleman's 10 shares in the steel company, pay him 6% annual interest on his $100,000 investment over the next 5 years, and return the principal in years 6, 7, and 8. Coleman tried to get a better bargain, but after 6 months of negotiations and consultations with Tom Carnegie, he accepted Carnegie's terms. In 1879, Carnegie, traveling in Shanghai, received word that William Coleman had died. In a lengthy paragraph, one of the few to be excised from his travel journal when it was published by Scribner's 4 years later, Carnegie converted Coleman's death into a personal tragedy. For him, I could not realize for a time that I was to miss upon my return one of my oldest, best, and dearest friends, one who had been a friend in boyhood to me when the aid of such a man counted for so much. Why did I not appreciate him sufficiently while he lived? But we never do. The finest characteristics of our friends seem only to shine with the brightest luster when we are denied their presence on earth. Though Edgar Thompson had gone online in a depressed business climate, Carnegie did not let this slow him down. On the contrary, he appeared almost to glory in the adverse conditions. Other entrepreneurs might have reduced output until the market was stronger, but Carnegie pushed Shin to keep the new plant operating 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Steel rail prices fluctuated wildly through the 1870s and early 1880s. In 1873, the railroads could afford and were paying up to $120 a ton. By the fall of 1875, when E.T. rolled its first rails, the price at which the railroads were willing to buy them had fallen to $66. By December 1876, it was down to $52, a year later to $42. Where his competitors, in bad times, reduced production, cut shifts, and laid off workers rather than accept orders at low prices, Carnegie insisted that E.T. take whatever orders it could get, no matter what the price, in order to keep the plant running and the workforce intact. The key to success was pumping up volume and not worrying about the profit margin per unit. "You know my views," he wrote Shin that December, only months after the first rails had been rolled. "Fill the works at a small margin of profit. Get our rails upon the leading lines next year. The year after, take my word for it, you will make profit enough." "Don't be greedy," he warned Shin the following month. "Small profits and large sales, in golden letters above your desk, is respectfully recommended." Carnegie's tactics made little sense to his competitors and several of his partners. "The Cambria people," Shin wrote back in December 1875, "are becoming very bitter against us for making, as they claim, unnecessary concessions in prices so early in the season, each reduction fixing the market at a price which will be still further reduced at the next sale. Our board are very apprehensive of bad effects from this policy, and while I know your view of our policy is to fill up at any price not involving loss, I feel it my duty to advise you that the managers are of the opinion that it would be better to make less tonnage at a fair profit." Carnegie's response was that he was willing to cooperate with his competitors, but not if it meant restricting production in his mills. If Cambria and Pennsylvania Steel agreed to fix prices for rails in the West as they were already doing in the East, Carnegie would be prepared to enter into an agreement with them, but until that happened it was every company for itself. By early 1877, Carnegie had gotten his way. Daniel Morrill at Cambria recognized the folly of trying to compete with the Carnegie juggernaut and agreed to enter into a variety of pooling and price agreements with his new rival. The two companies divided orders, purchased and transported iron ores from the Great Lakes together, and in May agreed to appoint joint agents to solicit new orders for rails in the West. Though he had inserted himself into the most major areas of decision-making, Carnegie rarely visited Pittsburgh. He seldom attended board or executive committee meetings and took no administrative title or position in his new steel company. He and his partners knew from the very beginning that there would be limited face-to-face communications between them. New York City was just too far away from Braddock. It takes 90 minutes today to fly from New York to Pittsburgh and another 30 minutes to drive from the airport to Braddock. In the mid-1870s, the trip took 15 hours. Travelers to Pittsburgh began their journey at the Cortlandt Street Pier on the North River, as it was then known, where they boarded the ferry for Jersey City. The Fast Line train departed at 9:30 a.m. and arrived in Philadelphia at 12:20 p.m., where passengers boarded the express to Pittsburgh. The first stop after Philadelphia was Harrisburg, where the train stopped at about 4 for a quick dinner break. There was a second stop at Altoona around 8 o'clock. If the weather was good, the track clear, and there were no delays, the train reached Pittsburgh sometime after midnight. The trip to Braddock took another half hour. Carnegie relied heavily on the telegraph to communicate with Pittsburgh. Telegrams offered instant communication, but they were unreliable for many business purposes. The cost was prohibitive, the telegrams were delivered in ungainly and almost unreadable formats, and there was no guarantee of privacy. To protect themselves from eavesdropping operators, businesses developed elaborate cipher books. Large corporations had their own printed and distributed to key personnel. Smaller ones bought blank cipher books and filled in the words and phrases they were most likely to use in their messages. The black leather-bound book marked 1878, found in Carnegie's papers at the Library of Congress, is an example of the self-made code book. Each page has 2 columns. On the left, an alphabetized series of words, some real, some invented. On the right, the Edgar Thomson Code. In coding or decoding telegrams, Carnegie, or more likely Gardy, scrolled down the left-hand column. Abaft meant, have received letter of first. Avenge was, we are awaiting reply to telegram of. Laugh, delivered at Boston, Massachusetts by rail. Slow, Bank of Pittsburgh. Spray, Cambria Iron Company. By 1896, the company was publishing its own private code for use of the Carnegie Steel Company Limited and its partners and agents, with both columns pre-printed. The 1896 cipher book was 192 pages long, with 60 to 70 entries on each page. The primary vehicles of communication between Carnegie and his partners and managers were the detailed cost sheets delivered monthly by U.S. mail to his office at 57 Broadway, then marked up and sent back to Pittsburgh, often with lengthy memos attached. Every month he was sent, on his request, a statement of the costs per ton for raw materials, labor, maintenance, repairs. A quick learner with a head for figures and a prodigious memory, he kept track of everything. The price of limestone, the amount of coke used to smelt a ton of pig iron, the length of time a cast iron mold should last before wearing out, the number of tons of steel ingots produced per heat in the furnaces. He was preoccupied with getting the lowest possible costs on limestone, coal, coke, ores, freight rates, and labor. Carnegie never wanted to know the profits, Charles Schwab remarked much later to publisher Clarence Barron. He always wanted to know the cost. When Carnegie discovered an item that cost more than he thought it should have, he asked for an explanation. If the explanation were not forthcoming or insufficiently enlightening, he followed up with a rebuke and a warning to pay more attention in the future. One of the advantages of being at a distance from Pittsburgh and dealing with numbers on a cost sheet was that Carnegie was spared face-to-face confrontations with flesh-and-blood supervisors who might not be pulling their weight and laborers whose wage rates were going to be reduced. Since leaving the railroad, he had purposefully constructed a life that kept him away from men with shovels. He had no taste for the daily grind of superintending a workforce, no desire to run roughshod over people. Surprisingly, given later developments, Carnegie paid little attention to his workers, their attempts at unionization, or their pay scales through most of the 1870s. He had, as far as we can tell, no input into his partner's decision in late 1874 to join the other iron mill owners in locking up their puddlers. His letters to Pittsburgh were more likely to touch on the price of limestone, the quality of iron ore, the availability of coke, the costs of freight shipments. Labor was, for him, simply another item in his cost sheet, one that was being efficiently controlled by his on-site managers. At E.T., he relied on Captain Jones to get the most out of his large and growing workforce. Both men supported the industry-wide sliding scales that had determined wage rates in the metal trades since 1865. Skilled labor, Carnegie believed, was entitled to share capital's prosperity in good times, but only if it agreed to share its sacrifices in slack times. Friction between capital and labor would be eliminated forever, he would later explain in an 1886 Forum article, if both sides could agree to a plan by which the men will receive high wages when their employers are receiving high prices for the product, and hence are making large profits, and, per contra, when the employers are receiving low prices for product and therefore small if any profits, the men will receive low wages. In theory, the sliding wage scale appeared fair. In practice, it had worked rather well in the metal trades. But there was a fatal flaw in the scheme. While capital and labor could with comparative ease agree on how to share the wealth in good times, there was no consensus on how to share sacrifices in bad times. When markets soured, prices fell, and profit margins dipped, capitalists might rein in personal and corporate spending, but their sacrifices seldom endangered their own or their families' well-being. Wage workers, on the contrary, no matter how skilled they might be, existed at the margins of prosperity. To ask them to accept cuts in wages that would reduce their take-home pay to less than they needed to feed, clothe, and keep their families warm in winter was far different from asking capitalists to accept smaller profit margins. The workers, of course, recognized this and built into the sliding scale a minimum wage rate. Captain Jones expected Carnegie to pay the Edgar Thomson skilled steel workers well so that he, Jones, could work them hard. Just as Carnegie did not stint on buying the highest grade ore, so should he not hesitate to employ the highest grade workforce. Years later, testifying before a congressional committee, Carnegie parroted almost verbatim Jones's message to him. "You have got to pay men in this country the wages you can get the best men for. Labor is a commodity like anything else. It pays to get the best men and pay the highest wages for labor. Fewer men do your work, and you are getting honest, respectable, sober men." Jones's and Carnegie's commitment to decent wages was commendable. Still, there is no gainsaying the inevitable callousness that resulted from their looking at labor in the abstract as just another commodity, one of many inputs in their production system. "Had an unfortunate accident this morning," Jones informed Carnegie in March 1877. "Rope on cupola hoist broke and cage fell, catching the hoist boy in the act of crossing under, crushing him to a jelly. It was caused by the boy's carelessness and disobedience of order, and the poor fellow paid the penalty with his life. Delayed works slightly, damage slight." Let it suffice that the poor fellow is not given a name and is held accountable for his own death. In the end, what appears to matter most for Jones and Carnegie is that the accident only slightly slowed down production and that the damage was minimal. Even in extolling the work habits of their workers, the captain and Carnegie seldom referred to them as individuals. When in March 1878 Carnegie pushed Jones to speed up production to meet new orders, the captain, demurring, reminded him of a recent horse race in Louisville. "You noted that they did not rush the horses on the first mile, but aimed at a gait that would give a good 4-mile average. Now, in conclusion, you let me handle this nag in this race. I think I will keep her on the track and may keep her nose in front. I think at the end of this year I will have her ahead, and when we stop to rub down you will find her in excellent condition." Though Carnegie would, in later years, profess himself a supporter of organized labor, neither he nor his unacknowledged mentor, Jones, believed in collective bargaining. They did not intend to give their steelworkers the same control over the pace and rhythm of work that the puddlers exercised in the iron mills, nor did they believe they had to. The technologies of iron and steel making were radically different. Unlike steel, which was cooked in huge converters, iron had to be puddled manually by highly skilled artisans, who stirred the molten mass with an iron rod inserted through a hole in the furnace door. The puddlers worked in two-man teams, spelling one another just before exhaustion set in. They were their own supervisors. Only they knew how long each heat was going to take, when it was time to pour off the molten metal and when it was time to take a break. By custom, codified by union rules, the puddlers ran 5 heats a day, which generally took about 10 hours to complete. On Saturday, they devoted a half-day to repairing equipment and cleaning out the furnaces. On Sunday, they rested. As long as the puddlers remained at the center of the production process, there was no way to expand output other than by building more furnaces and hiring more puddlers. One of the great advantages of the Bessemer process, at least from the point of view of the employers, was that it eliminated the puddlers and their control over the workplace. In the Bessemer converters, the stirring of the molten metal was not done by puddlers wielding iron rods, but by air blasts, which could be regulated by managers. This meant that the pace of work could be sped up as fast as the technology would allow. While the puddlers managed only 5 heats a day or 25 a week, Carnegie's Bessemer furnaces, operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, could run more than 100 heats. Because they employed no puddlers and their mill was located in Braddock, just beyond the Pittsburgh city limits, Carnegie and his partners were able to detour around the Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers, which represented the skilled metal workers in Pittsburgh. Edgar Thomson rolled its first mills as a non-union shop. Its owners were determined that it remain as such. In November 1876, barely a year after the works had begun operation, Carnegie and Jones shut down operations for routine maintenance and repairs. There was nothing out of the ordinary in such a shutdown, especially of a steel plant which, unlike the iron mills, operated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Workers were accustomed to being sent on hiatus, without pay, while machinery was overhauled. In December, 5 weeks after the shutdown, Captain Jones announced that the works were going to reopen, but only to those workers who agreed to sign an ironclad agreement to join no union and quit all you belong to, modeled on the one Daniel Morrill had instituted at Cambria. Jones simultaneously announced that the Edgar Thomson mills would henceforth pay the same wage rate that the non-union workers at Cambria were receiving. When some of Carnegie's men refused to sign the agreements, they were barred for life from returning to the site. Having expelled the Amalgamated from the E.T. Works, Carnegie and Jones were better prepared than most employers, certainly better prepared than the railroads, to weather the storms that swept through Pittsburgh and the nation in July 1877, when the trainmen went on strike. Like the iron industry, the railroads had been hit hard by the Panic of 1873 and had reacted by cutting wages. 3.5 years later, their profit rates still endangered, as much from financial malfeasance as the lingering effects of the panic, the railroads instituted a second round of wholesale wage reductions. On May 24, 1877, Tom Scott announced that all Pennsylvania Railroad employees who earned more than $1 a day would be cut 10% on June 1st. As the engineers were the most highly paid, the least readily replaced, and the best organized of the trainmen, their actions were carefully monitored in the days that followed Scott's announcement. If they went out on strike, the rest of the railroad's employees would certainly follow. Though Carnegie had not worked for the railroad for more than a decade, he felt obliged to intervene. A prolonged railroad strike would have a devastating effect on the local economy and on the companies, like his own, which relied on the railroad for orders. On May 29th, the day before he was to sail for Liverpool for his summer vacation and 2 days before the Pennsylvania Railroad's wage cut was to take effect, Carnegie wrote a personal letter to more than a dozen engineers offering unsolicited advice. I am not interested any more in the Pennsylvania Railroad, either pecuniarily or officially, but I do profess to having a lasting interest in its welfare and in the welfare of the men, like yourself, with whom I was associated for many of the best years of my life. And I wish to express to you my opinion as a friend that, taking into consideration all the circumstances, the engineers should acquiesce in the reduction as proposed. These are trying times, and the country must now bear the penalty of past inflation, and no class can escape contributing its share. The railroad, Carnegie insisted, had dealt fairly with their employees, and had not been unwilling to share their prosperity with them. It was now the employees' obligation to reciprocate and accept the wage cut. If they decided to refuse to serve for reduced compensation, Carnegie warned, they would not carry public opinion with them. While Carnegie was in the mid-Atlantic on his way to Liverpool, a grievance committee of engineers and firemen representing the local brotherhoods met with Tom Scott in Philadelphia to discuss the rate reduction. Following the meeting, the committee agreed to accept the cut. It appeared that the railroads would have their way. Early in July, Captain Jones closed down the steel works for repairs and to put in some additional machinery. The new machinery worked admirably, he wanted Carnegie to know, and gives us complete control of rail from rolls to hotbed, and also allows us to dispense with services of 2 men and 2 boys, saving us at least $100 per month on wages, and as the machine did not cost of $100, you will see that it is a very good investment. We are running works under tight rein. 5 days after Jones's letter, less than 200 miles away in Martinsburg, West Virginia, firemen and brakemen working for the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, upon being informed that their wages were being reduced by 10%, walked off their jobs. The West Virginia militia, deployed to keep rail traffic moving, joined the strikers instead. The strike quickly spread to other railroads and other cities, including Pittsburgh, where by July 20th it encompassed even the reluctant engineers who 6 weeks earlier had accepted the wage reduction. When the Pittsburgh militia refused to disperse the strikers who had gathered at the railroad yards, 600 militiamen from Philadelphia were dispatched to protect railroad property and end the strike. They arrived on Saturday, July 22nd, and that same day fired into a crowd of unarmed, unemployed, and angry trainmen and civilians at the outer depot on 28th Street. The crowd, incensed and terrified by the gunfire and the sight of 20 fallen comrades, surged forward to repulse the soldiers. They moved on to attack Pennsylvania Railroad property, destroying more than 100 locomotives, 2,000 railway cars, and almost every building in the yard. And then there was quiet, an eerie silence suffused by the acrid smell of smoke. Having wreaked their vengeance on the Pennsylvania Railroad, the crowds retreated. There were reports that mill workers in the city and the adjoining suburbs were preparing to join the railroaders in what some hoped, and others feared, might be the beginning of a general strike. Many workers, including those from the tube works at McKeesport and Carnegie's steel mill at Braddock, expressed their solidarity with the railroad men by leaving their jobs on July 24th and parading in their support. They did not, however, go out on strike. The events of July 1877 pushed local labor leaders to step up their organizing at the workplace and to enter the political arena through the newly established Greenback Labor Party. But they did not appear to have any long-term effects at Edgar Thomson or the other Pittsburgh iron and steel mills. Though Carnegie and the manufacturers had been frightened by the specter of a general strike, they concluded in the end that the cause of the uprising had been the railroad's intransigence and the local authorities' incompetence. Carnegie and his partners would continue to work with the amalgamated in the iron mills where it was well established, but do everything they could to prevent it from establishing a beachhead at Edgar Thomson. Confident that he had nothing to fear from organized labor, Carnegie, in May 1878, from his safe haven in New York City, suggested to Captain Jones that as steel prices hovered around $40, an all-time low, it might be necessary to reduce wages across the board. Jones earnestly implored him to leave good enough alone. Don't think of any further reductions. Our men are working hard and faithfully, believing that hard pan has been reached. Let them once get the notion in their heads that wages are to be further reduced, and we will lose heavily. I am or have promised rewards if we accomplish certain output. It looks as if what I am aiming at will be accomplished. So of all things, don't think of reducing wages. Now mark what I tell you. Our labor is the cheapest in the country. Our men have esprit de corps, and our cost of maintenance is way under that of any other works. Low wages do not always imply cheap labor. Good wages and good workmen I know to be the cheapest labor. Our men are taking good care of our property and are pulling with us so heartily that I can't even dream of again attacking them. Carnegie, recognizing that Captain Jones knew better than he how hard his working men could be pushed, acquiesced. Wage rates would not be cut in 1878.